chills will continue to drop. So we're going to see wind chill values in the teens throughout much of the day. All right, here's your highs for today. 29 Shreveport, 28 in Texarkana, just 24 DeQueen, and 31 in Natchitoches. So we are going to stay below freezing. And then again, those lows for tonight dropping into the single digits and teens across the area. Let's take a look at our traffic flow. Do we have traffic in this one, guys? No? Oh, we guess we're going to do it. We'll just do this and then we'll go over to Dominique in a second. All right, here's a look at our traffic flow map, and you can see more of that orange showing up now, which indicates that we're maybe getting a few more vehicles out on the roadways. I want to remind you that I-49 is now, or has been shut down for the duration of this winter storm, and that extending from I-20 all the way down to the Interloop Expressway. And then you can see that the entry ramp, I-20 eastbound entry ramp, southbound and northbound, both entry ramps are blocked there on I-220 and I-49. Slower traffic there on 220. You can see maybe some more vehicles now showing up on I-20, and that's why our traffic map is now activating and showing that slower traffic there on I-20. You can see down to the south here, the Jimmy Davis Bridge is running pretty slow. Arthur Ray Teague looks okay at this time, but again, that'll probably slow down as maybe more folks try and get out, although I would not recommend getting out on the roadways. And then right now, Texarkana is still looking a little bit backed up. I'll have another update on our winter storm coming up in just a minute. Dominique?
All right, Matt, thanks. A reminder that during this weekend to icy impact, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert with live team coverage as this storm continues to develop. All day, KSLA will live stream newscasts, forecasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. Always download our KSLA News 12 app if you haven't right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. Let's take look at I-20 at Linwood Avenue, and here's a very, very close-up view of the ice on the roadways. As Matt has reiterated, between now and 8 o'clock this morning, we will get about an inch of sleet and snow, and that's going to fall on top of this and refreeze. Right now, we are watching the SWEPCO outage map. When we started earlier this morning around 3:30, it was at 28,000. That has since jumped to 36,000. Hang in there. Back in a moment.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps. You can watch our newscast live or catch up on the news on your time. Weather Day.
It is a first alert weather day. We're taking a look at downtown Shreveport. You can see some of the sleet and freezing rain coming down. Temperatures are dropping, and it's expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves in. And Matt, we've been watching the power outages on SWEPCO. We're up to almost 40,000 right now.
Yeah, so those power outages have been coming up throughout the morning hours, Dom, and we've been watching that map closely. Yeah, because when we started, what was it when we started?
It was 28,000 when we started at 3:30. When I came on with you at 3:30 this morning.
So it's jumped almost 10,000. So yeah, those power outages are coming up. I will say we've been talking about this all morning. We did dodge a bullet with this one because this is mainly sleet. If this had been freezing rain, we would probably be up to like 100,000, honestly. So we're doing. I mean, I know 40,000's not, 39,000 is definitely not good, but it could be a lot worse.
And I just want to let people know, I know that people are already starting on Facebook saying, hey, I'm without power, SWEPCO needs to do something. They are working their hardest, folks. They have staged at the state fairgrounds. They've called in crews from other states. Give them some grace.
Right, like give them some time here. I mean, the storm is not even over yet.
Right.
So they'll get out as soon as they can to get that power back. And I mean, they don't want to get out right now because it's just absolutely treacherous.
Right.
But this storm should come to an end. This should start to come to an end by about 7 o'clock. So I think we got, what time is it? I think we got a couple more hours with this, and then we'll start to, by the end of this newscast, whenever this ends, we're going to start to see some big improvements.
Right.
At least as far as stuff falling. The roads are still going to be icy.
And we know that, Mayor Arsenault told us the other day that Public Works is working 12-hour shifts. So we've seen those snow plows out there. We've seen the salt trucks out there. Our crews have even caught video of them working. So they're working really, really hard. And we appreciate all that the emergency crews are doing at the hospitals, as well as our public safety and public works. So.
Yeah, it's nasty out there. I can tell you, I drove in at, I think I came in at like 2 o'clock this morning.
Right.
And
you're just right down next door.
I'm staying, our awesome bosses here put me up in a little bed and breakfast like right down the street, so that's nice. But my windshield wipers got stuck. So then I had to flip them up, and now they're stuck in a vertical position, so as they're moving, they're kind of just sticking straight out. Anyway,
please tell me you didn't have to let the window down and drive out of the window.
No.
I've had to do that before.
No, I've done that. No, I did make it in, so we all made it here. But yeah, let's take a look outside, see what's going on right now. And you can see that we still got all kinds of stuff happening. We're going to get to that radar picture in a second. Here is our John Harvey Toyota camera, and that's up, of course, in Bossier, and you can see at Benton Road there and the Toyota dealership. We got a lot of ice buildup and a lot of sleet buildup. That's the white that you see there. That's all the sleet that has accumulated in this area. And then again, we'll take another look at I-20 and been trying to see if we got any vehicles. Not a lot of folks out, still quite early though on a Sunday, still just after 5 a.m. So there's one person there going very, very slow. That's what you want to be doing. And you can see maybe a little bit of a tire track. I think in the next weather hit, I'm going to zoom this camera in pretty close so you can really see what those road conditions look like, but definitely not looking the best out there right now. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar, and you can see that the entire area, or at least most of our area, dealing with that mix of freezing rain and sleet, and this is the back edge. Look how fast that's coming in. This is good news. This might even be ahead of schedule, but we're going to see this coming to an end here in the next couple of hours, because already in Longview that's ending. You can see in our northeast Texas counties that is coming to an end at this time, but the heaviest band is just about ready to move into Shreveport and Bossier, so this is going to pick up in intensity as we head through the next hour or two. And as I've been saying all morning long, by 7 a.m., we're going to see a drastic improvement as this comes to an end. Texarkana getting your last gasp of winter weather as we speak, but the back edge is now coming through New Boston and into southwestern Arkansas, Little River County there just west of Ashdown. Seeing that kind of coming to an end as well. And then we get down to the south here. There's your back edge. So it now has come to an end in Henderson, but man, I tell you, that freezing rain coming down heavily in Carthage right now. I should say sleet. It's not freezing rain. This is sleet for the most part coming down in Carthage, and that will make its way into our Louisiana parishes. And then notice here off to the west, Sabine County in East Texas, Sabine Parish in Louisiana, Manny, Florine along 171 there. That's likely maybe a mix of freezing rain and some sleet. And then we'll take you off to the east here, looking east of our area. We'll take you, from Bienville Parish all the way through Arcadia, Ruston, and then out towards Monroe. Monroe, you still got several more hours to go. This is going to, again, moving from west to east, so things will improve first around Shreveport, and then that will continue to make its way across the state of Louisiana with improvements later on. 27 right now in Shreveport, 25 Texarkana. Looking at 25 Magnolia, about 31 now in Nacogdoches and Natchitoches also. Wind chill values here mainly in the teens, 17 in Texarkana, 15 in Magnolia. and about 17 degrees in Queen for that feels like temperature. Mount Pleasant sitting around 10 for feels like temps right now. Winter storm warning does continue through 6 p.m. on Sunday along the I-30 corridor. That includes Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, and DeQueen. And again, that is your winter storm warning right now. We got that ice storm warning there along and south. Let's see, I might have just changed. I want to make sure that expiration time did not change. I'm kind of looking off to the side here at the National Weather Service. Okay, so we still got the expiration time at 6 p.m. on Sunday for that ice storm warning. So road impacts for Texarkana and I-30 through the day today, through tomorrow, still very hazardous. Even tomorrow or even Tuesday morning, still looking pretty icy and hazardous. And then we get into Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night. So really, that's when we're going to see some bigger improvements. We've got to wait a little bit of time. Looking at the Shreveport and Bossier areas, it's going to stay very hazardous through the day today. Tomorrow morning, still pretty icy. By tomorrow afternoon, maybe a little bit of improvement as we see a little bit of melting. I am calling for a high of 34 degrees tomorrow, so we should see some improvements there. And then we get back to icy conditions tomorrow night into Tuesday morning across the region. So that's kind of how the roadways are going to pan out. Here's a look at Future Track. There's the back edge coming quickly at us, so that'll move through the area by about 7 a.m. and then by about 8, 9 o'clock. We're completely done. So that'll be nice, and then we'll just kind of have to wait for all this to melt away. Not going to really melt too much today because we're going to stick with the cloudy skies. Those temperatures will likely stay below that freezing point. And then we get into Sunday, this is tonight. Tonight the clouds start to move out, and then we get into Monday, and we will see those clouds really clearing. So we will see more sun for tomorrow, and those temperatures will get back just above freezing. So that extreme cold warning will be in effect 6 p.m. today through noon on Tuesday. Highs for today only in the 20s around Shreveport, 24 DeQueen, and 31 down towards Manny. You can see those temperatures tomorrow morning will likely be in the mid-teens. However, wind chill values will be even colder than that. Wind chills will make it feel worse. Let's take a look at the feels like temperatures out there this morning into the mid to upper teens, and we'll stay there throughout the day today. So wind chills will still be in the teens all the way through 4 p.m. and then by tomorrow morning, those wind chill values in the single digits. So it is going to get very, very cold around the region. Even by tomorrow afternoon, wind chills will still be in the 20s. Highs for tomorrow. Here's some good news for you. I mean, well, I can't believe I'm getting excited about 34 degrees, but 34 will be exciting tomorrow in Shreveport. We'll start to melt at least a little bit. Mid-30s Manny, 36 in Natchitoches, and 31 in DeQueen. Here's that 7-day forecast, and tomorrow is another first alert day because of the icy roads. But the rest of that 7-day forecast is looking better with those temperatures getting back into the 50s, actually, mid-50s possible by Thursday.
The Shreveport Regional Airport were canceled due to the winter storm. According to the airport, more flight cancellations are on the way as the bulk of the winter weather is expected to hit in early morning hours. The airport advises travelers to check with their airline for the most up-to-date flight information. All right, please remember Bossier City's warming centers are open until Monday. The locations are at Stonewall Baptist Church at 807 Eatman Street and the Shady Grove Recreation Center that's located at 3949 Wayne Street. Also, the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Substation on Viking Drive is open and will remain open until the storm clears out. And there are also warming centers open in Shreveport. They are at the Highland Center, located at 520 Olive Street, and then Morning Star Baptist Church, 5340 Jewella Avenue. You can also call 211 to find the locations of other shelters in Louisiana. A warming center is also set up in Blanchard at the Blanchard Town Hall, located at 110 North Main Street. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is in Texas. And Marvin, is there a big difference out there compared to yesterday? Good morning.
Hi, Dom. There is a big difference. It's for me personally. It's the sleet that's falling is a lot better than the freezing rain, especially as Matt has been saying. And there's a big difference from this live shot to literally 30 minutes ago. We're starting to see a little bit more cars on the road now on Highway Interstate 30. About more 18-wheeler trucks are passing by. But keep in mind, if anyone is driving out here, there is a lot of sleet and there's icy roads under that. Let me pick up some of that sleet to show you how that looks like. And essentially it's this. It's all this white stuff you see is basically this, piles and piles of that. So just keep that in mind if you have to hit the roads. But as we've been saying yesterday, the whole week and this whole morning, if you can, your best bet is to stay home. And let me show you, let me actually pull out my phone so I can talk more about the power outages as well. We're looking at the map before this live shot, and according to SWEPCO power outage map, it says, give me 1 second, Bowie County and Miller County have around 3,000 outages. That's according to the SWEPCO outage map. It's constantly changing, that has grown, but as I've been saying earlier, these live shots, SWEPCO says that they have staged strategically here in Texarkana to help combat those power outages, as they expected that, and that's why they're hoping to be able to respond to that as fast and as safely as they can. But that's why I'm out here in the roads to check if there's any people, because that's something they've mentioned. They said is as long as these roads right here that you see behind me, the interstates, the roads stay less busy, the easier it is for them to be able to get on them, go to any power lines that they had to fix. But if it stays more busy, then it's going to be harder for them because they had to keep in mind other drivers. So it's not just for your own safety, but for the safety of others, that it's best to just stay out of the roads if you can. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12. Back to you.
All right, Marvin, thanks. And we're going to bring you back to Shreveport. That's where we find KSLA's Peyton Manuel. She is in the storm tracker along with chief photojournalist Bubba Kanaib. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, we actually took a change of plans here and hopped out the car, and now we're back at the station just because, you know, those rough conditions are on their way. And I just want to point out that we had to pull over on the side of the road and use this de-icer here. Me and my photographer had to literally make sure that everything was good to go because, again, I talked about it earlier in my other hits, that visibility is going down. The further out you look, the worse it is, and it's just harder and harder to see. That's why we keep telling you guys, just stay off the roads, wait this out. You know, it's not worth it unless it's absolutely necessary. And if that wasn't enough to point out to you, if you follow me here, this is a parked car, but you can't see the lines. That's literally what this is looking like. This is our front parking lot outside the station, and there's no lines to be seen anywhere. You can only imagine what those roads are looking like, as we've been mentioning to you. It's just very dangerous right now. And again, by 8 o'clock, between now and 8 o'clock, we still have at least up to another inch of sleet coming in, not snow. There's a big difference there. So that's how thick this stuff is. That's, again, stay off the roads. It's just not worth it. Wait this out. We can get through this together. And again, we will be out here all day giving you the live coverage that you need, giving you all the updates of everything you need to know. And just make sure you download that KSLA News 12 app along with that weather app to stay updated on the conditions of this storm. Wait this out and just stay home as much as possible. From outside the KSLA station, I'm Peyton Manuel. Back to you guys.
All right, Peyton, thanks. You can upload video from your computer simply by clicking the burger icon in the top left hand of your screen there. The burger icon kind of looks like three lines that are horizontal, and then you can click submit photos and videos. If you're uploading using your phone, press the burger icon, swipe up on the pop-up menu, and then you're going to press submit videos and photos. Again, while we do encourage viewer video, please prioritize your own safety first. All right, we're taking a look at downtown Shreveport. You can see some of that freezing rain and sleet coming down. That's going to at least continue happening until 8 o'clock this morning. Temperatures are expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves across the ArkLaTex. We're back in a moment with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones.
This is a KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
And welcome back. All right, I know this looks really weird, but what we're looking at here is the Window World Sky Cam in Texarkana, and we're at the top of the tower where the camera's located, so you got that flashing light there. But what you see is the ice buildup on the camera, and we'll get a better vantage point from this camera once the sun actually comes up, and we'll be able to take a better look at what's going on in this region. Let's take a look at our KTSH cam. This is the camera, basically our tower cam here in the Shreveport area. I zoomed in a little bit more, and there's a car right there. I zoomed a little bit more to see what's going on there on I-20, and you can kind of see some actually of the pavement down there. This is actually some of the tire tracks that some of the vehicles have made, but otherwise it is not looking good there on I-20. And there's another car, so you can kind of get an idea. That guy's going way too fast. You definitely want to go a little slower than that. Looking at Mattress Plus, that's our Mattress Plus Sky Cam looking north into downtown Shreveport, and as you can see, definitely just kind of seeing the same situation we've been seeing all morning long. All right, here's First Alert Doppler radar. There is the back edge of the winter storm getting very close to us now. This will be ending easily by 7. In fact, probably even sooner. This thing is accelerating eastward across the area, which is fantastic news for us. So this will be coming to an end fairly soon from west to east across the area. Here's a look south. I've got some of that heavy sleet right now around center Texas, back to Nacogdoches, Sabine County, Sabine Parish, up towards DeSoto Parish, and this is all making its way towards Natchitoches as well, so conditions still pretty bad. Here's the heaviest band coming in from the west right now. This will cross through Shreveport and Bossier, so we're going to see things kind of picking up over the next 45 minutes or so, and here is the back edge, getting close to Marshall and up towards Jefferson. That'll move into Shreveport here, I'd say within the next hour to hour and a half, and then we'll be pretty much done with this. Here's a look at the next 12 hours. You can see already by 9 a.m. we're definitely going to be done with the precip, and then it's quiet for the rest of the day. We're going to see cloudy skies. It'll be a bit breezy out there with that northwest wind around 10 to 20, so that's definitely going to make it feel colder. We'll see temperatures here mainly in the mid to upper 20s all around the region, and then here's your highs for today. 28 Texarkana, looking at about 29 in Mansfield, and then we're looking at temperatures in the mid-20s off to the north, and we do have that extreme cold warning that'll be in effect basically starting at 6 p.m. today all the way through noon on Tuesday. Those temperatures getting very, very cold around the region. I know we have some traffic issues starting to show up right now, so we're going to actually check in with meteorologist Jake Lambright in the Weather Center. He has a little more updates for us on our traffic situation. Jake?
Thank you, Matt. Yes, some new closures to bring to your attention. I want to start off with the Shreveport-Bossier Metro, though, where we have a few major closures. Two of the most notable ones include I-49 from Interstate 20 all the way down to Louisiana Highway 3132. Then we have another big closure out in Bossier City, that part being part of Benton Road from US 79. Here's Highway 79 all the way down to Old Minden Road. Both directions of travel for Benton Road, again, in that little stretch, are closed. We'll go back out. Of course, the I-49 on-ramps to I-220 are also closed. Otherwise, we're seeing some slow traffic, of course, across Shreveport-Bossier this morning, but no accidents have been reported at this time. We have heard reports as well that I-20 westbound heading into East Texas is being diverted. Part of it is closed, and that traffic is being diverted at exit 635 for Highway 80 near the city of Wascom. There is another closure to bring to your attention as well. This one, I-30 westbound, just north of New Boston, is currently closed. I'll pull some of that information up for you on the screen here so you can see more. So again, I-30 westbound road blocked from exit 206. That's for Texas Highway 86 to 201. That's for McCoy Boulevard. Again, that's I-30 westbound closed just to the north of New Boston. So again, thankfully, no accidents reported at this time. Of course, traffic going really, really slow. You can see as we look ahead to I-49 heading southbound into Ida in extreme northern Caddo Parish, as well as Austin. Traffic a little bit slower there. And of course, traffic really slow across much of the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. Anywhere that you see that kind of orange shading, especially along I-20, parts of 220 as well, that's where traffic has really started to slow down. We'll go ahead. I'll pull up a quick view of what's currently out there on the radar, and then we'll discuss more on power outages across the ArkLaTex. Of course, that number continues to grow. In fact, that radar right now is over in weather 2, but we'll get a check here of your power outages in just a moment. Again, starting to see those numbers rise this morning as we've had additional accumulations here across the ArkLaTex this morning. We'll start off in northern parts of Arkansas. See if I can actually get that to pop up there on the screen for me. Looks like we'll start in East Texas. We'll start with Bowie County with over 1,200 outages so far this morning. Then as we look ahead to see if I can get this to pop up. Miller County, over 1,900 are currently without power. Caddo Parish, roughly 6,500 SWEPCO customers are without power. Panola County, also with a good number of outages, about 2,900. Rusk County coming in at over 5,700 outages this morning. Gregg County seeing about 3,100. As we go out toward Marion County, there's roughly 147 without power this morning. Harrison also 140 without power. Let me try to get Marion back there on the map. Cass County coming in with roughly 100 outages, and then DeSoto Parish with 4,700, almost 4,800 outages this morning. So again, those power outages continuing to increase across the ArkLaTex. 1,100 there for Sabine Parish. Even in Natchitoches Parish, starting to see some outages pop up. That number currently sits at 548 SWEPCO customers that are without power. We'll take a look here. Bossier Parish without about 208 outages. Of course, these numbers are expected to change. We've seen additional ice accumulations out there on the roads this morning. So I'll have further updates for you on power outages and, of course, what's going on with traffic and your weather coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, KSLA's Marvin Andrade has been in Texarkana since yesterday when all of this weather started. Marvin, is there a big difference that you see out there compared to yesterday with all of that freezing rain and the sleet behind you? I see it piling up even more.
Yeah, Dom, you mentioned this sleet that's piling up. It's a lot of sleet, and that's the main big difference from yesterday and today. Yesterday was more of ice on the road. It was basically like a sheet of ice on top of the roads. Today, you can see it right here. It's just these piles of sleet that has covered the roads. That's why it's still not okay to be driving in these roads. I've been in this area in front of Interstate 30 right here, and I can tell you there's been a few drivers, but as the 5 a.m. started to pick up, there's been more people coming, more 18-wheeler trucks than other people. But the big message that meteorologists have been giving, and everyone is, stay home if you can. It's just better, it's just safer, and essentially that's also what SWEPCO wants to urge people. They want to urge people to stay home, to be able to give that right of way to first responders and linemen who need to get to any power outages in the region. As Jake just said, there's a lot of power outages here in Bowie County and Miller County, around 3,000. But in order for SWEPCO to be able to respond to those outages, they need to be able to have safe roadways, and that means us staying out of those roadways as much as we possibly can. If you don't have to be out here, I don't recommend it. You can always enjoy this winter wonderland from your home, like I was before this live shot, I was talking with Denver, and he was telling me, enjoy it while you can, safely. And that's the same message I want to give to you guys. Enjoy this snow, enjoy this, what looks like snow, enjoy this sleet, but enjoy it in a safe place in the front of your house, your backyard. I've seen some crazy videos like Dom and Matt have been saying about someone sleeing with a horse, things like that. Stay safe while you do those things, which are fun, you know? So just stay in an area where you're okay and safe and not in the roads driving. That's the biggest message we can give. And reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, Marvin, thanks. The snowy conditions in the Midwest on Saturday triggered a number of vehicle crashes. This was the scene in St. Louis, Missouri. At least 2 semi-trucks collided. Police say this happened as the trucks were getting off of a ramp heading toward downtown St. Louis. One of the semi-trailers snapped in half, and the load spilled onto the roadway. Turns out the truck was carrying yogurt. It left a slippery mess in what was already tough road conditions. A restaurant in Arkansas is ready to serve patrons that have escaped the winter weather. Carter Thweet has more.
Have a warm place to sit and a nice meal.
That's the mission at Colton Steakhouse. From what I can tell, one of very few, or maybe the only, restaurants still open in a snowy Whitehall.
We're here ready to serve the community.
And during an event like this, it tends to be specific members of the community. A lot of the folks staying at this Marriott, or the people responsible for keeping the lights on and the city running.
We've had some hardworking people that have been in here to eat, and we're happy to take care of them.
And it's been a little smoother than last year's winter weather event.
It was me and one other girl. There was maybe a couple in the kitchen. We just pushed through it. It was bad.
And though the roads were rough this time around,
They had ice on them and then they were covered in snow.
I definitely don't recommend getting out there unless you have to.
for these workers, it's all worth it.
We've had a lot of people be very thankful that we were here. It's really important to be open for them because they have nowhere else to go to eat.
All right, we are taking a live look right now at downtown Shreveport. You can see some of that freezing rain coming down, and just like look at the tower cam, the lens right there. It is covered with precipitation, so it's starting to come down even more than when we began earlier this morning at 3 o'clock. Temperatures are dropping also. They're expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves through the ArkLaTex. Matt has said that between now and 8 o'clock this morning, we could see about an inch of sleet and snow, and all of that will freeze. We're also keeping an eye on the SWEPCO outages. Going to go back over here to the monitor to see where we are. I know that Jake just checked 40,136 customers without power this morning. We're back in a moment. Just to make sure if you have to travel that way.
But just wanted to show you this image to show you how bad our roads are, and this is why you should absolutely not be traveling out there this morning. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see where the back edge of this is, and it's getting close to Shreveport. I'll be honest, this is moving through even quicker than expected. So based on this timing, I think by 6:30 we could be done in Shreveport and Bossier. That is how fast the back edge is coming through. There it is. Let's zoom into a few locations here. This is the south side, so from DeSoto Parish down into Sabine Parish as well, and then looking out towards center Texas. You know, we're going to see this starting to come to an end, but still dealing with the heavy sleet right now. There's the back edge of it out around Nacogdoches. Natchitoches still got a few more hours left for you. Shreveport and Bossier probably getting some of the heaviest stuff right now. Look at the back edge of the winter storm right along the Texas state line. That is really racing off to the east, so this should be out of here very, very soon. I cannot wait until this storm moves out. 28 in Shreveport, 25 Texarkana, 30 in Natchitoches, and 18 in Idabel. And we still have that ice storm warning till 6 p.m. I have a feeling that these winter storm warnings and ice storm warnings will get canceled several hours early because, again, this system is not going to last until 6 p.m. In fact, this will be out of here by 7 o'clock this morning. And then looking up to the north, we have the winter storm warning until 6 p.m. But again, that will likely get canceled early today. That's at least what I'm anticipating. And then we also have the extreme cold warning. So the weather story is really going to shift from the winter storm to the extreme cold as we head through tonight, 6 p.m. Sunday through noon on Tuesday for that extreme cold warning. Here's your highs for today. Near 30 in Shreveport. Probably not going to quite make it there, though. 31 Natchitoches, 27 Texarkana, 23 in Idabel, 25 today into DeQueen. Now we'll get more details, of course, on our traffic situation. Going to send things over to meteorologist Jake Lambright in the Weather Center.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, we've got several closures, of course, across the Shreveport-Bossier area and some new closures to bring to your attention as well. Again, to kind of recap, we've had some of these closures for quite some time now, but again, still cannot travel on I-49 from I-20 all the way down to 3132. It is closed in both directions. We've got another big closure for a small stretch of Benton Road in Bossier City. That stretch, again, both directions of travel are closed. This is Benton Road from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. You cannot travel there either. The other closure that we have, of course, are the on-ramps for I-49. This is off of I-220. So I-220 is open, but the on-ramps and off-ramps for I-49 are closed until the road conditions start to improve. We've got an additional closure there, Southern Bossier Parish, this one kind of near Lake Bistineau going out toward Ringgold along Louisiana Highway 154. So if you use that from Highway 71, 154 is open up until you get closer to, I believe it's Lake Bistineau Road. Let me pull up some of that information for you on the screen real quick. Just to confirm that. So yes, Bistineau Lake Road down to Lakeview Circle is closed. I'll pop that up there for just a second so you can read along if you need to there. But again, that's closed till further notice as well until those road conditions start to improve. Now, whenever it comes to new road closures, our team is still working to confirm if I-20 westbound in Wascom is closed or not. If it is, traffic is diverting to Highway 80 heading into Marshall. So again, we're still working to confirm that. I've just got that report in from a KSLA viewer. Otherwise, if you look to the north of New Boston, we've got a new closure. This is I-30 westbound closed, blocked from exit 206 for Texas Highway 86 all the way to exit 201. That's for Texas Highway 8 to McCoy Boulevard. So that's kind of a look at what's going on with traffic across the ArkLaTex. Now I do want to go to power outages. I'll actually leave up radar there for just a second so you can kind of see what's ongoing right now. You can see kind of that last wave starting to push out. But let's go ahead and take that full screen for just a second so you can see it a little bit better, and then we'll talk more about power outages right now across the ArkLaTex. So in total, we've got about 42,000 SWEPCO customers without power. And again, this includes all of the ArkLaTex that's on SWEPCO. Again, roughly 42,000 right now left without power. We'll kind of go by county and parish here, some of the harder hit counties. We'll start with Gregg County with roughly 3,100 without power. As you go down toward Rusk, though, that number nearly doubles to 6,500 SWEPCO customers without power. Panola County, roughly 2,900 are without power. Again, these are strictly SWEPCO customers. Then as we head down to Shelby County, over 2,000 are without power there. See if I can, looks like there are not many outages there in Marion County. Harrison, though, coming in at roughly 100, I think, 147. Those numbers increasing as you go out toward Cass County, 1,000. 1,200, nearly 1,300 outages currently in Bowie County. Caddo Parish also dealing with a larger number of outages, over 6,600 right now. DeSoto Parish dealing with a large number of outages as well, coming in at over 4,800 power outages. Bossier Parish, on the other hand, not seeing as many outages, roughly 217, and over 2,000 are currently without power in Red River Parish here in northwestern Louisiana. These numbers are going to continue to change, of course, while that wintry precipitation is wrapping up in East Texas. More of it is currently falling in northwest Louisiana. We're going to be keeping close tabs on these numbers and giving you the first alert throughout this newscast to the latest updates. For now, though, I'll send it back to Dominique at the desk.
All right, Jake, thanks. Right now we're going to send it outside of the KSLA News 12 studios to Peyton Manuel, who has been watching the weather and the streets this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, so I'm outside the station right now, and it's lightened up a little bit, but just a few minutes ago before I came on, the rain was starting to come down, as Matt said. We're kind of moving through the worst part about this storm, but the good thing is it's going to be over very, very soon. But another thing, you still have to kind of stay off those roads. We're still going to be dealing with some icy conditions on those roads left over. Take a look over here. This is Fairfield Avenue right here, right outside our station. We have seen quite a few cars pass through here. I guess some people are having to wake up and some people might have to travel, get to some places, get to work. But again, we want to reiterate, try to stay off the road as much as possible unless it's absolutely necessary. You still need to drive slow if you are going to be hitting those roads, because again, this stuff is still coming down. Even if it's light, again, we're still moving through that storm, the worst part about that storm. And again, it will be over soon, but again, just try to gauge if you can stay off the roads or not. Just take the time and actually consider staying off the roads, because this is going to pass over, and before you know it, we'll just be dealing with the low temperatures, and then, you know, hopefully we can see some sun, as Matt said. But again, we will be keeping you up to date with our live coverage. We're streaming on all platforms as well, and we'll be bringing you all of the latest you need to know about the conditions of the weather. Stay warm and stay inside. Reporting in Shreveport from outside KSLA, I'm Peyton Manuel, back inside.
All right, Peyton, thanks. There have been many of our viewers sending in pictures and videos of how you're spending your time with family and friends. Let's take a look at some of them that you've sent in since last night. All right, this is family. It looks like they are spending time in the snow and having a good time with family and friends there. Also, let's take a look at these other pictures and videos coming in. Brothers are helping a little sister sled down the hill there. It looks like a lot of fun there, and she's having fun. Of course, there's always got to be a wipeout. Whoa, yes. And while we can't play the music, many around the ArkLaTex feel just like this. Dance in your yard like nobody's watching, right? You can upload video from your computer simply by clicking the burger icon in the top left. Click on KSLA News 12 and then submit the photos and videos right there. Also, if you're uploading using your phone, press that burger icon. You're going to swipe up on the pop-up menu and then press submit photos and videos. Again, while we do encourage viewer video, please prioritize your own safety first. We're back in a moment.
It's about ready to end any moment here in Texarkana. That's moving east of Texarkana now. Still going to be in this for a while, say around Magnolia, up towards Hope, maybe another half an hour to 45 minutes with this. And then look at that. The back edge of this is moving into Shreveport. I just checked outside. We're already starting to see that precip lightening up, and we are almost done with the winter storm, at least the freezing rain and the sleet part of it. That is starting to approach Shreveport now. Still, though, several more hours to go out here around Ruston along I-20, so we're not quite done there. And then you can see the back edge is now moving through Center, back towards Nacogdoches, but you go east here into our southern parishes, Sabine Parish and Natchitoches Parish, also a Little River there. You're going to be in this just for a Red River, excuse me. You're going to be in this for just a little bit longer before this all comes to an end. So as far as the road impacts, even though the freezing rain and the sleet is ending, road conditions will stay very hazardous around Shreveport and Bossier and that I-20 corridor all the way through tonight and even through tomorrow. So tomorrow morning is still going to be pretty hazardous. I actually think we might get some improvement. I think we're going to see some improvements tomorrow afternoon because my official forecast is for us to be actually above freezing tomorrow, 34, and then we'll kind of ice back up tomorrow night into Tuesday morning, and then we should see some more substantial improvements by Tuesday afternoon as we really start to warm quite a bit above freezing by that time. Here's a look at the next 5 hours or so, and that mix already coming to an end. So starting around 7 a.m. and then through the rest of the day, we're not going to see anything else. It is done for us. We're going to see cloudy skies. It's going to be breezy and it's going to be cold with those temperatures kind of stuck in the mid to upper 20s. 29 degrees in Shreveport, 27 Texarkana, 31 in Natchitoches, Marshall at about 28 degrees, and DeQueen right around 25. All right, let's shift gears, show you our traffic conditions now, and we're seeing more of the yellows, more of those oranges showing up on our traffic map, which just simply indicates that we're starting to see more people out and about trying to travel on those roadways right now. You can see I-20 though, lots of orange, lots of yellow, running very, very slow. And really all of our downtown streets, looking at Clyde Fant and also Arthur Ray Teague, both running pretty slow, Barksdale Boulevard as well. So again, if you're going to be traveling anywhere, just keep in mind that the roads are very icy and we're seeing a lot of that sleet that is kind of compacted down. So it's just a sheet of ice out there and it's compacted ice as well. I drove in earlier around 2 a.m. I have a Jeep. I was in my four-wheel drive and I got here okay. However, it was definitely a slow go. Looking at 220. You can see that is pretty slow, basically from Louisiana Downs here all the way back west. You can see, of course, that purple, that is that closure there at the on-ramp from I-220 to I-49. And then we'll take you down south here looking at the Jimmy Davis Bridge. That is obviously going to be very hazardous. Any bridges and overpasses definitely going to be quite icy out there this morning. And then we'll take it up to Texarkana, where we're going to check in with our reporter there in just a moment. But Texarkana right now, those roads are very hazardous. Dominique, going to send it back over to you.
All right, Matt, thanks. KSLA's Marvin Andrade has been in Texarkana for the past couple of days. We're going to check in with him now. Good morning, Marvin.
Good morning, Dom. Yeah, I've been here for the past 3 days. It's finally the best right now of this whole morning. As Matt was saying, it's starting to get out of here, the winter storm. You still see it, but probably an hour or so more. And these roads right here have been pretty slow, and they've picked up a little bit around 5:30ish, but they're starting to slow down again, which is really good. Not seeing that much cars. But I want to show you something really quick. I was able to pull this out from the trunk of my car, and you can see the level of thickness right here. And that was on my car. That it took a while to take off. But that is essentially what these roads are seeing, are ice brick, the whole road filled with ice with this sort of level of thickness. That's why it's important that when you drive out here, although there's a lot of sleet under that, there's ice that is still there, which is dangerous and could be very slippery. And that's why we've been stressing it and can't stress it enough. Just stay home, enjoy this winter weather from a safe place, from your house if you can. It helps not just yourself, but it also helps those power outages that are happening by allowing any first responders to go to those outages, like the linemen, being able to combat that. Because when these roads right behind me, the Interstate 30 and all of the roads in the Texarkana are free of use, it allows them to get there faster, quicker, and safely. So that's why, not just to be able to keep yourself safe, but it's just an important message that if you can stay out of these roads, it helps everyone as a whole in the Texarkana region and the whole ArkLaTex, because not just here facing this winter storm. But when I hear Matt saying that the winter storm is heading on now, that we're a little bit about an hour and 30, it makes me happy, because like I said, like you guys have mentioned, I'm from Los Angeles, so I thought I was becoming an expert in this winter weather, but I'm quickly realizing that I'm not an expert yet. I need more time, and I'm not adapting as good. But back to you guys in the studio. Texarkana, Marvin Andrade.
All right, Marvin, thank you. It's the viral video you might have seen online, trees exploding in the coal. But is it real, and should you be worried? Elle Myers has the latest on the interesting phenomena.
No, I've not at all. I've never heard of them.
There's a lot of chatter about exploding trees online, but people out here braving the cold in Brighton are pretty unfamiliar with the viral phenomenon we've been hearing a lot about this week.
I didn't expect it to explode. That's quite some news.
I basically grew up in the forest, but exploding trees wasn't something I'd ever heard of before. So I asked an expert.
It sounds like gunshots. And if people are in the woods and happen to hear one of these or outside in their yard even, you'll be ducking for cover, but it's not exploding.
Craig tells me that phenomenon is called frost cracking, and it happens to certain trees when it gets well below freezing. Think -20.
We can get to a point where the sap inside the trees freezes.
Professor Craig tells me even if you're out in the woods when something like this happens, you don't have to worry about shards of wood flying around.
I mean, they'll split open and they'll open, but this notion that all of a sudden, there's shards of trees blasting through the woods, that's not the way it happens.
He says it's not uncommon either.
Not unusual to go in the woods and see trees with frost cracks that have healed over.
Take a look at these pictures here. This is what a classic frost crack looks like. Often, he says, trees can continue growing even after a major crack like these.
The main threat to the tree would be a point where other, insects, disease, other things can come in. But given time that the tree can and does heal these frost cracks over.
And you can upload a video from your computer simply by clicking the burger icon in the top left. Click on KSLA News 12 and then click Submit Photos and Videos. And if you're uploading using your phone, press the burger icon, swipe up on the pop-up menu, and then press Submit Videos and Photos. Again, we encourage you to send in your video, but please prioritize your own safety first. All right, taking a live look at downtown Shreveport, you can see some of that freezing rain and temperatures coming down in the area as more winter storm moves through the ArkLaTex. Matt was saying that between now and 8 a.m., we're going to see more activity, possibly at least another inch of sleet and snow. You want to keep it right here. Back in a moment. To our downtown sky cam, and as you can see, it's covered in the freezing ice and the sleet that is coming down. Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones just told me all of this is coming to an end and should be out of here by 8 a.m. Right now, we're going to send it over to Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Dom. And again, that's that shot you were just showing us over downtown Shreveport. You can see, looks like kind of like a winter wonderland out there. We got a lot of white on the ground. Now, none of what you're seeing is actually snow. That's all sleet that has been accumulating across the area. But as Dominique mentioned, we are seeing this winter storm coming to an end. Yay, thank goodness. It's been a long couple days around here, and that is coming to an end. There's a live look from our Mattress Plus sky cam. We can see better visibility. You can see farther out in the distance now, and you can see how that continues to improve across the area. So that basically, with the better visibility that we have, that kind of tells us that the precip is starting to come to an end. I'll be honest, this is moving out much faster than I anticipated, and that is great news. No complaints from me. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see the back edge of this is now approaching Shreveport, so basically, we're done. We're not going to see any additional rain or freezing rain or sleet. I think we're pretty much done with it. There's the back edge of it coming through the area right now on the west side of Shreveport. So that continues to make its way eastward. The west side of Caddo Parish, we are done. Still seeing some of that to the east side, though, out towards Houghton. Benton, still seeing some of that. We'll take you up northward, though. Look at that back edge. Texarkana, you are now done with this. Now, having said that, we could still see some kind of wraparound moisture on the backside of that low. We could still see some scattered flurries and snow showers later on today, but the brunt of this is making its way into southwestern Arkansas, starting to kind of move out of the region. And then we look towards Carthage, where we did have some heavy mixed precip earlier. That has pretty much come to an end there. Still, we're in the brunt of it. We're still in the heavy stuff off to our south right now. So Sabine County in Texas, Sabine Parish in Louisiana, around Manny, still in the midst of all of that right now. Natchitoches still dealing with that. And we still got several more hours to go out here to the east. So Monroe, you're not even close to being done yet. You still got several more hours, even out towards Bienville. Lucky, at least another hour or two for you, but I do think this will move out of our eastern areas by 8 a.m. So this is going to be ending pretty rapidly as we head throughout the morning. That's good news. 28 right now in Shreveport, 25 Texarkana, 30 in Natchitoches, 23 in DeQueen, and 18 currently in Idabel. Wind chills, though, even worse. So yes, it makes it feel worse. Feels like 18 right now in Shreveport, feeling like 13 in DeQueen, and 9 your feels like temperature there in Mount Pleasant. 15 degrees is what it feels like out in Longview. So again, the back edge is coming in as we speak. Forecast model is doing a pretty good job with this, maybe just a little bit slow by about an hour, but that back edge will be coming through the area now. And then this should be completely out of our area, I think, by 8 o'clock this morning. We'll be done with this. And then we just got to deal with kind of the leftovers and some of those icy roads. But through the rest of the day, not a lot going on. We're going to just keep those clouds in place. We'll take you into tonight and notice how the clouds start to slowly go away. And that's going to allow for some very cold temperatures out there tonight. And then by tomorrow, we are going to see a lot of sunshine. It's going to be a beautiful looking day. And I think we should get above freezing tomorrow, at least close to it. So even though it's not going to be a warm day, just with that solar radiation coming down, that is definitely going to help out with the roadways a little bit here as we head into tomorrow. And then we'll kind of refreeze by tomorrow night. Still got that extreme cold warning from 6 p.m. today through about noon on Tuesday for everyone in that extreme cold warning area. So that's what we're going to be closely watching as we head for this kind of the second half of this event. The first half was the winter precip. Second half, of course, is the cold air. 29 in Shreveport for our high today, 27 in Texarkana, 31 Natchitoches, 28 in Marshall, and 25 there in DeQueen, Idabel at around 32 degrees. And then for tomorrow morning, looking at those temperatures mainly in the teens. I did warm things up a little bit. I don't think it's going to be in the single digits tomorrow morning. I think we're going to be in the mid-teens across the area, about 15 overnight in Shreveport, maybe some single digits in those far northern areas. Feels like temperatures going forward. Let's take a look at that forecast, and it's going to feel like the teens pretty much the entire day today. So it is going to be very, very cold. We'll take you into tonight, and it's going to be cold as well. Now, not the extreme levels that we were thinking a couple days ago. I don't think we're going to have a lot of below zero wind chills, but still quite cold with wind chill values mainly in the single digits here early tomorrow morning. As we head towards tomorrow afternoon, those wind chills will mainly be in the mid to upper 20s. So even though we're going to see that sun tomorrow, it's still not going to feel the best. because, again, we'll have wind chills in the 20s, but at least actual air temperatures should make it at least above freezing. So 34, that's our forecast high for tomorrow across the ArkLaTex. And tomorrow is still a first alert weather day just because of those icy road conditions. We take you into Tuesday, 43 for your high. So we're going to start to see some improvements there. 47 on Wednesday, and then 53 as we head into our Thursday. So that'll be kind of a warmer day for us, I guess you could say. And then we will start to slowly melt away things. We actually look like we're getting some warmer temperatures in here by the weekend, with temperatures back in the low 50s. We'll send it over to Jake.
Thank you, Matt. Not looking forward to that chilly weather, but excited for the warm up in the days ahead. Speaking of, we're not going to see many improvements with roads until things start to warm up, and there are several closures that we want to give you the first alert to. Of course, as we head out toward I-49, there's a pretty significant stretch here of I-49 that is closed in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. That extends from I-20 all the way down to 3132. It is closed in both directions, so again, I-49 there is closed. There is a very small section of Benton Road that is also closed, both lanes of travel, or both directions of travel, I should say, from US 79 all the way down to Old Minden Road, basically, is where, again, that small stretch of Benton Road is also closed. Now on I-220, the interstate itself is open. However, the ramps for I-49 are closed also in both directions as well. We've got another closure in southern Bossier Parish, this one in a very rural part of town. If you take Louisiana Highway 154 east of US 71, it is closed in both directions out near Bistineau Lake Road, and then that runs closer to Ringgold to Lakeview Circle. So again, if you use that route to travel out to Ringgold off of US Highway 71, that is also closed in both directions. We also have a new closure to tell you about north of New Boston. I will pull up some of that. This is I-30 westbound, again, just north of town. See if I can get some additional information to pop up on the screen for you. That is blocked from exit 206 from Texas Highway 86 all the way to Texas Highway 8. That's exit 201 for McCoy Boulevard. So if you're traveling westbound again out toward New Boston, expect to take an alternate route as I-30, just the westbound lanes, are closed. So overall, starting to see traffic slow down in the Shreveport-Bossier area as more people get out. If you absolutely must get out on the roads, again, we cannot stress enough to take it very slow, be very careful out there on the roads. They're icy, they're slushy, and I mean, even walking a few feet today, almost slipped on the sidewalk a few times outside. So just keep in mind those roads are very, very slippery, and if you must be out, use extreme caution. All right, another thing that we might see change a little bit here in the hours to come are power outages. We already have a very large number of outages across the ArkLaTex this morning, so of course want to bring you up to speed with the latest on outages across the ArkLaTex. We have several parishes and counties with more outages than others. It looks like our numbers there for Caddo Parish have updated some this morning. Let me go ahead and start off with our total outages. That number has jumped. We were at 40,000 not that long ago. Now over 50,000 customers are without power. This is just SWEPCO customers, I might add. So if you're on Panola Harrison or Entergy, you're not factored into this number here. We'll start off with Caddo Parish, see if I can get that actual number to pull up there. Over 12,000 now without power here in Caddo Parish. As we got to Bossier Parish, the outages much less so, about 385 outages currently in Bossier Parish. We'll go a little further to the south. We've got a lot of outages now. Looks like those have jumped in Sabine Parish up to 4,400, 600 there in Natchitoches Parish. DeSoto coming in at over 4,800 outages. We'll jump the state line over to Panola County, 2,900, getting close to 3,000 SWEPCO customers without power, roughly 6,600 without power in Russ County, and then in Gregg County, about 3,300 without power. Looks like Marion County is now on the map. Harrison has about 147 without power. Marion, a very small number of outages, roughly 11. Cass coming in at 1,000 outages, 1,300 in Bowie County. As we head over to Lafayette County, just 5 customers without power there. Over 1,900, closing in on 2,000 without power currently in Miller County, and then Little River County in Arkansas. We're seeing about 965 outages. As you saw just a moment ago, outages have jumped by about 10,000 since I gave you an update just a few minutes ago. We're keeping close tabs on this, and I'll continue to provide you updates as we learn more.
All right, Jake, thanks. We are keeping you first alert as the winter storm moves through the ArkLaTex. It should be coming to an end by 8 o'clock this morning, and we're keeping in contact with our city leaders for the latest updates. Joining me this morning is Lewis Johnson, the Bossier City Mayor's Office Public Information Officer. Thank you so much for joining me again, Lewis, this morning. Yesterday, we talked about some of the city offices that will be closed on tomorrow as well as Tuesday.
That is correct. All non-essential personnel for Bossier City I will not be reporting in on tomorrow. But overall, we're no worse for the wear in Bossier. We're very thankful that we're still doing quite well. As it relates to our water and power, we're doing well. Public safety, I think probably the most that we've had is stalled vehicles. We've had more than a half dozen stalled vehicle reports, but as far as fire and otherwise in Bossier, we weathered it very well, and we're very thankful for that. But we still want to make sure that the message remains to please stay off the street, stay warm, and stay safe.
What about the power outages? I know that you said the water was holding. What about power outages in the area?
Well, power in our area, I think it's minimal, even though I know any power outage is major to the people that are without power. But when you look at the grand scheme of things and the size and the number of citizens that we have minimal outages in Bossier at this time.
Have you been in touch with those warming centers? I know Stonewall Baptist Church as well as the Bossier Parish substation on Viking Drive. Are they receiving people? Have people been using those facilities?
On last evening, I had a report of only a few to Stonewall and to Shady Grove. However, our substation with the Sheriff's Department is open 24 hours. So it's open throughout the event, and we've had minimal. So it is being utilized, but thankfully not very many people have utilized it at this point.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me again this morning, keeping our viewers informed. Lewis Johnson, Public Information Officer with the Mayor's Office. Mayor Tommy Chandler, thank you all for what you guys are doing over there and keeping everyone safe. Right now, we're going to send it over. You're welcome. We're going to send it over to KSLA's Marvin Andrade. He's been in Texarkana for the past couple of days, keeping our viewers updated on the roadways and conditions there. All right, I hear that we don't have Marvin just yet. We're going to check back in with him. Right now, a bone-chilling weekend has not stopped many of those looking to be in the mountains hitting the ski slopes. Connor Eulathorn has the latest in Vermont.
Long lines at the Beast of the East, but local Christina Tooker doesn't mind the wait.
Not the coldest in my life. One time it was -42. But that was pretty cold.
Kyle Kowick also among the thousands who braved sub-zero temperatures Saturday.
Trying to stay warm. I got hand warmers on, feet warmers. I got 4 layers on underneath this, so just trying to stay warm.
Skiers and riders of all ages layered up to get in on the fun in the sun, including young Beatrice.
What are you enjoying about being out here today in the cold?
Well, I like skiing.
What runs have you done so far? How many have you done?
3.
The Snowden six-pack, a godsend on bitter days like this. It was one of the few lifts open in the chilly conditions. The incoming snowstorm had many buzzing with excitement.
Get up as much as possible, hoping for a lot of snowfall, trying to just get as many runs in as possible.
And even adjusting travel plans.
Initially, the plan was to try and leave on Sunday. With the way the forecast looks, and I'll say with the vehicle I have, I'm probably going to be sticking it out one extra day.
He and many others planning to spend another cold day at the mountain with hopes of a foot of potential powder.
I'm excited for what that means for the rest of the season. I mean, the East Coast has been blessed with so much snow compared to the rest of the country right now, and I think it's going to be an awesome season.
All right, back here at home, we are watching the conditions on the roadways and the weather. Right now, we're going to send it out to Peyton Manuel. She is just outside of the station, the KSLA News 12 studios, and telling us more about what she's seeing out there and all of that accumulation behind you, really.
Yeah, Dom. So I don't know if you guys can see it right now, but this stuff is kind of like hitting me in the face directly. Thank God we have this light so that you guys can kind of see. Another thing I want to point out about how much of this sleet is actually hitting, right here is a curb. And if you can't tell, I'm going to try to kick this around here to see if you can see the way it elevates. This is how long it's taking me to show you the ground that we're used to seeing on a regular day. Come and look at this for a second. This is exactly where my foot goes, and this is how high this sleet is coming up again. This is not snow, as Matt has said. This is not snow out here. None of this is snow that you see. This is all sleet. And again, this should be wrapping up very, very soon, but we still have a little bit more that's coming down. Like I mentioned earlier in this hit, it's hitting me in the face right now. You see it here. So again, as we've been stating, please just stay off the roads. And if you have to, drive slow. Be careful of your surroundings. Again, try to steer in the middle of the road because you don't know exactly where you are because you can't see where you are. So again, that visibility that you mentioned, Dom, it is getting a little bit harder to see. But again, we can hold through this. We can pull through this. Stay home if you can. Not much longer to go. And we will be bringing you all of the updates as we learn more throughout the conditions of the weather. You can also download the KSLA News 12 app along with that weather app to give you everything you need to know. We're also bringing you live coverage. I know Marvin's in Texarkana doing his thing, and I'm out here. And we thank you guys and we appreciate you guys for sticking this out with us. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Peyton, thanks. Thanks for putting that in perspective of how deep that ice is out there on the roadways. All of that is going to eventually freeze over because we're going to continue to have those freezing temperatures. So it's very, very slippery. If you do have to get out, if you're an essential worker, please take your time. Right now, we're going to send it over to Marvin Andrade. He is in Texarkana. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. I'll tell you what, my favorite news the whole morning has been what Matt said earlier today, that the storm here in Texarkana is about done. That made me happy. And let me show you what is left, though. And that's all of this sleet right behind me. I want to walk you over here where you would normally see like some blockage from what the road is to the ground over there, but right now you can't even see that. It's covered with sleet, and that's the case for a lot of places here in Texarkana. So the thing that I'm urging you, that we're all urging you in KSLA and authorities here in Texarkana, is to try to stay away from the roads if you can. Stay at home. It's the best bet because those roads right now are not so much done. Those roads are really impactful right now with all the sleet and the ice that is happening right now. So we just advise to stay at home. It doesn't just help yourself. It doesn't just keep you safe, but it helps in the long run with those power outages that meteorologist Jake was just checking on. It helps because it allows those linemen to get to those power outages safely and handle the situation. But if there's more people on the roads, it creates more of an issue for them to get there safely and quickly to restore power. So like we urge, just stay at home if you can. And as you see right behind us, it's kind of what the message has been saying. It's kind of what we have been saying, and it's being shown right here behind us, that you don't see that many cars, which is a good thing. I've been here since 3 a.m. and we've seen a couple. We've seen more 18-wheeler trucks than anything else, and Texas Department of Transportation. But other than that, it hasn't really been busy here, which is a really good thing. But other than that, we have coverage for you throughout the rest of the morning, and we're going to take a short break and back to you guys.
So this is going to be ending by about 7 a.m. It's already moved out pretty much of the Shreveport-Bossier areas. Got a few more cars out there on I-20, and then you can see that that's continuing to kind of improve. The visibility is actually starting to come up just a bit. You can see that is definitely improving, which means that this is starting to come to an end. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. There's the back edge coming closer to Shreveport and Bossier now. Actually, it's already kind of moved through. I'll be honest, this is moving out much faster than expected, and that is great news. We are very happy about that. But there's the back edge right now, and this goes from portions of Arkansas. What was that? Okay, sorry, they're talking in my ear. Here's the back edge of that coming through the area right now, and you can see Shreveport up through Texarkana has already ended. East Texas, that is coming to an end as we speak, so that's great news there. And we look off to the south here, you can see more of that freezing rain and sleet. This is going to be with us in Natchitoches and Sabine Parish for a little bit longer up towards, say, Bienville and Ruston. Still not quite done yet, and we still got some leftover stuff there in portions of East Texas. But again, this is rapidly coming to an end. Great news. Although I don't want you to, think, oh, I can just get out as soon as this comes to an end. I can get out and start my normal routine again, because the roads are still really bad and they're going to stay bad for quite some time. The roadways are really not going to start improving until potentially later tomorrow afternoon. All right, right now 28 in Shreveport, 25 in Texarkana, 23 DeQueen, 18 now in Idabel, and 30 degrees there in Natchitoches. Looking at the wind chill temperatures right now at about 18 in Shreveport, 17 in Texarkana, 13 DeQueen, and it only feels like 8 in Mount Pleasant. So it is really cold out there, and just that solid ice. We got the sleet compacting together now. It's kind of compacting down, and as we eventually get more traffic on the roadways, that's going to compact that further, and it's just going to turn into an absolute block of ice. It's going to take some time to melt away. So again, for Shreveport and Bossier, we are basically done with the winter storm as of now. 27 degrees at 10 a.m. We'll stay in the upper 20s throughout the afternoon with cloudy skies. That northwest wind continues around 10 to 20 miles an hour. Here's your highs for today, mainly looking at temperatures here into the mid to upper 20s across most of the region. I'll have another update on this winter storm for you coming up here a little bit later in the show.
All right, we are waking you up with a live look at what's happening across the ArkLaTex right now. Some of you are seeing some rain, freezing rain and sleet coming down. The First Alert Weather Team is tracking all of this out for you right now. I am joined this morning with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones, and right now all eyes are on the winter storm that is coming to an end quicker than we thought.
Right.
It should be over by 8 a.m.
I'm very happy.
Me too.
I'm very happy about this.
Yes.
Yeah, so already Shreveport and Bossier, guess what? We're done.
Wow.
The winter storm has already moved through our area. Maybe there might still be some leftover, there might be still a few snowflakes and there might be a little bit of that mist. You can probably, if you feel some of that, there's still a little bit of that out there now. But most of this is now moving out of our region and, we're going to, I don't want people to think that now that it's like done, you can just get out there.
It's not over because the freezing on the roadways.
The compacting ice, the roadways are still going to be rough for a lot longer, but at least as far as the actual winter storm itself, that is actually moving out. So that's good news. And I think we're going to see some improvements, although the power outages are climbing, I think. So,
yes. What are we at now?
54,000?
Yes.
54,000. That's just SWEPCO alone. And we got other, that's just our SWEPCO customers because there's other people without power. So let's take a look outside and see what's going on out there right now, and that's a live look from our tower cam looking at I-20, and you can see that still not great on the roadways. There are a few vehicles out and about, but the good news is that the actual falling precipitation, like what's falling from the sky, has come to an end. So we're not going to be adding any more, which is good. That's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. There's the back edge of the winter storm moving through the area now. Maybe still a little bit here in East Texas that'll work its way through. For the most part, though, most of this is coming to an end. You can see the back edge has now pushed through Shreveport, and that has come through much faster than anticipated. And this storm is racing its way east out of our area. So we are done in Texarkana, basically done in Shreveport and Bossier. Still got some leftover stuff here out towards Carthage and Center Texas. So, this activity, these are more like some sleet showers, maybe some freezing drizzle. That's still going to kind of work its way through the area. So we might not be totally done in Shreveport and Bossier, but as far as anything substantial or accumulating, that is done. We still got a little longer to go, though, out in places like Natchitoches. Not quite finished there. 28 in Shreveport, it's 30 in Natchitoches, 25 Texarkana, 23 currently in DeQueen, and those wind chill temperatures still in the teens. It feels like 13 in DeQueen and actually 8. That feels like temperature there in Mount Pleasant. Heading through the next 12 hours or so for Shreveport and Bossier. Again, most of that winter mix has come to an end. Temperatures here basically in the 20s all the way through 7 p.m. So we're not going to warm up at all today. Cloudy skies. That northwest wind continues at around 10 to 20 miles an hour. And again, here's your highs for today. We stay below freezing. So even as this winter precip comes to an end, those roadways are going to stay quite messy. Let's take a look at our roads now. And traffic is kind of heavy. I mean, I shouldn't say heavy. There's barely anybody out there, but traffic where you see on this map, the orange and the yellows, that just means it's slow. Things are going really slow going on the roadways, so if you're going to be traveling, just allow plenty of extra time. It's going to take you a long time to get there. I-20 is a sheet of ice. Looking at the Clyde Fant Parkway, Arthur Ray Teague, Barksdale Boulevard, I mean, it's all running very slow right now. There's that closure, by the way, on I-49 between I-20 and the Interloop Expressway. I-220 running slow as well, so really don't want to be out traveling if you really don't have to be. Looking at the Jimmy Davis Bridge, again, always keep an eye on the Jimmy Davis. That is also going to be pretty treacherous this morning, so just avoid that area. Take you up to Texarkana, where again things here kind of all around the Texarkana area are still running very slow. I'll have another check of your radar. We'll take another look at the timing of all this and also talk about that cold air coming up in just a bit.
And this morning, 3 people are dead in New York City due to the major winter storm. New York police say 2 men and a woman were found in Brooklyn and Manhattan. And now to a first alert from the White House. President Donald Trump issued a federal disaster for Arkansas and Louisiana and several other states prior to the winter storm causing any damage. He says the administration is working closely with FEMA to provide aid. Well, this winter storm continues to move through the Shreveport-Bossier area. It's almost out of here. By 8 o'clock, Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones says that the storm should be out of the area, but the freezing will continue. Right now, we're going to send it outside our studios to Peyton Manuel, and she is taking a look at the conditions right now. Good morning.
My photographer are running in and out in between these hits so we can warm up. That's how cold it is. I want you to take a look down at my feet. I did this last time, and I just think it's a good representation of how thick this sleet is. this is how much this stuff comes up to my shoes. And these are some pretty thick snowshoes that I got for this weather. Again, this is not snow. This is sleet. And again, this is what this is all around our parking lot, on the roads, on the highways. It's just not safe. It's dangerous conditions. And that's why we keep reiterating to you guys, just stay off the roads. There's been a few people, if you look here, that's actually a police officer that's passing by right there. There have not been that many cars. And again, I remember the DOTD saying, and other officials from the city saying, just before all of this weather came in, they're saving the roads for first responders so that they can make sure they can get to where they need to go. Power crews are out there restoring a lot of people's power. So again, stay off the roads and keep it for the people who really need to get to where they need to go, or emergencies. Stay off as much as possible. We're moving through this. We're almost through this. There's not much more to go. But I also want to say that even whenever this weather clears out, we still will have these icy conditions on the roads, and it still will not be safe to drive. So we still want to make sure that sun can come out before it's safe to, drive, and make sure it's safe to walk. If you do end up taking a walk outside, just be careful, get your grip and steady. I know it's a little slippery out here with my feet down here, so just be very careful all around. And again, you can stay first alert with all of the updates and the conditions of this weather, the roads, what's open and the different closures over the next couple days and hours through our KSLA News 12 app and the weather app as well. And again, we will be live streaming, and we're on multiple platforms to bring you everything you need to know. From outside the studio in Shreveport, I'm Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
Ooh, take a look at this video. Ice causing a power line breaker to explode. A KSLA News 12 crews were on the scene and rolling their video when the sparks flew. This video was taken on Richmond Road in Texarkana, Texas. Thousands are without power around the ArkLaTex right now. So let's take a look at the SWEPCO power outage map here in the ArkLaTex right now. 54,000 people are without power at this time in the ArkLaTex. When we started this morning at about 3 o'clock this morning, about 28,000 people. So that should give you an idea of just how much these power outages have jumped. We're also taking a live look at downtown Shreveport, and as you can see, a bird's eye view of I-20 and the interstate there. Lots of sleet and freezing rain on the roadways. All right, let's take a look at the Louisiana Department of Transportation. They're still working on salting the roads. This video was taken on I-20 near Houghton in Bossier Parish. Yesterday, police are strongly recommending for everyone to stay off the roadways as much as possible. A lot of flights at the Shreveport Regional Airport were canceled yesterday. In fact, all of them were due to the winter storm. A lot of flights will be canceled today as well, according to the airport. More flight cancellations are on the way as the bulk of the winter storm is expected to hit early this morning. It has made its way through here and should be out of here by 8 o'clock this morning. The airport advises travelers to check with their airline for the most up-to-date flight information. And a reminder that during this weekend's icy impact, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert with live team coverage all day. KSLA will live stream newscasts, forecasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. Download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We're back in a moment.
And welcome back. That's a look at our Window World Sky Cam. This is up in Bowie County, Texas. I was trying to wait till it got a little bit lighter out so you could actually see something from this camera, but you see some of the ice kind of hanging there off the camera lens. And we'll get a better viewpoint of what's going on up here once that sun comes up a little bit later. That's a live look from our John Harvey Toyota camera. We've seen a few cars there on Benton Road. I mean, I will say travel is... You can do it if you want to today, but it's going to be pretty hazardous, and you really need to take things slow and really cautious there on the roadways. And then again, that's a look right at Benton Road as we speak. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar, and that winter storm is coming to an end. This is great news for us. There's kind of some stragglers on the back side of this. We still got a little bit of that freezing drizzle, you know, out in East Texas, and that's still kind of rolling through. So we're not 100% done just yet. In Shreveport and Bossier, we still got some kind of that mist out there in the air, and you can kind of see that showing up here, but definitely not nearly as heavy as it was earlier. And anything that's going to accumulate, that has completely come to an end. So we're basically, for all intents and purposes, done with this winter storm for the Shreveport area. Still got some of that freezing rain and maybe some sleet there in Mansfield into DeSoto Parish. The heavier stuff, though, is now into eastern Sabine Parish, and also Natchez is still kind of right in the thick of things right now with that heavy freezing rain and sleet going on there. We'll take you off to the east here. We still got some of that out around Winfield, and we still got this going on along the I-20 corridor here, basically near Ruston and also to the east towards Monroe, and we're going to be in that for a little while. All right, here's Future Track. There's 8 o'clock. There's the back edge of all this coming through the area, and that will continue to march its way eastward as we head throughout the day. So by 10 o'clock, we're completely done with all of this, and then we continue to make our way into the afternoon hours here, and things will be improving for the area. So that's good. And then we eventually will see our skies clearing out for tonight, and we will see some sunshine returning to our forecast as we head into the day on Monday. So we got sun back tomorrow, which is going to be super nice to see, and those temperatures just barely getting above that freezing point. Here's a look at the next 12 hours. And again, basically, we're done with this at this point. 27 degrees by 10 a.m., near 29 by 1, and we'll stay in those 20s all the way through the early evening with cloudy skies, and that northwest wind continues at around 10 to 20 miles an hour. Here's your highs for today. 29 Shreveport, 27 Texarkana, DeQueen 24, Marshall at about 28 degrees, and Manny at 30, and those wind chills will be chilly as well. There's your actual air temperatures tomorrow morning in the mid-teens to single digits up north, 7 in DeQueen, 9 in Idabel. Not quite as bone-chilling cold as it looked a couple of days ago, but still plenty cold. We still have that extreme cold warning that'll go into effect starting at 6 p.m. this evening. So let's take a look at those feels-like temperatures throughout the day today. As we head into the afternoon hours here, our feels-like temperatures will still be in the teens, mid to upper teens, all across the area. So it's really not going to warm up at all for today. And then for tonight, feels like temperatures back in the single digits. It's going to be a bone-chilling start to our Monday morning, and those roads tomorrow morning will still be a mess by tomorrow afternoon. Looking at those temperatures, at least feels like temperatures still in the mid-20s, but actual temperatures for tomorrow should at least get back, you know, into the low to mid 30s. But looking at the long-term forecast, next 6 to 10 days, still showing below average temperatures across the ArkLaTex. Maybe the core of that cold air shifts just off to our east by that time. But in general, our long-term outlook, this takes us out for the next 8 to 14 days, still suggesting that we will see below average temperatures. Here's that 7-day forecast. 43 degrees for tomorrow. Actually, excuse me, that's Tuesday. Tomorrow's high is going to be 34, but Tuesday's high 43, and then we'll start to really warm things up. We'll get back to the 50s, actually, low to mid 50s possible Thursday, and then we actually look a little bit better heading into the weekend here with those temperatures, at least for next weekend, at least in the low 50s for Saturday and Sunday. We'll send it over to Jake.
Thank you, Matt. Of course, still monitoring traffic across the ArkLaTex right now. We've got several closures here across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. No reported accidents, thankfully, at this time. Here's the latest. Of course, we've got I-49 closed in both directions from I-20 all the way down to 3132. Another closure there. A very small section of Benton Road also closed both directions of travel from US 79 all the way down to Old Minden Road. Again, I'll kind of zoom in on that so you can see it a little bit better. Again, there's that small stretch of Benton Road that is also closed. If you're heading out toward Ringgold, in southern Bossier Parish, we've got a closure there. I'm kind of near the Lake Bistineau area. Again, heading east or west, or heading east out toward Ringgold, or if you're coming from Ringgold out toward one of the major highways, Highway 71, again, you will have to find an alternate route. Last but not least, when it comes to closures, we'll head up toward the I-30 corridor where there is a closure for I-30 westbound just north of New Boston. And I'll pull up that information here for you in just a second so we can get the latest on that. Again, that closure is for I-30 westbound, blocked from exit 206. That's for Texas Highway 86, blocked to exit 201 for Texas Highway 8 or McCoy Boulevard. So that's kind of what we're looking at when it comes to closures across the ArkLaTex. We'll zoom out here real quick, see if there are any additional closures or accidents reported, and looks like there are none at this time. Any other closures are just outside of our viewing area, kind of closer to central Louisiana. So again, zooming back in on the Shreveport-Bossier Metro, you can see as more cars try to get out there on the roads, of course, they're having to take it slow. So that's what that orange there represents on the map. One closure I did forget to mention is that the on-ramps on I-220 for I-49 are closed. So I-220 is open, but the on-ramps for I-49 are closed until the road conditions improve a little bit later on. All right, power outages have been changing, those numbers increasing as we've gone throughout the morning. So let's go ahead and get a quick check of those here in just a moment. Of course, SWEPCO customers, there's about 58,000 at this point without power. That number has jumped about 10 to 20,000 in the last hour to hour and a half. So a lot of outages this morning. And of course, I want to break down the numbers for you county by county, parish by parish. So we'll start over in East Texas in Rusk County. There's roughly 12,000 customers without power. Looks like that is the latest number for us there in Rusk. 12,000 without power there. Most of those are SWEPCO. Some of those are Rusk County electric co-op customers. Then we'll go down to Panola County, where there's over 9,000 currently without power. Shelby County, another county in East Texas with a good number of outages, over 8,700 currently without power. As we head out toward Texarkana, we'll take a look at Bowie County, over 3,200 customers currently without power there. Let's go to our Northwest Louisiana parishes here. We'll start off with Caddo Parish, roughly 12,000 currently without power. Most of those are on SWEPCO. Some of those, though, a handful on Panola Harrison power grid. Now in DeSoto Parish, you'll notice over 10,000 without power there. Again, most of those SWEPCO, some of those, though, on CLECO as well. Red River Parish, over 3,400 currently without power. Now we've seen power outages increase in Sabine and Natchitoches Parish today. Try to get that number to come up there for Sabine Parish. Might take just a moment. But again, those numbers in Sabine and Natchitoches Parish have been steadily increasing as we've gone throughout the morning today. Of course, outages not as high as areas like DeSoto and Red River Parish. Looks like that's not going to load up for me here. We'll try Natchitoches Parish, see if we can get Natchitoches there to show up on the map. It looks like no, but again, we'll kind of go back. Again, SWEPCO customers alone, 58,000 without power currently, a pretty large number again across the ArkLaTex. When it comes to SWEPCO customers alone, Sabine Parish dealing with about 5,500 outages, and 907 SWEPCO customers are currently without power in Natchitoches Parish. Of course, we're continuing to monitor these numbers as they climb this morning. We'll give you the first alert to any new details in just a few minutes.
All right, Jake, thanks. You have likely heard this throughout our coverage of the winter storm, but it's all about the 4 Ps: pipes, plants, pets, and people. Protect those and you should get through the cold weather just fine. It may cost you thousands if you don't. Even with just an old towel, duct tape, and a plastic bag, you can protect your pipes, but that's just half the battle.
Wrap all the outside pipes. You want to open all the cabinet doors underneath the faucets. You want to keep those restroom doors open. But the main thing is to know where your house or your business shut-off valve is. In case of emergency, in case of pipe bust, you can turn that valve off.
Also, to check your smoke alarms, cover your plants, and make sure that your family and pets stay inside during the cold. As it continues to get colder across the ArkLaTex, shelters are opening their doors and making sure that no one goes cold during the storm. The manager of God Tell Ministries in Nacogdoches says they've been busy providing shelter and warmth for people in the community, serving as the sole warming center in the city. She says they offer a lot of services for anyone who needs it, and you don't have to stay at the shelter to receive it.
We have, hot drinks, like we can get a cup of coffee or hot cocoa or something. And we do offer hot showers as well for anybody that doesn't want to stay.
The shelter is open now until 9 o'clock tonight. All right, let's take you outside for a look at the roadways. As we've been showing you bird's eye view, the area is just covered in that sleet and freezing rain. This is I-20 at Common Street, and it looks like a little bit of flashing lights there. I can't see exactly what's going on right there, but we'll call and check on that to make sure that everyone's safe in that area. It is 6:58. We'll be right back. My mic is still on. I can't tell what that is. What is it? Oh, there's a.
Alert Weather Day.
Here's a live look outside from our Winter World Skycam up around Texarkana right now, where you can see that the skies are still overcast, but that winter precip is now coming to an end. What you see kind of blocking your view, that's actually some big icicles and some ice that has kind of built up on that tower. And remember, this tower where this camera is pretty high up off the ground. You can tell that just from looking at it. So this accumulated maybe a little bit more ice than some of the trees below, but nonetheless kind of an interesting perspective there looking from our camera there in Bowie County, Texas. Then we take you south into the Shreveport area, and the visibility has really improved tremendously as that winter storm is moving out. So we no longer have really anything falling from the sky, but the roads are, the damage has kind of been done already on the roadways. And as we've been seeing, the power outages are actually mounting even though the storm has come to an end. So again, that's a look at I-20. I'll see some traffic trying to move along there very cautiously, which is good. And I actually am seeing some tracks, you can really see down to the roadway here. So, travel is, you can do it. You can travel this morning if you need to, but I would recommend not, just because even I-20 not looking good. The side roads, now this is a good representation of what those side roads look like. That is actually Benton Road, and you really can't see any of the pavement underneath. That's just all that ice buildup. And so again, remember yesterday, we actually started off with a little bit of freezing rain, then we had some sleet. Kind of been going back and forth between precip types, so we kind of have that layer of sleet. And as that traffic starts to increase the next couple of days, the cars are just going to compact that down and down. It's going to turn just into a sheet of ice as we compact all of that sleet down on the roadways. So keep that in mind. There's a look at our Mattress Plus Skycam looking north into downtown Shreveport. And yeah, visibility is a lot better. So that just kind of tells you that the winter precip has kind of ended, at least right now across the area. And it really has. This winter storm is ending now. So now the story becomes the power outages and, of course, the very frigid temperatures that we're going to experience. But the back edge of that is coming through. Still a little bit of mist. As soon as I'm done with this newscast, I'm going to go check outside just to kind of see exactly what's happening. But we might still have a little bit of that freezing drizzle around the Shreveport area, but that is starting to come to an end. There's the back edge coming through Mansfield and down towards Manny and Sabine Parish there. Still coming down hard, though, in Natchitoches up towards Ashland, Bienville, and all the way up towards, say, Ruston right along I-20. So still getting that in some of our eastern parishes. And the temperatures are not going to warm up. That's the bad news. 28 degrees right now in Shreveport. We're missing some temperature data, and that could also be because there might be some ice buildup on some of these sensors on some of the equipment. So we're missing a little bit of temperature data at a few spots. 28 in Bienville, 27 Marshall, and 18 there in Idabel. Wind chill temperatures really nasty. 9 is what it feels like in DeQueen. Feels like 7 in Mount Pleasant and about 17 there in Texarkana. So really feeling pretty awful. 16 in Nacogdoches. And we still have the ice storm warning, but we're going to be coordinating, checking in with the National Weather Service. I mean, the storm is moving out really fast. I can't even imagine this would be, go all the way to 6 p.m. because this is already moving out. So these warnings and, the winter storm warning, the ice storm warning officially go to 6 p.m. They will get canceled early, I'm pretty sure, today because this storm's already moving out. Now, the extreme cold warning, though, that actually goes into effect 6 p.m. this evening, lasting through noon on Tuesday. So the story does become that very, very cold air. All right, so here's future track. Again, that is starting to move out. That freezing rain is beginning to move out, and the sleet and whatever else we had mixed in with that this morning, that's all on the way out now. So we're basically on the tail end of this, and we're just going to keep cloudy skies through midday. Could see some peaks of sun this afternoon, but overall it's going to be kind of a cold and windy afternoon. Still have that northwest wind at about 10 to 20 miles an hour, so that's going to keep things kind of chilly around the region. And then we get into tomorrow morning, we start to see at least a little bit of sunshine out there, and then by tomorrow afternoon we should begin to at least clear those skies and start to maybe warm those temperatures just a little bit. All right, let's check on the highs for today, and then we're going to actually toss it over to Jake here in just a minute, who's going to have a look at the traffic conditions. 29 in Shreveport, 27 in Texarkana, 31 Natchitoches, 23 in Idabel. By tomorrow, though, we actually get back into the low to mid 30s. I'll have more details on that and a little bit of a warming trend, which could help us out later this week. Jake?
Yes, want to bring you up to speed with the latest on your traffic and, of course, power outages coming up here in just a moment. Here's a look around the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. No accidents reported at this time. However, you'll notice for those out on the roadways, especially I-20, even parts of 220 as well, starting to see traffic taking it very, very slow, which if you must be out on the roads today, again, I urge you to take it very slow, exercise plenty of caution as those roads are still going to be pretty dicey, likely into Monday, possibly even as long as Tuesday morning. Got some closures to give you the first alert to, of course. This one here is a small stretch of Benton Road from US 79 all the way down to Old Minden Road. Both directions of travel are closed in that stretch of Benton Road. So again, want to keep you aware to that. Then of course, this purple here represents I-49. Closed from I-20 all the way down to 3132. Again, both directions of travel, you cannot travel on I-49. The additional closure, I-220 is open. The ramps there to get on and off of 49 off of I-20 are closed until road conditions begin to improve. We'll take you down to southern Bossier Parish. Again, if you take US Highway 71, get off of that and go east on Louisiana Highway 154, maybe to get into Ringgold or close to the Lake Bistineau area. There is a closure there, again, until road conditions improve. This road closure starts around Bistineau Lake Road, continues on to Lakeview Circle. And again, that closure also affects both directions of travel. Then the last closure that I have for you that we have confirmed is up in northeastern Texas, just to the north of New Boston. We've got a closure there, just the westbound lanes of I-30 westbound. Again, this is near New Boston. I'll put those details for you on the screen. Again, that's from exit 206 for Texas Highway 86 to exit 201. That's for Texas Highway 8 at McCoy Boulevard. So again, I-30, just the westbound lanes near New Boston is closed. So if you're headed west from Hooks toward New Boston, expect to take an alternate route, again, as I-30 westbound is closed. We'll go back, kind of zoom out, make sure that there are no accidents across eastern Texas popping up on our map. It looks like so far today we don't have any accidents reported right now. And again, the Shreveport-Bossier Metro looking good for now. I do see a little bit of slower traffic out toward 167 going from Ruston down to Quitman and Jonesboro, and then also some delays there eastbound from Ruston heading into Monroe. So if you're out in those areas, again, traffic moving slowly as expected with all that ice on the road, and we're seeing plenty of that here across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. All right, let's talk power outages. Of course, there are many customers, both SWEPCO and other power grids, that are without power this morning. Just SWEPCO alone, over 58,000 customers are currently without power. And I'll refresh that number here to make sure that it hasn't increased or decreased. But again, many across the ArkLaTex this morning are without power. Looks like that number has actually jumped to 61,000 without power this morning, and that's just SWEPCO alone. So I do want to kind of go county by county, parish by parish here, especially some of the more impacted counties across the ArkLaTex. We'll start here with Panola County. Again, this is one of the more impacted counties. Over 9,600 customers are without power. That includes SWEPCO, that includes Rusk County Electric Co-op, and some other, including Panola Harrison as well. We'll head over to Rusk County, where there's about 12,000 customers without power there. As we head a little further to the south to Shelby County, looks like we might get caught up there, so I'm going to refresh that. 8,700 there in Shelby County without power, and then we'll go out toward Little River County, or Bowie County, I should say, in eastern Texas, out toward Texarkana. 3,200 are currently without power. All right, let's take a look at things in northwest Louisiana. We'll start off with Natchitoches Parish, closing in close to 1,300 without power. Sabine Parish in northwest Louisiana coming in with about 6,700 outages. As we get closer to DeSoto Parish, over 11,000 without power this morning. Another heavily impacted parish includes Red River Parish with over 3,400 without power. In Caddo Parish this morning, we are without about 14,000 residents are without power. That's between mainly SWEPCO, but also including a few hundred there on the Panola-Harrison grid. We'll take a look at Bienville Parish, over 3,200 without power there. Last but not least, we'll take it to southwestern Arkansas, some of our counties there. We'll start with Little River County in Arkansas. Over 1,000 are currently without power. We'll move on down to, see if I can get that to reload there. We'll move down to Miller County, 2,000 currently without power in Miller County. And last but not least, we'll take you over to Sevier County, where over 630 customers are without power. Of course, these numbers are changing. We've seen them gone from the low 40,000s this morning to over 60,000. And those are just SWEPCO numbers alone. Of course, a lot to keep you first aware and first alert to this morning. I'll have more info on your traffic and power outages coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Jake, thanks. Due to the impact of the winter storm and the safety of city employees, Mayor Tommy Chandler says Bossier City Hall is closed Monday and Tuesday. And when it comes to heating your home, the State Fire Marshal's office in Louisiana wants you to keep safety in mind. They urge you to keep space heaters at least 3 feet away from anything that can burn. Plug all heating appliances directly into wall outlets and never use the stove or oven to heat a home. Now we have some good advice from the Red Cross on ways to stay warm if your power goes out. It says layers of loose, lightweight clothing will keep you warmer than a bulky sweater. If you feel too warm, remove those layers to avoid sweating. And if your heat goes out, close off unneeded rooms to avoid wasting heat. Stuff towels or rags and cracks under the doors. Also close blinds or curtains to keep some of that heat inside of the room. Plus, food provides energy to make your own heat. So also drink lots of water to prevent dehydration, especially because cold air is dry. And some people with medical conditions will need to take extra precautions to keep you and your family safe and keep your medical supplies safe as well. A doctor at Ochsner LSU and Shreveport says you need to have a plan for medications that need temperature control.
As well with cold weather, but there are other medications that can't get cold, so make sure you look at that stuff. If you have like a CPAP machine or oxygen, we need to make sure that we have backup power sources. I know that SWEPCO and our power provider has reached out to folks that already have indicated that they have medical needs. So they're going to be watching those houses extra carefully. Pack extra batteries, even just keeping your medicines on a list.
All right, he also recommends keeping a list of medications you can take in case you need to call emergency services. And here is a live webcam of captured the snow falling across open fields in Arkansas as a winter storm pushed deeper into the United States. The storm has brought widespread disruption nationwide with severe winter weather stretching across much of the country. Forecasters warn snow, sleet, and freezing rain combined with dangerously low temperatures could persist into the coming days. Take a look at that. Arkansas is among several states facing hazardous conditions as the system moves east. Oklahoma City was hit with intense snowfall last night. The ArkLaTex is seeing temperatures below freezing, and some areas have wind chills below 0 and minus 20 degrees, according to the National Weather Service. All right, let's take at our web camera here. This is I-20 at Hearn Avenue, and as you can see, the entire interstate and even the grassy area on the sides of the interstate are covered. We're back in a moment.
Yeah.
Yes. So wait a minute. You said this should be out of here by 8 a.m.
and it's already moving out quickly.
Okay.
So that's good. So the problem is now that the winter precip's moving out, the cold air is moving in, and unfortunately, it's like too late because the power outages are just really. I think we're up to like over 61,000.
Yes.
That's just SWEPCO
We're taking
alone.
a look, yeah.
And that's SWEPCO alone. But I know Jake was saying like other. What were we saying? Like other parts in East Texas had a lot more power outages. So
Yes.
yeah, but we'll continue to watch that.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
So what's the latest that you're doing now?
We're going to take a look at, what are we doing? Oh, Skycams first, then we'll take a look at that radar. So let's take a look at our Skycam here. This is looking at I-20, and this is, we've been keeping a close eye on this area for since early this morning, and still the roadways are not any better than they were earlier, but even though that precip's kind of coming to an end, the roads are in rough shape. I know some people got to get out and travel, but if you do have to travel, just be really cautious there. You can see there was one car there on Benton Road. This is our John Harvey Toyota camera. So we're looking at Benton Road. And you can kind of see 220 there in the far distance, but really not a lot of folks out and about, and that's what we want to see. We really don't want you traveling. Here's the Mattress Plus Skycam looking north over downtown Shreveport, and you can see that we got the clouds still overhead, but it looks like most of that winter precip's come to an end. Now, I will say, I just wanted to verify, so I went outside here of our studios just a few minutes ago just to check, and it almost seems as though we've kind of changed over to actual freezing rain now, because I went outside and you could feel the raindrops, and so even though it's much lighter, it's kind of getting like we're kind of getting a freezing drizzle, light freezing rain type situation right now in Shreveport, so that's not really good. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar, but the brunt of this is now moving quickly to the east. In fact, this will be out of our eastern parishes probably even before 8 a.m. We'll take a look at a few places here. There's Shreveport, not much left. You see this very faint purple that's moving through. That's kind of the freezing mist, some of that very light drizzle that we have, but even that is starting to taper off. So we're starting to see this all come to an end, which is the good news. The brunt of this still impacting areas east, and we're dealing with quite a mess here from Ruston over to Monroe, all the way out to the state line in Mississippi there. Natchitoches still seeing some of that. But again, here comes the back edge of that precip, and that's going to work its way through Natchitoches pretty shortly. So this is definitely coming to an end, which is good news. But again, now that the winter side of this is coming to an end, the precip side, the roadways are still going to be a huge mess. So all the way through tonight, I kind of broken this up into segments for, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So for today, the morning, afternoon, and night, still going to be hazardous around Shreveport and Bossier along the I-20 corridor there. We get you into tomorrow in the morning, it's going to be hazardous. By the afternoon, still some slick spots. We might see a little improvement tomorrow afternoon, but anything that does manage to melt during the day is going to refreeze tomorrow night. So I think we could have another tough commute on Tuesday, and then we'll finally start to break out of this as we get into Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday night. So here's a look at the next 12 hours, keeping those cloudy skies throughout the rest of the day into the evening. But notice no more precip. That's good news. At least we won't be adding anything on top. But those temperatures only stay in the upper 20s. Look at that northwest wind, though, today. It's going to be a biting wind at 10 to 20 miles an hour. That's going to make it feel colder. Highs for today, upper 20s around Shreveport, 27 Texarkana, 30 in Manning, 30 degrees at Center. So maybe a few places might get kind of close to that freezing point, but not going to really see, anything kind of melting at all today. Overnight lows tonight, mainly in the mid-teens. Could see some single digits there off to the north, but that's just the first of many cold nights ahead. Look at our overnight low temperatures for the next 7 days or so, and you can see we're going to be in that perpetual melting and refreezing process for a while, because during the daylight hours, starting Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even the rest of the time, we're going to be seeing actual daytime highs getting warm enough to melt this what's accumulated, but at night, every single night except for one night, we drop back below freezing. So we're going to have that process here where we're going to be melting things during the day and then sort of refreezing things during the overnight hours. And actually, we're going to take a look at traffic now, kind of see how things are flowing around the ArkLaTex. We'll zoom into a few spots. I-20 still running quite slow here. And again, this traffic map just showing you the speeds compared to average, and everything's running very slow. We just showed you that Skycam on I-20, and it is slow for a reason, because everything's running very slow. The roads are icy. I-220, don't travel there if you don't have to. Basically, the bottom line is here, just don't get out and travel on this if you don't have to right now, because the roads are just in really rough shape. Take you up to Texarkana here. We've been keeping a close eye on you as well. I-30 is running very slow, and I believe there was a shutdown on I-30 in northeast Texas. And then we also have, just a lot of slow traffic there all around the Texarkana area. So we're going to continue to closely monitor that. Looking up here into McCurtain County, we haven't looked at you guys in a while, but still, I would not travel in this area. Travel is quite dangerous. I'll have another update on our winter storm and maybe talk about some good news, Dom. I'll send it back to you in just a second, but I'm going to talk about when those temperatures actually get above freezing and when we're going to start to melt away all of this winter weather that's kind of hanging out. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. This winter storm has made its way almost out of Shreveport. About 8 o'clock, it should be out of here. KSLA's Peyton Manuel joins us live right now from outside of the KSLA News 12 studios. And Peyton, what are you seeing out there this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Dominique. I'm standing right outside the front parking lot of our news station here. And I mean, if I can take a step back here, you can't see any of the lines here. You can only imagine how dangerous those roads are. You'd basically be driving blind, not being able to see exactly where you are in the road. That's why we keep stressing to you, it's just not worth it. Go ahead and just stay home while you can. As Matt predicted, the nasty part of this storm has kind of pretty much moved away, but we still do have to deal with the aftermath that the storm left behind, which are those roads. There's still going to be a lot of that sleet that we're seeing right here around me. That's going to be on those roads. A lot of those closures are still up and running. So just take the time and stay home while you can. Wait this out because it's just going to pass by. And once that sun comes out, as we've been saying, we'll start to see that break in that ice. But as for now, it's going to take a minute because it's really, really, really cold. You can't see me, but I'm shivering underneath this coat here. Thank God I'm wearing it because you can definitely feel the wind gusts that have been coming in. I mean, we've been at this since 3:30 in the morning. We've seen ice, freezing rain and a lot of sleet, but this wind has definitely picked up. Again, as I mentioned, that nasty weather has moved out, but the wind is still pretty much there. The sleet is there. Don't get on the road. Stay home while you can, if you can. And as we've been saying, we're going to be bringing you live coverage all throughout the day. And I know a lot of you are maybe without power. You may know someone without power. We're going to be keeping you up to date on those numbers throughout the day on that as well. You can keep track of that through the KSLA News 12 app and also download that weather app as well to track the conditions of the weather. And we thank you so much for keeping up with us and sticking with us through this storm. And from outside the studio, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
And a reminder that during this weekend, icy impact, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert with live team coverage. All day, KSLA will live stream newscasts, forecasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. You can download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We'll be right back.
This is a
There's still, not a lot of folks out, which is, of course, what we want to see because, oh, there's one person right there. But not a lot of folks traveling. And if you don't have to travel, you really shouldn't because these roads are not in good shape. Again, got a few people out and about. See that right there on I-20. And if you look really closely, you can actually see some of the pavement. There is a little path that's been kind of carved out just by some of the cars driving through. But really, you don't want to be out there because the roads are just a sheet of ice. It's just a mess. There's a live look from our Mattress Plus Skycam. Looking to the north over downtown Shreveport, cloudy skies up above. Certainly would be nice to see some sunshine to sort of help out with things, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of that sun today. Here is the best news I've had in days. The winter storm is actually quickly moving out. The back edge of the precip is now down around Natchitoches, and pretty soon we won't even be showing the radar anymore later this morning because we're not going to really have anything to show because that's how quickly this is moving out. Look at this. This is done in Shreveport and Bossier. Now, a lot of times when you get that little fine mist, you might still feel like some moisture on your face when you step outside. There's a little bit of that freezing drizzle that's not being picked up by the radar, but for the most part, this is done. Down towards Sabine Parish, we're still seeing a little bit of that in Manny, and the back edge is starting to get a little closer down into Natchitoches, but that will continue to make its way east and should be out of our area pretty soon. So I think those eastern parishes will be done. You can see this actually moving out of eastern portions of Bienville Parish as we speak, and then still impacting places like Ruston pretty good, still Monroe. So if you're traveling east on I-20 here, that's where things are still pretty difficult across the ArkLaTex. But again, as we head forward in time, going from now through 10 a.m., that continues to make its way out. Now behind all this, there is still the potential that we could still see some, flurries, maybe a few snow showers on the backside as that colder air continues to move in. But for the most part, this winter storm is wrapping itself up and starting to come to an end. And then by this afternoon, this evening, still looking at a lot of cloud cover. There's a few of those little flurries that we could see up around Texarkana. And then we get to later tonight, here comes that drier air, and notice the clouds start to kind of move out. So we should start to see some clearing, and we should see at least more sun in that forecast here for tomorrow. All right, here's the next 12 hours. And you can see the cloudy skies remaining. Temperatures will be in the mid to upper 20s for the next several hours. We'll see that northwest breeze at around 10 to 20. So that will continue at least for a little bit longer. Here's your highs for today. Upper 20s around Shreveport, 27 Texarkana, 24 in DeQueen, and 31 down there in Natchitoches. So still below freezing. We really need those temperatures to get above freezing to start to see some improvements. But, tonight is going to be a rough one, too, because temperatures are down in the mid-teens and single digits. And so this is why pretty much I'm thinking everything's going to be closed here tomorrow for Monday because our roads are really not going to be in good shape at all. And feels like temperatures, this is another part of our story because we have some wind out there today. So those feels like temperatures will actually be in the teens throughout the day. So it's going to be very cold. Get into tonight and look at those feels like temperatures in the single digits. Now, there could be a few spots certainly that might drop below zero for feels like temps. This model might not be quite cold enough. There could be a few areas that drop below zero there for those feels like temperatures. And then we get into tomorrow and, I'm forecasting a high of 34, so we should technically get above freezing, but those wind chills will still be well below that. We were showing this earlier, looking at the temperature forecast, the outlook for the long term. This is our 6 to 10 day forecast, still showing below average temperatures. And then we look at the 8 to 14 day outlook, still below average. So, we're not going to, I don't see any more winter precip for the next couple weeks around here, which is great news, but still going to keep those temperatures a little bit on the chilly side. Okay, let's take a look at that 7-day forecast. We've got to give you some good news out there this morning, and that's the fact that it's going to start to warm up. Tomorrow, 34. 43 Tuesday, 47 Wednesday, but still cold at night. 53 Thursday, that'll be a good day for some melting. We'll be around 50 on Friday. And this next weekend, the one coming up, is looking a lot better than this past weekend with those temperatures into the low 50s. I'll send it back over to you, Dominique.
All right, Matt, thanks. The Texas Veterans Land Board says its staff, many of whom are veterans themselves, are working around the clock to ensure service members in their nursing homes stay warm and safe during the winter storm. Jensen Young has more.
The VLB oversees veteran nursing homes across the state, among many other responsibilities. Like many caretaking facilities, they have been planning for the storm for a while. Executive Secretary Tony Dale is confident everything is in place for these veterans to be well taken care of.
As it relates specifically to cold, one of the things that we pride ourselves on at the Veterans Land Board is having homes that are well maintained. We certainly do in Big Spring. It's one of our larger homes that holds up to 160 residents. But we've got emergency management plans in place that are exercised throughout the course of the year. in preparation for this storm, since it's one that you know it's coming, unlike a tornado that maybe just hits you out of the blue.
There are a lot of resources for veterans in times of need. Whether it's during this storm or any other time during the year, there are many ways to find whatever help is needed.
At the county level, each county is required to have a Veterans Services Officer who is a county employee. They're going to be working in a situation like this very closely with the county judge to make sure that if someone needs assistance, they can be taken care of. So if there's a warming center or something like that that's opened, that's going to be announced through either your city or your county's government, and I would urge people to pay attention to that.
All right, let's take a look right now at I-20 at Hearn Avenue. And as you can see, the roadways are covered in that sleet and the freezing rain. So again, if you don't have to go anywhere, please stay at home. This is what we are planning, so we want you to stick around. We are headed out to the SWEPCO staging area at the Louisiana Fairgrounds, and we're going to send Peyton Manuel there. We'll have a report from her. And then we're going to check in with Marvin Andrade. He's headed to the staging area for SWEPCO up in the Texarkana area. So hopefully we can get you some answers as far as when the power will be restored and how quickly they're moving. And right now I'm going to update you on 62,000 power outages in the ArkLaTex area. We've been told by SWEPCO that most of those outages are in the South Shreveport area and Longview area. So we're going to update you as soon as we get back. Stick around. And weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. Download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices if you haven't already, and on your smart TVs. And right now we're going to take a live look with Marvin Andrade. He is in the Texarkana area with an update for us. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. Yeah, the last hour I was at Interstate 30, but we moved locations now. Right behind me, you'll see the base camp for SWEPCO. This is where they're basically based at right now for the whole Texarkana region, to be able to help combat those power outages. I spoke to them earlier today, and they said that they're strategically placed right here to be able to get to those places as quick and safely as possible. Right now, there is around 2,000 power outages in Miller County and around 1,400 in Bowie County. So more than 3,000 power outages. But that's the importance of having them here, to allow them to exit and enter as quickly as they can. But like we've been stressing all morning, in order for these people right here to be able to do their job as effectively as they can, they need our help by staying off of those roads. The storm may be done right now, but we still advise stay off those roads because it's icy and there's a lot of amount of sleet on the floor. We were driving about 10 minutes to get here, and I can say it was way worse than what it was yesterday. It was probably twice as bad compared to yesterday because of the amount of sleet, and you just really can't see what's ahead of you. So you have to be super careful and just give room for them. Essentially, us ourselves, we had to park a little bit further. That's why they're at a distance, because we want to make sure that the roadways are clear before they can enter and exit. But that's the conditions right now. Later and coming up, we'll hear from Arkansas State Police. He should be coming around 15 minutes or so. So we'll talk more about that and the road safety as well coming up. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, here is a live look at the roadways. This is I-20 at Hearn Avenue. Keep it right here, KSLA News 12.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps. You can watch our news
we got more sleet versus the freezing rain. If this had been all freezing rain, these power outages would probably be triple what they are. So, I mean, we don't want to see the power outages, but it could have been a much much worse too.
Right, and we're gonna we want you to stick around because we're going to get some answers and talk to SWEPCO representatives to let you know what they're doing to restore power as soon as possible. We also have our crews out there. Peyton Manuel is going to be at the State Fairgrounds. That's the staging area for SWEPCO, and our Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana. He will be at the staging area for SWEPCO in the Texarkana area.
We got everybody covered.
Yes, got you
All
covered.
right. Well, good news. I do have some good news in the weather. Finally, the winter storm is starting to move out. That's a live look from our Mattress Plus Skycam there. You can see that, again, that winter storm is starting to kind of make its way out of the region now. You know, it's not quite done yet, but it is on the way out. There's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see the very back edges of this are kind of exiting our eastern parishes as we speak. So again, this is some great news for us. We want to see this coming to an end, and again, that would be a good thing for us to see this kind of move out. 28 degrees right now, Shreveport. This is kind of interesting. Notice more of our observation sites kind of going blank on us here. You know, it could be for a number of reasons. Maybe there's some ice buildup on some of the sensors, you know, some of the weather equipment. I don't know, but there's more sites that are not checking in right now. But a lot of us are in the mid to upper 20s and a few spots out west. Look at Idabel, 16 degrees. Wind chills, they're brutal. Feels like 18 in Shreveport, feels like a 16 in Marshall, 6 in Mount Pleasant, 9 in DeQueen, so it is quite chilly. And again, technically, yes, we still have an ice storm warning off to the south till 6 p.m. These will get canceled early because the winter storm's already moving out. The winter storm warning technically does continue through 6 p.m. But again, the impacts, you know, basically what we're looking at now is just the impacts from the roadways that are very slick and also these power outages. Now, this is going to become the bigger story. Now that there's more people without power, I am worried about how cold it's going to get because obviously if you don't have the heat, that's going to be a problem. So extreme cold warning goes into effect starting 6 p.m. This evening, going through noon on Tuesday for all the counties and all the parishes here in the ArkLaTex. But the winter side of this, at least the winter storm aspect of it, is on the way out. And now we could still see a few flurries kind of around the area, kind of hit and miss across the region, but that's on the way out as well. And then we'll start to see these skies beginning to slowly clear as we head through the rest of the overnight hours into Monday. We start to see those conditions starting to improve just a little bit across the area with at least some more sun back in the forecast. Look at the overnight lows, though. This is a problem. For the next several nights, we're going to be in the teens and 20s, so we're going to have that refreezing process. Even though we might melt during the day, those temperatures kind of cooling off again at night. Now let's switch gears. I'll show you what's going on with our First Alert traffic. And again, not a lot of folks out on the roadways, which is a good thing. We don't want to see people out on the roads, but if you are going to be venturing out there, just keep in mind that the roads are running quite slow. I-20 looking pretty slow eastbound and westbound there. If you're going to be venturing out, again, just keep in mind that you're going to need to pack some patience because we got very icy snowpack conditions, and that sleet has been kind of compacted down on the roadways, so that's going to really make it very slick. Looking off to the south here, the Jimmy Davis Bridge still quite slow. We'll take you up to Texarkana, where here too no big changes, but bottom line is all roadways in the ArkLaTex are looking quite slick and slippery across the region. Let's take you up into McCurtain County here. Wanted to kind of focus on Idabel, Broken Bow. This area had some big impacts yesterday and through last night, but starting to improve now, although the roadways are still very slippery. And then we take you into portions of southwestern Arkansas here, where, you know, roads are going to be very hazardous, especially in some of those hilly areas there into southwestern Arkansas. I'll have another update on your winter storm and talk about the colder air coming in just a few minutes. Dominique, back over to you.
All right, Matt, thanks. We're going to check in right now with KSLA's Marvin Andrade. He is in Texarkana, and he's actually going to be speaking with someone in law enforcement. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. We are right here behind us with the SWEPCO camp bases at in Texarkana, Arkansas. And to talk more about the importance of keeping those roads safe so that these first responders can go to those power outages, I have Lieutenant Jamie Gravier with me, Arkansas State Police. Talk about the importance in your perspective of having those roads clear and safe.
Well, first, importantly, it's making sure that those that don't need to be out on the highway are not out on the highway, because those are the ones that prohibit the guys that you see behind us from getting out there and being able to do the job and help restore power and get the responders to the people that really need the assistance.
And of course, you've been on those roads right now. How have you seen it? They've been busy, slow? I saw it was kind of slow, but I want to see your perspective.
So far this morning, the traffic volume is low, which is great because people are paying attention to the warnings that they've been receiving as far as staying home and off the roads. By people being off the roads, it's going to give these guys more room and capabilities to do the work that they need to do.
So it's not just so much about their own safety, but the Texarkana region as a whole, because if there's people in the roads, they can't get there as quickly as they normally would.
That's correct. Every first responder that you see out working this morning is out there for their community and for their families, not for themselves. These guys, some of these people have traveled from a long way away to come down here and give us some assistance. And so if we can give those guys a clear platform, then they can do the work they need to get everybody back going as soon as possible.
What words would you want to say to anyone at home or people who have to go to work right now, have no choice but to go to work? How can they stay as safe as they possibly can?
If you absolutely have to, if your job is essential, plan, take extra time, go slow, and just really, really pay attention. If you don't have to be out today, don't. It's beautiful, and it's something that doesn't happen very often, but it's also very dangerous and can put yourself in a precarious situation. So stay at home, let these guys do their work, and let the first responders do what they do as well. Just be safe.
And what's really dangerous, I want to touch something about what you just said. What's really dangerous is you can barely see. Right here, this is the parking lot, but you can't really tell. Can you talk more about that?
Sure. There are lots of hidden spots that appear slicker than others. There's also spots in the highways that haven't been treated as often as others. And so people would perceive them to be okay to drive across, and they're really not. And that's why we're asking everyone that does not essentially have to be out to stay at home.
Like Lieutenant Jamie Gravier just said, everyone that can stay home, just stay home. If you have to go out, if it's you're an essential worker, then just stay safe out there, drive slow. But we've been advising, and Lieutenant just advises as well, stay home. It's your best bet. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
Well, I want to bring you up to speed and give you the first alert to the latest on this cold, because as the wintry precipitation moves out, even colder temperatures are starting to move in. In fact, we've got an extreme cold warning that will start this evening, 6 p.m. and run through noon on Tuesday. Here's the reason why. Very, very evident here when we look at temperatures over the next couple of days. You'll see, let's see if I can get that to load up there on the screen. Highs this afternoon will be in the upper 20s, but tonight, last night we were in the low 20s. Overnight tonight likely be in the mid-teens. That continues Monday night as well. Then by Tuesday, things are looking better both for your high and low temperature. So a very, very chilly stretch of weather is ahead for us in the ArkLaTex. Now, those are just air temperatures. When you factor in the wind that we'll be experiencing tomorrow morning, that will bring feels-like temperatures down potentially into the single digits, anywhere from close to 0 to maybe 5 degrees across the ArkLaTex. Some slightly warmer values will be possible as well. Nonetheless, some very bitter cold, and again, that's why that extreme cold warning is in place. So we'll do one last check here of radar, what's going on there across the ArkLaTex at this moment. You'll notice most of that winter precipitation again really right on the eastern border of our northwest Louisiana parishes. With that said, just saw power outage numbers go up once again, so let's go ahead and talk more about power outages. SWEPCO customers total now up to 68,000 power outages across the SWEPCO coverage area. Again, most of those outages, as Dominique was saying earlier, in South Shreveport and in the Longview area. Here's a look at those totals right now. Again, 68,111 customers without power. Let's take a look at some of our hardest hit counties across eastern Texas. One of those being Panola County, coming in with almost 10,000 power outages right now, and that's including all utility services that serve Panola County. Let's go down to Shelby County, another harder hit county there in eastern Texas when it comes to power outages. Shelby County coming in at about 8,900 outages. We'll go out to Rusk County, another county here with quite a few outages this morning. Over 12,000 in Rusk County currently without power. Let's go back to northwest Louisiana. We'll take a look at Caddo Parish. Currently 18,000 without power. I believe that was up from about 12,000 not too long ago. As far as the percentage without power, DeSoto Parish has a pretty large percentage without power, coming in at about 11,000. Red River also having a large percentage of customers without power, over 3,600. Outages have also continued to increase in Sabine Parish to nearly 9,000, or just a little over 9,000. Last but not least, we'll take a look at Natchitoches Parish, coming in at just over 3,500 outages. So again, SWEPCO alone is over 68,000 power outages in the ArkLaTex, and those numbers are continuing to climb up from the low 40,000s about 2 hours ago. Of course, we're watching this very closely, giving you the first alert to additional power outages and impacts across the ArkLaTex. I'll be back with further updates in just a few minutes.
All right, also want to mention, Jake, that SWEPCO has just informed us that an extra 5,600 outside resources have come in to help to restore power in the area. We're going to be speaking with SWEPCO a little bit later, but right now we're going to switch things over to travel, as many flights at the Shreveport Regional Airport were canceled yesterday due to the winter storm. According to the airport, more flight cancellations are on the way as the bulk of the winter weather has moved through the area. The airport advises travelers to check with their airline for the most up-to-date flight information. Okay, please remember, Bossier City's warming centers are open until Monday. The locations are at Stonewall Baptist Church at 807 Eatman Street and then Shady Grove Recreation Center at 3949 Wayne Street. Also, the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Substation at Viking Drive is open and will remain open until the storm moves all the way out. And there are warming centers open in Shreveport. They are at the Highland Center, 520 Olive, and Morningstar Baptist Church, 5340 Jewella Avenue. You can also call 211 to find the locations of other shelters in Louisiana. A warming center is also set up at Blanchard Town Hall at 110 North Main Street. We're back in a moment. in the area. Good morning. Thank you for joining us once again. First of all, I want to start with Caddo. The city of Shreveport, that is, will be closed tomorrow at least. Have you made a decision on Tuesday?
I haven't made a decision on Tuesday, although with the temperatures being what they are and the way the groundwork looks, at least around me, I would say it's very likely we will be closed on Tuesday as well.
All right, and so you woke up to a new blanket of sleet and freezing temperatures that we were talking about earlier. So how's that change with trying to clear this out of the area in preparation for people to get back on the roadways? I know that you said that Public Works is working 12-hour shifts, so basically around the clock.
Yeah, and there, we have a couple of snow plows, which we haven't had in the past, and they're out working, but it's really not going to change the icy nature of where we are. We're still putting sand out, and that will help a little bit. But the really best thing is for people to just stay off the roads until we get a little higher temperature and some sunshine.
All right.
So I know which I think the earliest that's going to happen is tomorrow afternoon. And I don't think it's going to get high enough to really do substantial melting. That's why I would anticipate that the city will be closed again on Tuesday.
Yeah, and based on what Matt says, I think you're right. So also let's talk about some power outages in the area. Have you been informed or keeping in contact to see where those outages are in the area?
I don't know where they are. I think we've been very fortunate the way the precipitation came. We got more sleet and less freezing rain. So it is no comfort to someone that doesn't have power that we had fewer power outages than we anticipated we might, but we in fact did. So I understand. I know there's some in the Piermont subdivision. That's where my communications director is staying, and they're without power. So
yeah,
I know that there are areas of town, probably more with tree limbs and that kind of thing, but I really don't know, and I have not gotten a report from SWEPCO yet. We will have a command center meeting probably around noon today, where I'll get a full briefing from SWEPCO as of that time, and hopefully you'll be able to get that information too.
Okay, so you said that you guys are going to have a community meeting. How are you guys going to do that? Is that going to be via like a Zoom or Teams?
It'll be, I think it's technically by Microsoft Teams, but we had one yesterday at noon and we're able to get completely updated. And so I don't have a time yet, but yesterday's was at noon, and I anticipate that's about when this one will take place.
All right. Well, stay on the line and talk with our producer to see if we can kind of piggyback on that Zoom call or the Teams call whenever you guys have it. We'd like to be updated as well. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Be safe out there.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
All right. Matt?
Yeah, here's a live look outside. Kind of been keeping a really close eye on the area roadways. I'm actually going to move this camera around a little bit later and kind of look at some other regions. But here's a look at I-20 right now. And we have seen just a handful of cars. I could probably count the number of vehicles I've seen on one hand. Not a lot of folks out, which is good because you just don't want to be out in this. It's a mess. Here's a look at, again, at I-20, and that is looking out, coming east and west into the city over the Red River there. And you see just a few vehicles. Here's the good news, though, that we have for you this morning. The winter storm is actually moving out. But unfortunately, those power outages continue to kind of mount across the area, and those colder temperatures are still here. So, I mean, the weather story is really not done yet, but the actual falling precipitation, the accumulating sleet has ended, which is good. Here's a look at the temperatures around the area. It is 28 right now in Shreveport, 25 Magnolia, and 25 in Marshall, 19 currently in DeQueen. And when you look at the wind chills, I know we're missing some temperature data here, but this kind of gives you the general picture of what's happening. Yikes, look at that. It continued to drop. 5 is what it feels like in Mount Pleasant. Feels like 9 in DeQueen, 9 in Longview, 14 right now for that feels like temperature there in Marshall. It's just brutal. And look at these highs for today. They're going to stay rather chilly, only reaching the mid to upper 20s across the area. Feels like temperatures, though, for tonight, that's another big part of our weather story. Again, those feels like numbers throughout the day today will remain in the mid to upper teens because we're going to have that northwest wind at around 10 to 20 miles an hour. So that'll kind of keep things very, very chilly across the area with that breeze definitely bringing down those wind chills. By tomorrow morning, Feels like temperatures in the single digits. We could even have a few feels like temperatures below zero first thing in the morning. And then we take you into tomorrow afternoon. Now, I am forecasting a high of 34 tomorrow, which technically is above freezing. Could bring a little bit of melting into our forecast, but those wind chills tomorrow afternoon still going to be in the mid-20s, so really not going to warm up all that much. Now I'm going to send it back over to meteorologist Jake Lambright for another update.
Thank you, Matt. Of course, that wintry precipitation really starting to wrap up across much of the ArkLaTex. You can see a few of our extreme eastern, southeastern, northwest Louisiana parishes still dealing with some sleet, maybe a little freezing rain mixed in there. However, as the focus shifts away from the wintry precipitation, all eyes are going to be on temperatures. Of course, those are going to continue to get colder as we go through the next couple of days. In fact, this afternoon, highs are back in the upper 20s, very comparable to what we saw yesterday afternoon, but the big difference, your overnight temperatures. These are air temperatures. You'll notice we're back in the teens Sunday night and Monday night with gradual improvements for both your high and low temperatures by the time we get to Tuesday. Of course, because temperatures are getting that cold, we will see an extreme cold warning in place for all of the ArkLaTex. That starts up around 6 p.m. this evening and will continue through noon on Tuesday. And again, especially during the overnight hours, temperatures are going to be very, very cold. In fact, feels like temperatures across much of the ArkLaTex by tomorrow morning could look like they do in Mount Pleasant right now. A lot of us going to be hovering in single digits for your feels like temperatures as you start your day tomorrow. So again, if you have to go outside, make sure to bundle up, take those precautions because it is going to be very, very chilly to start our day tomorrow morning. I mean, it feels like 1 here in Shreveport. I'm just shivering already thinking about those cool temperatures. All right, I do want to give you an update on power outages across the ArkLaTex. Of course, SWEPCO customers up to about 65,000 total without power. Do want to look here at our outage maps across East Texas and kind of get more of those power companies in the totals as well. So we'll start off with Panola County once again with some of the highest percentage of outages in their parish. Almost 2/3 of Panola County without power at this point, getting close to 10,000 outages this morning. Shelby County out of 15,000 customers tracked. I'm also looking at about 9,600 outages this morning. Most of those are with Deep East Texas Electric. Some of those also with SWEPCO this morning. We'll head out to Rusk County. This is another county in East Texas that have seen a lot of power outages this morning. Nearly half of Rusk County without power this morning, over 12,000. Last but not least, we'll take a look at things out toward Texarkana, where in Bowie County, there are over 3,000 without power, and that's out of 50,000 customers tracked. All right, let's take a look here at northwestern Louisiana. We'll start things out in Caddo Parish, where we've seen a pretty high number of outages so far today. 18,000 are currently without power. Just a few hundred, though, are on Panola Harrison. The rest, of course, SWEPCO outages. We'll go further to the south, take a look at DeSoto Parish. They currently have over 11,000 without power this morning. Red River also seeing a pretty high percentage without power. 3,700 out of 5,000 customers tracked currently without power. We've seen outages continue to increase in Sabine Parish today. Go and refresh that, get that number in. 9,000 without power this morning in Sabine Parish. Then as you head out toward Natchitoches Parish, over 3,600 are currently without power. Last but not least, we'll head over to southwestern Arkansas, get an update for you there. We'll start things off in Miller County with over 2,000 customers without power this morning. Little River County in southwest Arkansas dealing with about 1,200 customers without power. And last but not least, Sevier County coming in with over 1,400 without power. Of course, we have seen these numbers continue to climb throughout the morning so far, and even just the last 30 minutes. We're going to continue to keep tabs on this and keep you first aware and first alert to the latest power outages and road conditions across the ArkLaTex.
All right, Jake, thanks. And we are bringing you back into Shreveport, where we find KSLA News 12's Peyton Manuel. And Peyton, I understand you are at the staging area at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds. That's where SWEPCO is. And I understand that SWEPCO has brought in 5,600 outside resources to help restore power in the area.
Yeah, that's right, Dominique. You had it exactly right. Right behind me here. Just take a look at how many trucks you see right there. Right now, that's where the crews are lining up and preparing to go out on these dangerous roadways and start restoring power for so many people out there in this area. Now, first, I do want to mention they also have some crews here that are specific to trees, meaning you have to deal with the trees that have fallen down before you deal with the lines themselves. So it's a big collaborative project here. There's people out here in the bright vests like I'm wearing right now, just headed to their trucks, warming up their trucks, sitting in their trucks. There's people walking around all behind us here. We'll make sure to bring you more updates as we get someone to talk to us and tell us a little bit more about the work that they're about to embark on. But again, there's so many trucks out here, and they're just starting to prepare for a long day of work to try to bring that power back as quickly as they can, hopefully in the next few hours for that 65,000 people, hopefully bringing that number down. Again, this is just SWEPCO, the heart of SWEPCO right here. There are more people out there through other companies, but right now the focus is just to make sure anyone without power can really just try to get that back on as fast as possible. You can also make sure you check back at the KSLA News 12 app. Download that app and go check out the website for tips to keep you and your home warm as possible up until the point where those lights come back on. And we'll make sure to bring you the latest updates of this conditions and what they're doing to make sure that they can bring you power back as quickly as possible. Right here in Shreveport, Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
Peyton, thank you. We're taking a look at downtown Shreveport. Here's a bird's eye view. The winter storm is coming to an end, and the big story now becomes the dangerous cold. We're back in a moment.
Weather Day.
We are giving you the first alert and we are keeping you safe. SWEPCO was at the staging area of the Louisiana State Fairgrounds way before the storm happened. They staged in that area and they were ready to go once those power outages happened. Right now we're sitting at about 65,000 power outages in the ArkLaTex area. I'm going to bring in Amanda Keeney with SWEPCO. She joins us live this morning to discuss the power outages in the ArkLaTex and also the 5,600 resources that have been brought in to help with power restoration. Good morning.
Good morning. A chilly morning, but thank you to you and your colleagues for helping us stay connected and in communication with all of our customers as we weather Winter Storm Fern together.
Right. And with the 65,000 power outages, it could have been a lot worse, as our meteorologists have said, if we had any of the freezing rain stick around more instead of that sleet. So a little bit of a relief there. I know people want their power restored, but we should give those those that are restoring that power, we should give them a little bit of grace, right?
Absolutely. I think that all of us, we live in these communities and we are absolutely committed to making sure we restore every single customer. You mentioned all of the mobilized army of utility professionals. That includes forestry professionals, that's linemen already in the territory, and we have more help coming. And it's really as those crews are continuing to make their way into our area. It's been a treacherous route for them, and due to the size and weight of that heavy equipment, you know, safety is the priority to bring that in and then deploy those folks where we've identified the trouble spots all across the service territory.
All right, Amanda, I know that like if power goes out in my neighborhood or if it's just me, I can get on the SWEPCO's website, click that link and report my power outage. Is that really useful right now because you have 65,000? Do you want people to access that link or do you already know?
Well, it's a little bit of both. I mean, of course, with our advanced metering system, that's allowing us to have, you know, greater visibility into the system. But by downloading that app, that's a great way for customers not to have to be in a heavy call volume and be in a queue with the call center. They can do that, download the SWEPCO app, report their outage, report an outage for a neighbor, and that'll give us just that extra little bit of intelligence and feedback that we need as we're continuing to monitor and make sure that we're doing everything we can as safely and quickly and to restore customers. But I think the watchword that you said is giving us grace because our crews, those linemen, they're going out into some bitterly cold scenarios. We want safety to be the priority. And so if folks can still stay off those roadways and keep the roads clear for our first responders and for our line crews, that would be very much appreciated.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda Keeney with SWEPCO. And like she said, you can access that link. You can download the SWEPCO app, access that link and report your outage. And what I do like about that is a lot of times it will tell you an estimated time of when your power will be restored to your area. And oftentimes it's actually quicker. So you kind of can watch that as it updates in the system. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you very much. Everybody be safe.
You too. Matt?
All right, let's take a look outside. I kind of want to move this camera around while we're looking here. That's I-20. You can see one vehicle there. You see a little bit of that, you know, you can see some of the pavement there on the ground just because of some of the tire tracks, some of the vehicles that are traveling along that same path, kind of melting some of that. But as we kind of pan this around, you can see that the downtown streets, the less traveled streets, are definitely in rough shape right now. Very icy, very snow-packed. As we continue to pan this around, you can see that bird's eye view of I-20 there. You can see those tire tracks, kind of giving you a really good perspective of just what those roadways are looking like. So I guess you could travel if you wanted to. I-20 is passable, but you really don't want to because the side roads are a mess. And then we'll kind of pan this back around, get downtown. We'll go back into Bossier here, and you can see that, again, things are definitely snow-packed and icy. Not snow-packed, let me say sleet-packed, because we have not seen really any snow. It's been sleet and freezing rain across the area. All right, let's take a look at what's going on right now. As far as our radar, you can see that that system is moving out quickly, which is the good news. And now the story really becomes the very cold conditions. That extreme cold warning goes into effect 6 p.m. this evening, lasting through noon on Tuesday for all of our regions. So that's kind of becoming the weather story now. We got the power outages and now the cold air is really settling in. So that's not a good combination if you don't have that heat to keep you warm. Here's the temperatures now: 28 in Shreveport, 29 Bienville. I've been noticing more of our observation sites kind of losing data. There could be a variety of reasons for that. Maybe there's some ice buildup on some of the equipment, so we're not getting good readings in some of these areas. 16 in Idabel, 17 Mount Pleasant. And the feels like temperatures, look at that, that's nasty stuff. 9 in Longview, feels like 5 in Mount Pleasant, 9 currently in DeQueen, and 19 in the Shreveport area. So look at your feels like numbers going forward throughout the day. It's just not going to warm up. Highs will stay in the upper 20s this afternoon, and wind chills will remain in the mid to upper teens. So it is going to be very, very cold around the region. And then we get into early tomorrow morning, those wind chill values will be in the single digits across the area, so it's going to be quite cold as well. And then by tomorrow afternoon, at least wind chills back in the mid-20s, but at least those temperatures will get back above freezing as we head through tomorrow. I'm going to check in, or we'll check in now with meteorologist Jake Lambright, checking out the traffic.
Yes, so we've got some closures still across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. Of course, one of the big ones, I-49 from I-20 down to 3132 is one of our bigger outages right now across the ArkLaTex. We also have, I'll zoom in on this here, in Bossier Parish, we've got another closure. A section of Benton Road from US 79 all the way down to Old Minden Road is closed in both directions of travel. So if you take this stretch, you'll have to find an alternate route, again, as that road is closed until road conditions start to improve. The only other closure of note here in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro itself are the ramps for I-49 coming off of I-220. So I-220 is open, but the ramps to get on I-49 are closed. Let me go ahead and move things to the south, where we do have a road closure there, southern Bossier Parish. This is out heading toward Ringgold on Louisiana Highway 154, again out toward the Lake Bistineau area. I'll put that information up on the screen for you so you can see it a little bit better. So again, there's that closure, both directions closed there, Louisiana Highway 154. The last closure to keep you first aware and first alert to is out in the New Boston area, way in northeastern Texas. Go ahead and zoom in on that. This is for Red River County there, again, just north of New Boston. This is I-30, just the westbound lanes are closed, starting with exit 206. That's Texas Highway 86 to exit 201 for Texas Highway 8 or McCoy Boulevard. Again, that closure in place until further notice, only for the westbound lanes of I-30 if you're traveling between Hooks and New Boston. All right, let me get you an update on your power outages. Of course, these continue to increase as we go throughout the morning. In fact, we're to the point now where we're well over 50,000 power outages just with SWEPCO customers alone. In fact, that latest total as of this latest update, 66,000, over 66,000. That's, again, just SWEPCO customers alone. So let's take a look at power outages. We'll break it down county by county, some of the most impacted or the most populated. We'll start with Bowie County there, out toward the Texarkana area, roughly 3,300 customers without power currently out of 50,000. But if we move further to the south, we'll start with Panola County. This is one of our more hardest hit counties whenever it comes to power outages in eastern Texas. So far, we've had over 9,000 reported, 9,600 outages reported there. Again, that is in Panola County. We'll move down to Shelby County in eastern Texas. Shelby has also seen a pretty large number of power outages as well, so that's out toward center. I'm getting a little closer toward Tenaha. Over 9,600 customers without power. Again, that's in Shelby County. We'll go over to our northwest Louisiana parishes. We've seen power outages continue to increase, especially across our southern parishes this morning. Looks like we might have to come back to that a little bit later. We'll check SWEPCO outages for the latest, get you some numbers there. 3,800 out in Natchitoches Parish this morning, over 7,000 without power currently in Sabine Parish, Louisiana. As we head up toward DeSoto Parish, 5,200 SWEPCO customers without power, 2,300 without power in Little River. I know I got a question just a moment ago about Bossier Parish. If there are any outages, the number is so few that they are not showing up here on our outage map. These numbers continue to evolve. Again, total SWEPCO customers alone, we are at over 66,000 without power. We're going to continue to watch this closely and, of course, give you the first alert as we learn more.
And we are back in the Shreveport area with Peyton Manuel. She is at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds. That is the staging area for SWEPCO. And Peyton, I just spoke with someone, a representative from SWEPCO, Amanda Keeney, who says 5,600 resources, extra resources have been brought in to help restore power in the area. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of movement behind you with the trucks probably headed out to restore power in the area. I believe we are at 66,000 power outages. I'm looking at the monitor to my right here in the studio across the ArkLaTex. SWEPCO is reporting.
Yeah, Dom, that's absolutely right. I mean, the action here, it's thriving. People are definitely getting ready to hit those roads, as I mentioned earlier, to restore power for a lot of people here and do it as efficiently and as quickly as possible. There was someone who walked by us earlier today, and we stopped and asked him, me and my cameraman, we stopped and asked him where he was from. He said Arizona. So I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a lot of crews that are here that are from outside of the state. A lot of times they bring in crews that are from unaffected areas when it comes to massive or intense weather or massive intensive storms like the one that we just have seen, so that they can provide the extra resources, as Dominique, you just mentioned. Let me step out the way here so you can see again the amount of trucks that are behind me. That one there just moving. Again, there are a lot of people sitting inside these trucks, workers walking back and forth, dressed out in their bright vests, about to head to work to make sure that they can restore power as quickly as possible. I also mentioned earlier they have tree crews here, again, because it's pivotal that we get these trees cleared up and out of the way before linemen can actually get to work and do a safe job as well. It's very important. We want them to be safe out there on those roads, but also while they're doing their jobs to make sure they're bringing back power. As you can see, some people walking by me here. This is just what it's been like. A lot of people walking back and forth, people smiling in high spirits despite the freezing weather that we're seeing. I think someone's just repping himself there. Thank you guys. Y'all be safe. Yeah, so that's just a example of what I'm talking about. Everyone's still in high spirits here and just wanting to do a good job, an effective job, but a safe job as well, and bringing back power for so many people out there in the region. And as I mentioned earlier, just make sure if you do lose power, or you are someone without power, you know someone without power, check the resources that we have provided to you on our website, the KSLA News 12 app as well. Download that app. We have so many tips out there of how you can keep yourself warm, your loved ones warm, and your home warm. In the meantime, if you're waiting to get your power restored, crews are here. I promise they're here, and they have reassured us here, and they've reassuring you that they are coming, and they're going to do it as quickly as they can. For now, in Shreveport, I'm Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
Peyton, thank you. There have been many of our viewers sending in pictures and videos of how they've been spending the time with family and friends. Let's take a look at some of those that you sent in to us last night. All right, so this one is folks spending time enjoying the snow, time with family and friends outside, as you can see in the distance there. That's quite fun, especially when the kids don't get to see freezing rain and the sleet. Even though it's not snow, it looks like snow. All right, let's take you to this video right here. Big Brother is helping the little one on this sled. Yes, and there he goes. Yeah, that's awesome. And then moving over to a wipeout. Yep, of course, you got to have a wipeout, and we thank you for sending the video to us. These stories and more, we have more coverage of this winter storm coming up.
This is a KSLA First Alert Weather Day.
conditions all over the ArkLaTex, and that includes the Texarkana, Texas area. Joining me this morning is Texarkana, Texas Police Department Public Information Officer Sean Vaughn. Officer Vaughn, thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk about the roadways inside of the Texarkana area and how they're holding up.
Well, you know, it's pretty much the same as we were looking at yesterday. It's just more of it. Yesterday, they were telling me that there was about an inch of ice on the roadways and about 2 inches on the bridges. Overnight, we got probably about 13 hours of additional precipitation, which, you know, added to that. Some of that was snow. It looks a little different this morning because of the snow, but underneath that snow is still a good layer of ice on the roadways, which makes it very treacherous trying to drive around this morning.
We haven't had any major accidents that we are aware of in the ArkLaTex area. However, we did check in with one department that had about a half dozen stranded vehicles. Are you seeing any vehicles that are stranded or people that have run off the roadways, basically just heeding to the advice of law enforcement to stay off the roads?
We have answered several traffic hazard type calls overnight. But by and large, most people are staying home just like we asked them to, which is actually, you know, helping a lot in terms of us dealing with this as a community. So, you know, we really hadn't had a whole lot of problems in terms of that. We did have that crash on the interstate last night involving the trucks,
right?
You know, which created some issues there. But on the roadways of the city there, we've not had a whole lot of crashes, no major crashes. On the city streets there, and a lot of that, like I said, is because people are staying home and being smart.
We did get video of that crash on the interstate headed into Texarkana involving, I believe, the two 18-wheelers. Was anybody hurt, and what happened there?
Actually, I'm not sure because it was on the interstate. DPS would have been the one that actually worked that crash. We were out there, you know, helping them deal with traffic issues. But DPS is the one that worked that, so I'm really not sure exactly what that happened. I did get a picture last night from some of our officers. It was a very interesting looking picture there, so I'm not real sure exactly how they came to be like that.
Right,
but,
it was interesting, that picture, and we've posted it on our website. My last question is, I'm not sure of the equipment that you guys have in the Texarkana area as far as snow plows or salt trucks. Do you have any of that to kind of help with the snow or the sleet that's in the area to try to remove it off of the roadways?
Well, I mean, this is not something we normally deal with, maybe once a year or something like that. So, you know, we do have things now that we can prepare a little bit better for it than we've had in the years past. I know that the street department is out yesterday and today and have been working trying to clear the roads as much as they can. But honestly, with the ice that's on the road, there's not a lot that you can do with that. You can't really grade it off or anything like that because it's going to tear the road up. So really the only option, unfortunately, is just to give it time to melt. And at this point here, with temperatures not getting above freezing probably till Tuesday, this is going to be something we're going to be dealing with for the next couple of days.
All right, thank you so much, Officer Sean Vaughn with the Texarkana Police Department. Be safe out there, and thank you for joining us. Matt?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And here's a live look outside, keeping a close eye on I-20. Haven't really seen anybody out there, so enjoy your Sunday. Hopefully you still have your electricity. Hopefully you can still have the heat going. If not, just you know, bundle up and hunker down and just try to stay warm, because that's all you can really do right now, because temperatures are continuing to drop. And again, we really haven't seen much traffic out there at all. Here's the good news though, our winter storm is ending. In fact, pretty much all of our area is now in the clear as this continues to move out of the region. But I just want to give you some perspective on just how large this winter storm is. It is not just the ArkLaTex. This literally goes from Texas all the way to New York State up towards Boston, and we're getting freezing rain and ice storm warnings from Mississippi through Tennessee, even Atlanta, Georgia, the Carolinas, and very heavy snow now spreading into the major metro areas like New York City, Boston, and DC. So again, as we've been talking about, it's not just the ArkLaTex, it's a lot of the country dealing with this. And now the cold air settles in. So that extreme cold warning will go into effect this evening, lasting through noon on Tuesday. Right now, 28 Shreveport, 19 DeQueen, 16 degrees in Idabel, but those wind chills are nasty. Look at that. We're feeling like 6 in Mount Pleasant, 9 in Longview, and 9 in DeQueen, and about 19 there. You see some missing data at a lot of our observation sites. I think what's happening here is that we just have so much ice buildup, you know, on some of that equipment that some of these are, some of the temperatures are not coming through right now. Here's a look at the next 12 hours, and you can see heading through the rest of the day into this evening, it's going to be really cold. Temperatures will be in the mid-20s by 9 p.m. And with that northwest wind, that's going to make it feel colder. So let's talk about that feels like temperature going forward. It'll feel like the mid to upper teens across our area this afternoon. And then those feels like temperatures will be in the single digits out there for tonight. And as we get into tomorrow, feels like temps only in the mid-20s, mid to upper 20s. So we're really not going to warm up all that much. Let's shift gears, show you what's going on with our traffic now. And again, there really isn't anybody on the roadways, but if you are getting on the roads, just know that things are running pretty slow. That's what the orange color represents on the maps. The orange and the yellow just means slower than average speed. So I-20 running slow. Goes to say every roadway is going to be running very slow right now. I-220, the entire stretch there from Cross Lake all the way out towards the Louisiana Downs there. The entire stretch of 220 is definitely running slow. You saw Benton Road there as you go up to North Bossier, and Ironline Drive also slow. I want to remind you too that I-49 is still shut down here from I-20 all the way down to 3132 or the Interloop Expressway. So that's not because of an accident. That they just did that in advance of this system. So again, I-49 they're still shut down. The Jimmy Davis Bridge, obviously that is going to be a slow go as well. Any sort of bridges and overpasses in the area, definitely want to watch out for that. Texarkana, obviously very slow going here. This area picked up a little bit more in the way of ice. We also have seen those live shots with Marvin throughout the morning. Got ice, got a lot of that sleet on top of that. And then you see up into McCurtain County, still running slow here. We take you into southwest Arkansas, not much better. Then we're looking to the south here into DeSoto Parish here, and a lot of issues here with icing as well, out towards Coshada as well. So just take it easy and hunker down, and hopefully we'll get through this and enjoy some better weather as we head into next week. Dominique, back to you.
All right, Matt, thanks. Right now we're going to send it over to Marvin Andrade. He is in the Texarkana area. And Marvin, I know that you are at the staging area in the Texarkana area for SWEPCO. They brought in additional resources to help restore power all over the area from Shreveport to Texarkana, the whole ArkLaTex. What are you seeing in the area as far as SWEPCO at that staging area?
Well, Dom, let me show you exactly what I see. Right behind me, you're going to see one after another massive utility trucks right over there. It's at a distance, so they've been driving by this whole road throughout our whole live shots. We've been here for about an hour, and they've just been constantly going to help service those outages. And what's interesting about all those utility trucks that you see all the way towards the back is that they're from different states from across the country. I talked to Amanda, the person you talked to earlier today, and she told me on Friday that there's people who are coming as far as California to come help this winter storm. And essentially what that means is that whenever there's any weather-like event like this, the utility companies tend to help each other out. SWEPCO sends out their utility trucks to others if other states are going through some crisis, and then in return, we see what happens for SWEPCO. When we face something, they get that help needed, like in this winter storm, that SWEPCO is using those additional resources to be able to help those outages and to be able to restore power. So that's essentially what we're seeing right behind me, is that in effect. We're seeing a lot of utility trucks here, a lot of linemen all ready to just start rolling out as safely as they can. But let me talk about something about the roads. It's important for them to be able to do their job that these roads stay as clear as possible. We talked to the lieutenant earlier of Arkansas State Police, and he said it's important because essentially if the roads are clear and there's not many cars, it allows them to get to places quicker. It allows the linemen to get to places quicker and safely. It's important because it allows them to be able to restore power. But if there's cars on those roads, it takes a lot longer. It's more dangerous. So that's why we advise that, although, like Matt's been saying, the storm is over here in Texarkana, the sleet is still in the ground. It's still icy and it's still very slippery. So still stay at home. If you have no business of being outside, if you are not an essential worker, just try to stay home as much as you can if you can. That's the main message right now as the storm is over, that we still recommend to stay indoors because it's going to help with those power outages and help these companies be able to restore those outages. And live here in Texarkana Fairgrounds, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
Marvin, thank you. It's the viral video that you may have seen online, trees exploding in the cold, but is it real and should you be worried? Elle Myers has the latest on this interesting phenomenon.
No, I've not at all. I've never heard of them.
There's a lot of chatter about exploding trees online, but people out here braving the cold in Brighton are pretty unfamiliar with the viral phenomenon we've been hearing a lot about this week.
I didn't expect it to explode. That's quite some news.
I basically grew up in the forest, but exploding trees wasn't something I'd ever heard of before. So I asked an expert.
It sounds like gunshots, and if people are in the woods and happen to hear one of these or outside in their yard even, you'll be ducking for cover, but it's not exploding.
Craig tells me that phenomenon is called frost cracking, and it happens to certain trees when it gets well below freezing. Think -20.
We can get to a point where the sap inside the trees freezes.
Professor Craig tells me even if you're out in the woods, when something like this happens, you don't have to worry about shards of wood flying around.
I mean, they'll split open and they'll open, but this notion that all of a sudden, there's shards of trees blasting through the woods, that's not the way it happens.
He says it's not uncommon either.
Not unusual to go in the woods and see trees with frost cracks that have healed over.
Take a look at these pictures here. This is what a classic frost crack looks like. Often, he says, trees can continue growing even after a major crack like these.
The main threat to the tree would be a point where other, insects, disease, other things can come in. But given time, that the tree can and does heal these frost cracks over.
All right, you can upload video from your computer simply by clicking the burger icon in the top left. Click on that KSLA News 12 icon, and then you can click submit photos and videos. You can upload it to the January 2026 Winter Storm album. If you're uploading using your phone, you can press that burger icon, swipe up on the pop-up menu, and then press submit photos and videos. Again, while you do encourage viewer video, please prioritize your own safety first. We're taking a live look at downtown Shreveport. As some of you can see, it's covered in the area with all of that ice that fell in the area over the past 2 days. All of that, the winter storm has moved out, but this is what's left, and it's likely to freeze. The city of Shreveport has closed on Monday, and the city of Bossier has closed Monday.
And welcome back. Here's a live look from our Window World Skycam up in Bowie County. You can still see some of the icicles there on the camera lens, but the best news of all that I have for you today is that the winter storm has now moved out, but of course the cold air still remains all across the area. That's a look from our John Harvey Toyota camera looking at Benton Road. And you can see the Toyota dealership there. We got 220 in the distance, and maybe it looks like those clouds might be trying to thin a little bit. I wouldn't rule out a few peaks of sunshine today, but most of us are going to stay under that cloud cover. And that's a live look from our Shreveport Skycam, Mattress Plus Skycam, I should say, looking off to the north. You can really see how the visibility has improved. So again, the winter storm itself has ended, but the impacts do remain, at least for the next couple of days. Here's First Alert Doppler radar. Look at that, already out of our region. This is completely east of us at this point, and so we are done. Now, again, we could still see maybe some of that little, freezing drizzle at times. Could still see a few flurries out there this afternoon, but most of this has come to an end. Temperatures 28 in Shreveport, 25 Magnolia, looking at 19 in DeQueen, 23 Marshall, 17 Mount Pleasant, and of course we've been showing you those wind chill values throughout the morning in the single digits. 7 degrees is what it feels like in Mount Pleasant, 11 Marshall, 9 Longview, and 9 currently in DeQueen, 19 in Magnolia. Let's check out Future Track, and again the precip's pretty much come to an end. You still see a few little specks showing up on there, which indicates that we could still see some flurries, and I do anticipate some flurries out there, so don't be totally shocked if you do see some flakes kind of flying through the air at times this afternoon. It's not going to accumulate at all. We are done with the accumulating winter precip at this time. And then we look ahead to this evening. Again, there's the potential for a few of those snow showers up there near Texarkana, and then that should start to come to an end. Cloud cover gradually decreasing overnight tonight as that cold air really settles in. Good news is we do have that sun back in the forecast for your Monday, but temperature is really not going to respond to that. I mean, it's going to get a little warmer tomorrow. We'll be back at least in the mid-30s, low to mid-30s, but still pretty cold. And then the cold is the big story. That extreme cold warning will go into effect 6 p.m. Sunday all the way through noon on your Tuesday. For all the areas that you see shaded kind of in that purple color, that lavender color, that's going to be all the way through, again, noon on Tuesday for the very cold conditions. Temperatures for today, 27 Texarkana, 31 Coshada, about 28 towards Minden. Idabel only 23 for the high. We still got some low 30s down here in those far southeastern parishes of the viewing area. And our overnight lows for tonight in the mid-teens, mid to upper teens in our Louisiana parishes, about 15 tonight in Shreveport. As you go northbound, though, overnight temperatures in the single digits, 9 Idabel, 7 there in DeQueen, so really cold weather up there. Looking at our temperature trend going forward, we are heading in the right direction, but not quite there yet. I haven't had a chance to look at the averages, but I believe our average high is about 57 or 58 this time of year. So we're going to stay below that for the next several afternoons, but at least getting a little better, kind of peaking there on Thursday at 53, and then we kind of hold in the low 50s for the weekend. So next weekend is looking, thankfully, a lot better than what we just dealt with. All right, so tomorrow is still technically a first alert weather day just because of the kind of leftover impacts from this winter storm. And then we get to 43 on Tuesday, 47 on Wednesday, but those overnight lows will be cold. We'll still see that refreeze happening. And then by Thursday, 53, we actually will stay a little bit warmer, slightly better as we head into next weekend.
All right, want to bring you up to speed with the latest on traffic across the ArkLaTex. Again, if you can stay off those roads today, it is highly encouraged that you just stay home. The roads are going to be an icy and slushy mess as we go through the next 24 to possibly even 48 hours. Let's start off with a look at some of our closures here at the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. Of course, I-49 is going to remain closed until further notice from I-20 all the way down to 3132. We got another closure there in Bossier Parish in Bossier City. Portions of Benton Road from US 79 down to Old Minden Road is closed in both directions of travel. From here, we'll go to southern parts of Bossier Parish, where we've got another closure out toward the Ringgold area, the Lake Bistineau area. I'll zoom in on that here real quick. We'll take a look at that. This one also affecting both both directions of travel along Louisiana Highway 154 there near the parish line. Last but not least, we've got another road closure out in portions of northeastern Texas, this one out toward the New Boston area. Thankfully, not seeing any accidents reported currently on our traffic map. I'm gonna have to adjust that there just a little bit, get us in closer to that New Boston area. This New Boston closure is for I-30, just the westbound lane. If you're traveling in between Hooks and New Boston, again, I'm going to put that information there for you on the screen. And again, this also, until further notice, that closure extends from exit 206 for Texas Highway 86 to exit 201 for Texas Highway 8. All right, we've got a lot to talk about when it comes to your power outages. Those numbers went down to about 63,000 and then jumped back a little bit to 64,000. This is down from about 67, 68,000 SWEPCO customers alone here just a few moments ago. Again, 64,000. We'll try to take it county by county. Hopefully the site here will work with us again. Again, Panola County, one of the hardest hit counties so far, 9,600 outages out of 1,600 customers that are tracked in Panola County. We'll go down to Shelby County, Eastern Texas. This is another one where about 2/3 of the county is without power currently. 10,000 out of 15,000 customers there in Shelby County currently without power. We'll go out to Rusk County in Eastern Texas, 12,000 without power there out of 23,000 tracked. We'll head on down to Nacogdoches County, also seeing quite a few power outages this morning. Looks like about 13,000. Last but not least, we'll take you up to Bowie and Red River County. In Eastern Texas, here's Bowie County, about 3,300 currently without power. And then we'll head over to Red River County, northeastern Texas, where there's currently about 2,300 power outages. Let's see if we can't get our northwest Louisiana parishes to load back in here. Quite a few outages here in Caddo Parish, closing in on 14,000. As we head down I-49, 11,000 without power currently in DeSoto Parish. Let's see about Red River Parish here, about 3,800 without power in Red River Parish. Kind of take that back. We'll go to Natchitoches Parish or Sabine Parish, I should say, 10,000 without power currently. And then as we go to the east there, Natchitoches Parish currently looking at about 4,100 without power. Last but not least, let's take it over to southwestern Arkansas, get you some updates on outages there. Actually, I do want to go back to Louisiana there real quick. Somebody had a question about Bossier Parish earlier. Very low amount without power, coming in at about 465. Last but not least, again, South Arkansas, Sevier County looking at about 1,300 without power. We'll take you down to Little River County, where there's roughly 500 power outages currently. And last but not least, we will take you down, I believe that is Lafayette County. I'm going to refresh that real quick, get it there on the map. My apologies. Miller County coming in with about 2,000 power outages. So again, we're starting to see at least a couple of locations see power restored. We're going to continue to keep close tabs on this and give you the first alert as we learn the latest.
All right, thanks, Jake. A bone-chilling weekend has not stopped many of those looking to be in the mountains, hitting the ski slopes. Connor Eulathorn has the latest from Vermont.
Long lines at the Beast of the East, but local Christina Tooker doesn't mind the wait.
Not the coldest in my life. One time it was -42, but that was pretty cold.
Kyle Kowick also among the thousands who braved sub-zero temperatures Saturday.
Trying to stay warm. I got hand warmers on, feet warmers. I got 4 layers on underneath this, so just trying to stay warm.
Skiers and riders of all ages layered up to get in on the fun in the sun, including young Beatrice.
What are you enjoying about being out here today in the cold?
Well, I'm not scared.
What runs have you done so far? How many have you done?
3.
The Snowden six-pack, a godsend on bitter days like this. It was one of the few lifts open in the chilly conditions. The incoming snowstorm had many buzzing with excitement.
Get up as much as possible, hoping for a lot of snowfall, trying to just get as many runs in as possible.
And even adjusting travel plans.
Initially, the plan was to try and leave on Sunday. With the way the forecast looks, and I'll say with the vehicle I have, I'm probably going to be sticking it out one extra day.
He and many others planning to spend another cold day at the mountain with hopes of a foot of potential powder.
I'm excited for what that means for the rest of the season. I mean, the East Coast has been blessed with so much snow compared to the rest of the country right now, and I think it's going to be an awesome season.
All right, we've been checking in with city departments. Bossier City departments will be closed on Monday and Tuesday for non-essential workers. Caddo Parish, or I should say Shreveport, Mayor Tom Arsenault has said that the city will be closed to non-essential workers on Monday. They will make a decision about Tuesday at a later date. Also, we've been in contact with the Salvation Army. They have had a few people come in on Friday night and Saturday night, and they still have some places available for people who need it. And they encourage people to find some shelter and stay out of the cold conditions. Also, we are going to check in with Peyton Manuel again this morning as she is at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds. That is the staging area for SWEPCO. SWEPCO has brought in 5,600 additional resources brought in from Indianapolis. You mentioned Arizona to help restore power in this area. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head with this one. Let me take a second and step over to the side and show you again just how many crew trucks we have out here. Again, there have been people walking all over the place, there and back in front of our cameras, on the side of our cameras, and there are a lot of more people inside of these trucks staying warm, getting ready to roll out. Something I do want to point out, and I mentioned this earlier, there were also some tree crews here. I can't show you that though because they all took off down on those dangerous roads, hopefully driving slow as we've been encouraging you guys if you hit the roads, but they're all gone now. Again, they have to take care of cutting down those trees before linemen can get out there and start working with those, restoring that power for so many people out there, thousands of people who have lost that power. But the trees have to be taken care of first. I want to say they left around 20 minutes ago, so they've been doing that for a while, but we have so many crews here on standby. Friendly faces, everyone smiling in good spirits despite the really, really cold, freezing temperatures that we're all experiencing. But everyone's in good spirits, ready to do what they can the best way, effectively and safely, to bring people their power back again as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, if you do lose power, if you know someone who has lost power, always push to our KSLA News 12 website. Download that KSLA 12 app. Also, there are so many tips and resources there available. We have locations of warm centers that are also going to be having power and electricity to help you with any of your needs. But there's also tips of how you can stay warm and keep your loved ones warm right from where you are in the meantime if you're waiting for these crews to get out to you. But they have assured me, we've talked with some people, me and my cameraman have spoken with some people off camera here, and they assure us that they're doing what they can. Again, high spirits, but looking to get the job done quickly, safely, and effectively, and we appreciate the work that they do as well. Again, I also want to mention this is just SWEPCO. There are so many more people out there without power through other companies, but right now behind me you're looking at SWEPCO right now, and yeah, we wish them the best out there on the roads to travel safely as they do that, knocking it out as quickly and safely as possible. But in the meantime, you can stay up to date with where we're at with those power outages. We'll be sure to give you all of the updates on those numbers with these crews. Right here in Shreveport, I'm Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
All right, Peyton, thanks. Right now we're going to check in with KSLA News 12's Marvin Andrade. He is in the Texarkana, Texas area, the staging area for SWEPCO in that area. Good morning.
Hi, Dom. I'm in the Texarkana, Arkansas staging area right here at the fairgrounds, and I want to show you the background of the resources SWEPCO has right now. So if you see all the way in the far back, there's just one after another of massive trucks lined up. I'm going to count the rows that I see from here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rows of dozens of vehicles lined up. Basically utility trucks, all trying to help with those power outages that meteorologist Jake has been talking about this morning. And these resources are coming from all over the country. Like Amanda has said, the amount of resources that they have from different utility companies have been from as far as all the way from California to Florida, Indiana. Those are the few that she's mentioned to me. And it's a way that this utility company works. They say in natural disasters like this or storms like this, they all come together and help each other out because they know the importance of being able to stand together and help the customers out. So that's what's going on right behind me. This whole fairground parking is essentially filled with companies from different parts of the country, all trying to help out during this winter storm. But I want to talk about the roads and the importance for the roads to be clear for these people to be able to do their jobs. We had Lieutenant earlier from Arkansas State Police who said in order for them to be able to get to the places they need to be to help with those outages, those roads need to stay clear. They need to be able to manage the drive where they're going. And the way that we can help with that is to stay home if you have no need of being outside. I repeat that, stay home if you have no need of being outside, if you can stay home, because the roads right now, they're slippery. There's a lot of sheet of ice on top of the road, so you can barely see. I'll describe my drive over here. When we were driving over here and trying to find this parking lot, I had to go make sure to those people over there that I was in the right spot, because right around here would normally be the parking lot, but you can barely tell because of the amount of sheet of ice that is on top of the road. So that is just a glimpse description of what is being seen in the Texarkana region, which is why I advise that if you guys can still stay home. I know the winter storm is over right now, but that's the precipitation. As far as the roads, it's still slippery and not recommended to be driving in right now. It would help everyone out, like the lieutenant said, that it helps them keep themselves safe and also be able to restore that power that is needed for thousands here in ArkLaTex. So reporting live in Texarkana Fairgrounds, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12. Back to you, Dom.
All right, let's take a look outside. This is I-20 at Hearn Avenue, and same old situation. It hasn't gone anywhere yet. All of that ice still on the interstate. Back in a moment.
Type of roads you're going to be dealing with here, and you can see that the tire tracks are right there. So I mean, they're passable. You can get places, but it's not fun and it's not advisable. But you can see that there's a lot of kind of packed slush there on the roadways, and that sleet, it's being compacted down. So it's going to remain on the roads for a little while. And this is our Mattress Plus Skycam. I kind of pointed it down a little bit, and this is actually on top of our KSLA studios. And we're looking right here at some of the side streets, and you can see that they're very icy, very sleet packed, kind of packed ice on those roadways. So that's kind of what you're going to encounter if you do decide to venture out. That's what the roads currently look like across the region. All right, so first alert Doppler radar showing all of this activity moving out. So the winter storm, by all intents and purposes, is pretty much done. But now we're kind of dealing with the aftermath, which is the cold air. We got that extreme cold warning that goes into effect 6 p.m. on Sunday through noon on Tuesday. And that includes a lot of pretty much all of our counties and parishes. And again, the reason this was issued by the National Weather Service is because those temperatures are going to plummet later on tonight, and we're talking wind chills that'll be maybe close to zero in some spots. Here's the next 5 hours. You can see this is for Shreveport and Bossier, and notice the winter precipitation is done. Now, even though you don't see it on this graphic, I would not rule out some flurries or maybe some passing, snowflakes kind of blowing through the breeze this afternoon, but it's not going to really be anything. Temperatures will be in the upper 20s through the rest of the afternoon, and those winds will be out of the northwest at around 10 to 15. 29 today, Shreveport, 27 Texarkana, looking at 31 in Natchitoches, 26 out towards Marshall, and low to mid 20s from Idabel to Queen back towards Mount Pleasant. So it's going to be very cold there along and north of the I-30 corridor. Here's a look at those feels like temperatures taking you through the day today. It's still going to feel like the teens all across our region, so it's going to be quite cold as we get into tonight. Wind chills down in the single digits for most of us, and then we get you into tomorrow afternoon, and those feels like temperatures will still be in the mid-20s. All right, let's take a look at traffic and notice how much this map has changed since we've been on air. We actually got on air. What time? 3 a.m. We've been on air for a bit. So we got on air at 3 o'clock this morning, and we've seen the traffic change a lot. And notice a lot more orange and yellow showing up all across the area. And that's just because we have more people trying to get out and about. So our traffic maps are starting to kind of light up just because we have more folks at least attempting to travel, which of course we don't really recommend, but I-20 is definitely starting to run slow. If you're going to be hitting the interstate or trying to get anywhere, you can see all of the slowness there, all on area roads. That's North Market. You see I-220 basically from Cross Lake all the way, that entire length of 220 basically from I-20 all the way to the Louisiana Downs is going to be running very slow. And we'll take you to the south side here. You can see, of course, I-49 still shut down there. You can see Interloop Expressway is slow. We also have some pretty slow traffic there on Uri Drive. We'll take you to the Jimmy Davis Bridge, which is also, running extremely slow. This is good, though. We actually want to see traffic going slow today, so this is actually a good thing. And we'll take you up to Texarkana, where you can see I-30 really is pretty treacherous right now. So just avoid traveling anywhere in the ArkLaTex today if you can. If you can hold out through tomorrow, too, that would be advisable. And then we should see, hopefully, some improving conditions as we head into about Tuesday of next week as those temperatures finally start to warm up.
All right, thank you, Matt. And we are continuing our coverage. The snowy conditions in the Midwest on Saturday triggered a number of vehicle crashes. And this was the scene in St. Louis, Missouri. At least 2 semi-trucks collided. Police say this happened as the trucks were getting off of a ramp heading toward downtown St. Louis. One of the semi-trailers snapped in half and it spilled their load onto the roadway. Turns out the truck was carrying yogurt that left a slippery mess in what was already tough road conditions. A restaurant in Arkansas is ready to serve as patrons escape the winter weather. Carter Thweet spoke to the staff.
Have a warm place to sit and a nice meal.
That's the mission at Colton Steakhouse. From what I can tell, one of very few, or maybe the only, restaurants still open in a snowy Whitehall.
We're here ready to serve the community.
And during an event like this, it tends to be specific members of the community. A lot of the folks staying at this Marriott, or the people responsible for keeping the lights on and the city running.
We've had some hardworking people that have been in here to eat, and we're happy to take care of them.
And it's been a little smoother than last year's winter weather event.
It was me and one other girl. There was maybe a couple in the kitchen. We just pushed through it. It was bad.
And though the roads were rough this time around,
they had ice on them and then they were covered in snow.
I definitely don't recommend getting out there unless you have to.
For these workers, it's all worth it.
We've had a lot of people be very thankful that we were here. It's really important to be open for them because they have nowhere else to go to eat.
All right, taking a live look at downtown Shreveport. The freezing rain and sleet has moved out of the area, but this is going to stick around for some time because of the freezing temperatures. We're going to check in with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones when we come back after the break. at least give you an estimated time, and that time will update.
Yeah.
So what are we looking at right now?
We're about 65,000.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's kind of been, I think it's below its peak. I think at one point it was like, what, 68?
Yes.
So we're coming down a little bit. You know, I don't know if it's going to continue that trend, but you know, about 65,000 without power right now. So.
Right, and we have staging areas in Shreveport. SWEPCO is at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds, where we have Peyton Manuel, and Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana, Arkansas, at the staging area there for SWEPCO. So we've seen some movement, and they are making it happen.
Yeah, and like you said, the winter storm is now done, thank goodness. But now kind of the aftermath of the power outages and the cold air coming in. So let's take a couple, we'll look at a couple cameras here. We got our Window World Sky Cam up in Bowie County, and as you can see, still very icy. That just looks like some sort of camera from the Arctic or something with that ice hanging down over that camera lens. Here's a look from our Mattress Plus Sky Cam looking out over this is actually at our station here. You can see those roads are definitely very icy and treacherous. And as I just mentioned, the big story now is shifting from the winter precip, which is done, to the extreme cold warning, which goes into effect at 6 p.m. this evening, lasting through noon on Tuesday. So it's going to be very, very cold for the next several days. All right, 28 degrees right now in Shreveport, 22 in Marshall. Got some teens off to the north and west. 16 Idabel, 19 to Queen, and 17 degrees in Mount Pleasant, 30 in Bienville, and currently 25 in Magnolia. And look at these wind chills. We've been watching these dropping throughout the morning. So 9 is your feels like temperature there in DeQueen, 10 in Marshall, 6 Mount Pleasant, and 8 currently in Longview. It is just brutally cold, so you definitely want to bundle up. Even if you're going to head out to try to have some fun in this, maybe do a little bit of sledding or whatever, bundle up because it is really cold. All right, look at the temperatures here as we head through the rest of the afternoon, holding in the mid to upper 20s across our area. And again, wind chills will definitely be even lower than that. 29 in Shreveport, 27 Texarkana, 31 in Natchitoches, 26 degrees in Marshall. All right, let's check out traffic real fast. Let's see how the roadways are looking across our area, and we'll zoom into, again, a few spots here. You're going to go through this pretty quickly. There's honestly not a lot of people, hardly anyone out on the roads, which is good. But if you are venturing out, looking pretty slow on I-20 as expected. I-220, both directions there running slow. You can see Benton Road all the way northbound is very slow as well. Same story with Airline Drive. Looking at I-49, we still got that closure from basically I-20 all the way down to the Interloop Expressway. So I-49 is still shut down. That's been shut down throughout the duration of this storm. Looking at the Jimmy Davis Bridge, that's running slow as well. East Kings Highway, you can see that there. And then, of course, Uri Drive is a little bit backed up. It means that what that means is that there are some people actually getting out on the roadways. That's why our traffic feature is able to kind of pick that up. Looking at I-30, that is running pretty slow going into northeast Texas, out of Texarkana. And then we'll check on our friends up in McCurtain County right now, where it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of people out there on the roads. Dominique, I'll send it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. This morning, 3 people are dead in New York City due to the major winter storm. New York police say 2 men and a woman were found in Brooklyn and Manhattan. And now to a first alert from the White House. President Donald Trump issued a federal disaster for Arkansas and Louisiana and several other states prior to the winter storm, causing any damage. He says the administration is working closely with FEMA to provide aid. And this winter storm continues to move over the Shreveport area. Actually, has moved out of the area about 8 o'clock this morning. We saw the last of that. KSLA's Peyton Manuel joins us live from Shreveport. You're at the staging area at the Louisiana Fairgrounds. Good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. Yeah, just take a second and look behind me for the staging area. Right over there, I don't know if you can see that big billboard with that stop sign. They had a bunch of trucks that were there, and I want to say maybe 5 minutes ago, about at least 8 of them pulled off and got onto the roads. And so me and my photographer were in the car staying warm and watching this unfold. We've been saying that these crews are out here. They've been sitting on standby in their trucks, just waiting to get back on, waiting to get on the roads to restore power for the thousands of people, the thousands of SWEPCO customers out there without power. And I'm just here to reassure you that they are doing that. But again, they did have some tree crews that were out here earlier, and they have to attend to those trees first before the linemen can get there and start messing with those lines. Again, it's a huge process that goes into it, and it's a long process, but it's also a process that they want to be able to do safely and obviously quickly to make sure that people's power gets restored. But there are crews that are out there. There are crews that are on the way. And as I just mentioned, there are crews that are on standby. We've had people walking back and forth over behind me. You can't see it, but they have like a big tent that's set up where these crews, these these men and women are staying inside to get warm and to get fed with food. So they're on standby on this standing ground here, just waiting for the green light once those trees are up to get out there on those roads. Hopefully, like we've been encouraging you all to drive slow, but get to their destinations to make sure that that power is restored. And for those of you who may know someone, or if you have lost power yourself, just check out our website at KSLA.com or download that KSLA News 12 app. It will give you all the tips and resources of where you can go, other locations in the area that do have power to give you the electricity that you may need, that you may be looking for, or just tips of how you can keep yourself and your loved ones warm and safe right from where you are. Just hang on and stick through it, because there are crews that are coming. I also want to mention one last thing. There are crews that are coming from other areas too, so it's not just crews that you would think would be from inside the state. I spoke with someone earlier off camera. He says he's coming from Arizona with his team. So a lot of times they bring in these crews from unaffected areas so that we can bring in more manpower, more resources to get the job done when we have intense weather like right now. Keeping you first alert, I'm Peyton Manuel, KSLA News 12.
All right, take a look at this video of ice causing a power line breaker to explode. KSLA News 12 crews were on the scene and happened to be filming when this happened, sparking those flames there. This video was taken on Richmond Road in Texarkana, Texas. Thousands are without power around the ArkLaTex right now. And speaking of those without power, we're going to turn to the SWEPCO outage map right here and take a look at the customers without power at this time. So we're going to update it and let's reload it and see we are 61,485 total customers without power at this time in the ArkLaTex. We actually spoke with a representative from SWEPCO a little bit earlier this morning who said they've called in at least 5,600 more resources. As you heard Peyton say, some crews are coming in from Arizona. We've had people come in from Indianapolis. They are working as fast as they can to get the power restored. We're back in a moment.
So I'll give y'all the cue when it's time to clear.
Good morning, Pastor Jackson.
Hey, good morning, Dominique.
Thank you so much for jumping on to talk about the community lighthouse. That's really great. How many people do you have there that have come in?
Well, we're here. Ours is from 10 until 4. So
okay.
It's today. So we haven't officially. It's open in just a few moments.
Okay. And so can you tell us what, when we get ready to interview, what you guys expect to do to be assistance to the community? What are you providing? Obviously, they want you to adjust your shot just a bit. Maybe pull down on the camera. There's a little extra headroom at the top. Is that good, y'all? Yes, that's good. So we'll talk about the impact that has happened in the Moortown area. I think that you guys have a lot of power outages from what we are looking at on the map. And then, people obviously, if they don't have generators, most people don't, they could come to what you guys are calling the community lighthouse. Okay. All right. We are coming back in about a minute and 20 seconds.
All right.
All right. for the community. Great to mention that the Red Cross is there providing blankets and food as well. Is there anything else that you want to add? I know that you guys are going to open at 10 and then close today at 4.
Yes, we want to just try to be sure we can provide whatever we can that's necessary, but we are also working as a small part of the larger emergency response apparatus and waiting on word from those who can give direction in case we need to become a full-fledged shelter. So we just want people to be as safe as possible, and we want to be as prepared as possible to be able to do ministry in this moment.
All right, and just so people know where to go, are they going to the fellowship hall or the gym at your church?
Yes, at the Murphy L. Hunt Life Center. Okay. So it will be at the Life Center where the actual lighthouse is housed.
Okay. Thank you so much. Pastor Dr. Theron Jackson, the pastor of Morningstar Baptist Church, thank you again for joining us this morning, and be safe.
Thank you all. Y'all too.
All right. Before we head over to Matt, I just want to make a programming note for you. We will continue our hourly update on broadcast and live stream the AFC Championship game. It is coming on, or the NFL coverage starts at 2 o'clock. We're scheduled to have a 5:30 p.m. newscast. However, that could get pushed back if the game goes long. We'll continue to give you the first alert updates and information on our live stream. You can always stay connected to KSLA's app, KSLA.com, and all of our social media. We are here for you. We're keeping you informed, and we're keeping you first alert. Matt?
And here's a live look from our John Harvey Toyota camera. You can see Benton Road is still very, very icy and packed with ice, and that's going to remain the case. Really, I don't expect these road conditions to really change at all the next couple of days because our temperatures are really not going to move very much. It just looks like a gray, icy look over our Mattress Plus Skycam. Just looks like a cold winter day here in the ArkLaTex, and again, those temperatures are not going to budge throughout the day. Here's a look at our first alert Doppler radar. You can see that that winter storm is now well east of us, so we are done. We are completely done with it, which is fantastic news. So no more additional ice or sleet or anything like that on the way. 28 degrees now in Shreveport, 19 in DeQueen, 16 Idabel, 21 Marshall, 23 currently in Carthage. And those feels like temperatures here still in the teens and single digits. Look at that, 9 in Marshall, feels like 8 out in Longview, 5 Mount Pleasant, and 9 in DeQueen. So it is very cold. But again, best news I've had all weekend long is that this winter storm is on the way out. Now we could still see maybe a leftover flurry. If you like squint, you can see some of that, maybe a leftover flurry or a brief snow shower as we head through the afternoon. But for the most part, this winter storm is certainly on the way out. And then the next thing we're going to notice is our sky will start to clear tonight, and that's actually going to lead to a fairly sunny Monday for us. Don't forget the sunglasses by the way, tomorrow, because we're going to have intense sun glare with all that ice on the ground and the white on the ground. It's going to be super bright. So don't forget your sunglasses tomorrow afternoon. You'll definitely need them. The cold, though, is going to be the big story. That begins 6 p.m. today through noon on Tuesday. That's the extreme cold warning that we currently have. Looking at the highs for today, mid to upper 20s for most of us. Few spots could reach the low 30s, but don't expect it to get very warm at all. And here's your overnight lows tonight in the teens, mid-teens around Shreveport, and only 7 tonight in DeQueen. And here's that 7-day forecast. Tomorrow is another first alert weather day, not because of anything falling from the sky, but just because of the road conditions are going to stay pretty treacherous through Monday, and then we'll start to get better later in the week with those temperatures back in the 50s by Thursday. Let's send it over to Jake with another final check of our traffic.
Thankfully, no accidents reported out there right now. Of course, we still have several closures to give you the first alert to. One of those big ones is I-49 from I-20 down to 3132. There's also a small stretch of Benton Road that's also closed. That basically from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. Want to zoom in here, see a couple of icons popping up on I-49 and some slowing traffic. Looks like traffic's just really slow heading eastbound on I-220 there in between Louisiana Highway 173 and US 71. What you see there, those closures on the map, those are the on-ramps for I-49. Those are both closed on I-220. Other than that, you'll notice there south Bossier Parish out toward kind of the Ringgold, Lake Bistineau area. There's a closure. Louisiana Highway 154 closed in both directions, close to the Bossier-Webster Parish line. As we go closer, further to the north there to I-30, there's another closure to give you the first alert to, and that is I-30 in between Hooks and New Boston. Just the westbound lanes currently are closed. I'll go ahead and put that information there for you on the screen. That is from exit 206 for Texas Highway 86 all the way to exit 201. That's Texas Highway Highway 8 McCoy Boulevard. Again, that's north of New Boston, kind of in between Hooks and New Boston on I-30 westbound. All right, let's get a check here of your power outages. Total SWEPCO 61,485. We'll take a look at some of our county by county outages here real quick. Take a look at the most impacted ones. Panola and Shelby County in eastern Texas still with the most outages in eastern Texas. Nearly 10,000 without power in Panola County. And as we head south towards Shelby County, likely still seeing around 10,000, actually a little over now. 11,000 out of 15,000 tracked without power currently in Shelby County. Let's take a quick look at our northwest Louisiana parishes. Caddo Parish coming in with about 10,000 customers without power. As we look out toward DeSoto Parish, roughly 11,000 customers without power. Red River Parish, another one dealing with significant outages this morning. 3,800 currently without power. We'll take a look here at Sabine Parish in Louisiana. You'll see over 10,000 currently without power. Now, when it comes to our southwest Arkansas counties, not many are dealing with power outages. One of the most impacted is Miller County, coming in with about 2,200 power outages. Of course, we're going to be monitoring these very closely. We'll give you the first alert over on our streaming platforms throughout the day.
All right, and so the winter storm, yes, the winter storm. You guys have been up since 3 o'clock and on.
Yeah, it's been a very eventful weekend. Luckily, the winter storm part of it's coming to an end. Thank goodness.
Yes. Yeah. Be careful if you have to get out on the roadways because the ice is still there, as we have been telling everybody. SWEPCO is continuously monitoring the situations on the power. We've seen those power outages go down.
Going down a little bit. So
yes.
Fingers crossed. And I guess the big story now weather-wise is that it's just going to get really cold. So now we got, the icy roads, which will stick around through tomorrow, cold temperatures, but we should start to see some big improvements definitely by Tuesday. I think we're going to start to melt away a lot.
Right. And just a programming note here, the AFC Championship game is today. All of those festivities start around 2 o'clock. We do have our evening newscast that may or may not be pushed back depending on if the game runs over. But of course, you can keep it right here, locked here, KSLA News 12's app. We will be providing, even though we're not on air or online, we will be providing updates on social media.
Social media, the streaming platforms will be on there. Yep.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you.
Be safe.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps. You can watch our newscast live or catch up on the news on your time. This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Jake Lambright. We're going to talk for just a couple minutes about what's going on out there right now. Of course, you can see on First Alert radar, not a whole lot going on weather-wise. That wintry precipitation finally out of the ArkLaTex, but there is a good bit to talk about whenever it comes to our roadways. Of course, we still have ice out there, and that ice probably not going anywhere anytime soon, as temperatures will be staying very cool. In fact, you can kind of see there, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we are still at 26 right now here in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. Of course, actually did get some new information actually just in about the ice storm warning as well as the winter storm warning. So I'm going to take a look at that. So give me just a second while I try to get some new info on that. I think what they did was edited the time to maybe wrap this up around noon. But again, let me double check things here and just make sure that that is indeed the case. Looks like they are running it to noon today. So it was originally going until 6 p.m. Now that winter storm warning and ice storm warning both go until noon, as we no longer have that wintry precipitation across the ArkLaTex. So since that's expiring, we'll actually just skip right through that. Of course, the focus is going to shift to temperatures. Those are going to be getting very, very cold here as we go through the overnight hours tonight and, of course, tomorrow night as well. So tonight, starting at 6, we will have an extreme cold warning in place for the entire ArkLaTex. Of course, highs this afternoon, not going to be all that warm. Tomorrow's high is a little bit better, not by much, but you'll see tonight temperatures will be staying in the teens for Sunday night and Monday night, with improvements on Tuesday. All right, I'll be back to talk about traffic coming up right after this short break. All right, so we were having some technical difficulties with our news apps a little while ago, so I'm going to go back on a quick break. We'll kind of restart this over here in just a couple minutes so I can get this out to our KSLA app for anybody that's still watching. So again, not going anywhere. I will be off the screen and muted there for just a second. We'll kind of restart this from the beginning, then we'll take a look at road conditions across the ArkLaTex. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me. I'm meteorologist Jake Lambright here with a quick update on weather. Of course, first alert radar showing no more wintry precipitation out there across the ArkLaTex right now, and really pretty much done with it for the rest of this winter weather event. With that said, though, of course, we may be done with the wintry precipitation, but impacts are still going to remain with us for a little while longer. Want to give you, of course, the first alert to some brand new information that I just got. Our winter storm warning that was in place for parts of the ArkLaTex, and then the ice storm warning that was in effect for kind of our central and southern East Texas counties and all of northwest Louisiana. Both alerts are going to be allowed to expire early at noon today, as opposed to that previous 6 p.m. expiration time. Of course, one of the big things, of course, now that the wintry precipitation is gone, the cold temperatures are going to be in full force. An extreme cold warning starts 6 p.m. this evening and runs through noon on Tuesday. And when I show you temps just over the next 3 days, it is going to be very evident why. So during the daytime hours today, we're probably keeping it in the upper 20s. Mid-teens overnight tonight, just a little above freezing for Monday, and then back into the teens overnight Monday into Tuesday. From there, temperatures will be in the low to mid-40s for your highs on Tuesday. Lows will be in the mid-20s. Of course, while the wintry precipitation is gone, temperatures that cold, we'll be keeping some impacts around through maybe as long as Tuesday morning to Tuesday afternoon. Of course, most of those impacts are road impacts. So let me go ahead and give you the latest information on what we've got going on right now. Looks like we've got a stalled vehicle there, so let me pull some new info for you on that. This is on 3132 westbound. There is currently a stalled vehicle near exit 6. That's Linwood Avenue. Again, westbound lanes of 3132. Also, you might notice that little red exclamation point and all the purple there on I-49. That is I-49. It still remains closed, of course, from I-20 down to 3132. Out toward 220, the interstate itself remains open. However, the on-ramps for I-49 are closed. Again, that's at 220. Those ramps to get onto 49 or off of 49 are closed. And then last but not least, we have a road closure. This is Benton Road, a section from US 79 all the way down to Old Menden Road. Again, also seeing a closure there in both directions. We've got another road closure. This is Louisiana Highway 154 near Lake Bistineau heading toward Ringgold. That's also closed both directions, that little stretch there. So again, another closure to keep in mind if you have to get out on the roads anytime soon. Do want to go into our last closure here. This is in between New Boston and Hooks, but I-30 westbound is closed. Let me double check that. Let me actually change some things here. So it looks like maybe there's some new information updating here on our traffic map that's not quite reflected. Or no, this is the same. I-20 eastbound, the road is closed. I believe that was westbound earlier, so it looks like they might have... There's some conflicting information here. We'll definitely have to confirm that because it has definitely been the westbound lanes have been closed so far today up until this point. So we're going to work to get you that information, of course, and give you the first alert as we learn more. All right, so I'm actually going to take us back to the Shreveport-Mosher Metro, make that full screen for just a moment while I tweak some things here on my end. So give me just a second while I do that. And we'll take a look at some of our DOTD cameras around the region and also take a look at some of your viewer photos as well. We'll also take a look at a few other parts of the state, kind of see what is going on there. Let's start off with a look at I-20 at Spring Street, courtesy of the DOTD cams. The roads, of course, there's still ice on the roads, but not looking as bad as I thought that they might be. Again, still want to stay off of them if you can avoid it. There's Airline Drive, a lot more ice there that you can see on the road. Thankfully, nobody out there on I-20 right now. We'll go back into Shreveport, go a little further west. This is I-20 at Hearn Avenue facing eastbound. Looks like that camera there might have had a little bit of a hiccup. We'll go I-20 at Lakeshore for 79. Again, lots of ice still there on the road. So that's what our roads look like in Shreveport. I was very surprised today. I actually saw some photos out of the Monroe area. Some of those neighborhoods looked like they were hit pretty hard. Lots of ice accumulating on the power lines. Again, out in the Monroe area today, and power poles kind of bent sideways. So I want to see if we can get some DOTD cameras out that way. Let's see what I can pull up. Looks like there are a lot of issues there. 165 at Winsboro Road. Surprisingly, that doesn't look as bad as what our roads look like at this point. But again, that could change. Look at that slushy mess. Let's see if I can view the video for this camera. Again, this is also 165 at Winsboro. Oh, you can see the icicles there. So again, this is just to our east. That's out in the Monroe area. Again, wanted to kind of show that because I saw they received some significant accumulations as well. We'll go to the south, take a look at Alexandria. That's going to be about the southward extent of any potential ice. Let's see what I-49 looks like if I can get a view maybe. And their roads hardly look impacted at all. At least this stretch of I-49 looks okay. We'll kind of take a look out. This is another one of their highways. Looks like just a little bit of ice accumulation there in the grass, but otherwise the roads to our south looking fine. Of course, a very different picture compared to what we're dealing with in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro right now. I'll pull up our I-20 at Pines Road camera. Wow, that's a live image right now. You can see just how much ice has accumulated there, especially on that overpass, but even on the road below, still a good bit of ice accumulation there. All right, let me, and again, if you're live right now on our Facebook, I will be answering some questions here in just a moment. We'll take a look at some of our southern Arkansas County roads as well. Kind of see what iDrive Arkansas has for us. It looks like a lot of snow and ice on the roadways. Let me get our cameras turned on. I'll make that full screen here in just a moment. We'll take a look near, I think that camera's been down for a while. Let's try State Line Avenue. This is I-30 facing eastbound. You can see just how much has accumulated there on the roads. Make that full screen, of course. And yeah, that was one of our cameras that showed a little bit more in the way of accumulations yesterday and still kind of saying that same thing today. Let's head up the road a little bit. This is mile marker 6.5, I-30 facing westbound, and I'm surprised that those vehicles are driving as fast as they are. Still dealing with a good bit of accumulation there. Again, this is just outside of Texarkana, heading to the northeast on I-30. That camera view is facing westbound. So heading back into Texarkana, I should say. All right, so before we go, I of course want to kind of bring you up to speed with the latest on outages across the ArkLaTex power outages. SWEPCO currently reporting 54,000, so that number has come down since this morning. Over 9,000 SWEPCO customers are without power in Caddo Parish. We'll actually take a look here at a different site here, kind of give you a better idea. So if you don't have SWEPCO, you kind of get a better idea of what power outages look like in your parish. So Caddo Parish currently has 8,400 without power. DeSoto Parish over 11,000 without power. Red River County, nearly 4/5 of the, or over 4/5 of the tracked customers are without power. 4,100 out of a little over 5,000. 10,000 without power in Sabine Parish. 4,600 without power in Natchitoches Parish. We'll take a look here. I'm going to back out of this and go to some of our East Texas counties. We had some, especially Panola and Shelby County, dealing with several outages so far today. Panola County has over 9,000 still without power, over 9,000 without power also in Shelby County. Rusk dealing with 11,000 outages, and even Sabine County dealing with about 5,000 power outages. As you go a little bit closer to Texarkana, Texas there, Bowie County dealing with about 2,700 power outages this morning. We'll take a quick check here of our outages in Arkansas. Might take just a second to get those on your screen. And here's a look at your Arkansas power outages for our Arkansas counties that we covered in the ArkLaTex. Sevier County coming in with 1,100 outages. Little River County a little over 600, and then 2,300 outages currently in Miller County. We'll take a look here at some photos and videos here in just a moment. Of course, want to check in and see if anyone has left questions on our Facebook page. Give me just a second to get that pulled in. Have to let's try this and see if that's the correct. Takes me just a second. Okay, here we go. All right, so Sabrina left a comment. Swepco's working overtime. And wow, they had you back up 2.5 hours, praying that everyone stays warm. Yes, our linemen, of course, out there working their hardest, doing their best to get power restored as soon as possible. And they're working out in some pretty frigid cold. So thank you so much to all of the linemen out there making sure that power is restored quickly to the ArkLaTex. Of course, your hard work and your diligence, your speediness, too, in getting these outages restored does not go unnoticed for us in the ArkLaTex. Again, thank you so much. To all the linemen out there working across the ArkLaTex today. All right, let's take a quick look here. Got the wrong mouse again. Let's take a look at viewer photos that have been sent in to us across the region today, some of the newest ones. And of course, if you want to send your photos in, I will show you how to do that in just a moment. This first photo came in from Beverly during the overnight hours. You can see that sleet just coming off the roof like a waterfall. We'll kind of scroll down here. This is from Rebecca in the Highland area. Donnie there sharing a video. Make sure we're muted there. It looks like his kids are sledding there. The dog's having fun out there too. Two pups having fun out there while the kids are sledding. Such a fun time for sure. Ashunda there showing some pictures of her kid there playing in the sleet. Fun time for, even her dog's out there enjoying it as well. We'll kind of go down a little bit more. Now, this is something that was pretty cool. I might add, make that as full screen as I can get. You may have noticed it last night, but we actually had some thunder sleet across the ArkLaTex. That is pretty rare. Not impossible, but it is pretty rare. Thunder sleet here because we have to have some energy in the atmosphere, some instability to get thunder and lightning, and that occurring with a winter storm. Again, that's what it's most likely, but overall, pretty rare that we see it with wintry precipitation. I noticed a few flashes of lightning last night as I was trying to go to bed. So pretty cool for sure. We'll take a look. I see some questions about status on power, gas, sewage, and then schools. So we'll talk about that here in just a moment. We'll scroll through a few more of these photos. Oh, look at Catherine EJ there posing next to his little snowman, or maybe we should call it a sleep man. Made out of all those little sleep pellets, but that's a great photo. Thank you so much for sharing those. And again, let me show you real quick how you can share your photos. So if you go to KSLA.com, all you have to do is go to this little 3-line menu. You'll click the down arrow where it says KSLA News 12 and then click Submit Photos and Videos. From there, you could scroll down, and I'm not signed into anything special here. This is just how you'd see it if you were submitting on your end. There will be a little Add Media button there, January 2026 Winter Storm, and that's how you can submit your photos and videos. We'll start off with a question. It's Caddo out of school. So one way you can always keep up to date with the latest closures that we are aware of, if you go to our website at the top, you'll see this closings and delays. From there, you will see all of the schools that are out. So I have not heard any word from Caddo Parish at this time. Of course, if we get that information, we'll put it here on the website and give you the first alert to the latest. Last I knew, and this was as of a couple days ago, this is more something I'll have to ask in our news department. Last I knew, they were going to make a call today, but they may have gone ahead and made that call early. Again, don't quote me on that. Not sure. When we have that info, we'll update it on our website. Gerald asking about status on infrastructure. I haven't lost water here in Shreveport and haven't heard of any water outages so far. With that said, I will switch over to SWEPCO outages here in just a moment. As far as SWEPCO customers are concerned, over 54,000 remain without power. Its peak this morning was around 68,000. So those numbers are starting to improve. And Sabrina here actually gave us a report a little bit earlier that she lost power this morning, and SWEPCO had her back in about 2.5 hours. So do want to say it again. Thank you so much to all the linemen working out there in those freezing cold temperatures out there in the ArkLaTex today, dealing, of course, with pretty dangerous, treacherous road conditions. Thank you so much for getting that power restored quickly and keeping us nice and warm across the ArkLaTex. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Of course, we'll have more updates for you throughout the day, but this stream will stay going with the latest weather and traffic information. So again, you can continue watching. You won't hear anything. Of course, me and Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones are going to be talking about the forecast and what we need to look at tweaking or if everything looks good. But of course, we'll be back here in a little while with another live weather update for you. In the meantime, though, again, that weather information will continue on your screen. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you back here in a little while.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Jake Lambright. Of course, for the first time in quite some time, First Alert radar is completely free of any precipitation, whether it be liquid rain or wintry weather, and we are going to be dry as we go through the next couple of days. We do want to give you two quick updates. That winter storm warning and ice storm warning have just been allowed to expire as of noon today, so those alerts are no longer in effect. Now that those alerts are no longer active, we do have another alert that will be going into effect very soon, as temperatures overnight will be very cold tonight and tomorrow night. We're talking low temperatures in the teens. Feels like temperatures tomorrow morning will likely be in the single digits across much of the ArkLaTex. So some very dangerous cold ahead for us for much of the area. That's why an extreme cold warning will be going into effect tonight, area-wide, starting at 6 p.m. and continuing through noon. Looks like we'll have to see more about that graphic here in a little while. But of course, there are many closures across the ArkLaTex, and of course, roadways are also we do have some closures across the area as well. I'll be talking more about that over on the KSLA News 12 app, so make sure to join me there for a continuation of this coverage. All right, so like I mentioned before, we're going to go ahead and kind of take a closer look at some area roadways and some closures. Do want to bring some of the bigger ones to your attention, of course. The first one being I-49 being closed from I-20 all the way down to 3132. A little further to the north, Benton Road is also closed from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. Both those closures, 49 and that one stretch of Benton Road, are closed both directions of travel. Then the I-49 ramps from I-220 are closed. I-220 is open, but the ramps to get onto I-49 North are closed. So again, want to give you the first alert to that as well. We got another closure in southern Bossier Parish, Louisiana Highway 154, kind of near the Lake Bistineau area, headed out to or from Ringgold, right there on the Bossier-Webster Parish line, is closed in both directions as well. And then the last closure to give you the first alert to is way up on I-30. And there's some conflicting information there. However, it looks like now maybe the eastbound lanes of I-30 in between New Boston and Hooks are closed. So again, that latest information coming in from DOTD. So we talked about that a good bit. I am going to change some things here on my end and get a look at some of our traffic cameras around both Louisiana as well as Arkansas, some of our southwest Arkansas counties there. We'll start with a view there of Pines Road. This is I-20 at Pines Road. Let me see if I can get that to load back on the screen there. So there we go. You can notice a lot of accumulations there on the side of the road. Still a lot of ice there on the interstate. We'll take a closer look on the Bossier City side of things. This is I-20 at Traffic Street. Try to load that full screen for you again. And again, lots of ice there on the road. That's near the Boomtown Casino. You can see that Traffic Street exit there. Lots of ice still out there on the roadways this afternoon. All right, we will go, let's take a look at I-220. Haven't taken a look at 220 in a while. This is 220 at the Market Street exit. This is looking westbound. And again, quite a bit of ice there. Thankfully, cars taking it a little bit slower compared to earlier on 220. But again, definitely expect, if you have to get out on the roads today, take it extra slow. As there's still a good bit of ice out there on the roads. Let's take a look here in Arkansas, out toward I-30, especially areas around Texarkana there. You'll notice those kind of magenta color near Texarkana. Let me zoom it in so you can see it a little bit better. That magenta color kind of representing ice patches, that darker purple indicating ice on the roads. Of course, seeing a lot of that there along I-30 near Texarkana. I'm going to kind of take things in a little bit more. We'll take a look at I-30 out near Fulton. This is at the Red River. Wow, look at that. The camera completely iced over right now. Pretty incredible. Since that one's iced over, let me see if I can't get another view there. Here's I-30 facing east near Fulton, mile marker 18. And again, you can see a lot of ice out there on the roads right now. Conditions will likely not improve until we get into the day on Tuesday. Temperatures will be warming up well above freezing by that point. We'll take a look. Mile marker 6.5 facing westbound on I-30. Ooh, cars traveling a bit quick there considering that slush and ice there on the road. So I cannot stress enough, if you don't have to be out on those roads right now, please do not be on the road. Here's a great example why. Look at how iced over that camera is. This is I-49 northbound at mile marker 42 facing north. That's in Arkansas, just north of Texarkana. Wow, you can see, and again, I'll zoom that out for just a second. You can kind of see road conditions. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in our Facebook chat, and I'll be answering those here in just a moment. Last but not least, before we go, I want to take a look at some of the new viewer photos and videos that were sent in. So I'm going to refresh the page there so I can walk through some of those with y'all, some of those latest that are just into our newsroom. Oh, so look at that. There's Kayla's photos from out there in the sleet. Winter storm fun. And then Lauren just sent us this video of the Millwood Dam in Ashdown, Arkansas. Oh, look at the poor doodle puppy. It looks like it may not be the biggest fan of sledding, and Grover might agree on that one. All right, we'll take a look. Oh, this is a cool photo from Chancey Davis of ice accumulation there on those little tree branches. Wow, that is quite a bit of ice accumulation. And on that nice flower, too. Good bit of ice accumulation there. All right, here's a video from Danielle Capello of snow surfing, or snowing there in the sleet. Oh, that was quite the wipe out there toward the end, but so cool to get out there and kind of do a little surfing there on the sleet. There's Elizabeth's accumulation in her driveway this morning in Shreveport by the LSUS school. Oh, wow. How to use a screwdriver to break up the ice to get the measurement. Yeah, it could get pretty compact and get really firm there, too. There's Courtney's photo, Savvy Jane's snow day. I'm gonna butcher that trying to pronounce it, so I'm gonna skip that for now. We'll pretend I didn't try to say it. Oh, here's another video from Jasmine. There looks like they're getting pulled by a vehicle, kind of snow skiing, if you will. All right, we'll take a look at a few more photos and videos across the ArkLaTex. There's Sandra Thompson-Carter and Dakota having fun out in the sleet. Joseph playing out in the snow. You can see him making a little sleet angel. Oh, wow. These are great photos from Marlena Wilson. You can see all the accumulations there on the bushes and on the branches there. Oh, wow. Look at all of that ice accumulation. I might end up having to share this later on some of our other platforms as well. Wow. All that ice accumulation. Looks like Marlena's son is having fun out there, or daughter having fun out there in Shelby County, out in the ice. Oh, look at Jade and that viewer photo there with a cute little puppy out there enjoying the sleet. Lauren's showing Paisley's first snow day out there, just getting out in the winter weather. Definitely a time to remember for sure. Kimberly's there in Arcadia, Louisiana. Look at all of that accumulation there outside of Kimberly's house. Oh, and look at this. Carly shared her child's first snow, or first sleet there. Oh, look at her trying to play with the dog. Looks like the dog there's having a blast out there in the sleet as well. Felicia there showing her farm animals enjoying the weather. Oh, wow, look at that. Her horses. Looks like she's got a little pony, and her donkey all look like they're having a blast out there in the sleet. So, yes, a lot of photos and videos already, and if you have some you'd like to share with us for the chance for us to feature them on our stream, maybe on air or on our social media platforms, you can go to KSLA.com, find this little 3-line menu there at the top, and then click the down arrow on KSLA News 12. From there, you can click Submit Photos and Videos, and you can submit your photos there under the January 26th ice storm page. All right, that is all that I have for now. I'm going to leave some weather information going for you, of course, while we continue to get ready, kind of recharge a little bit, and get ready for our next newscast and also our next streaming updates. We'll be back here, of course, plenty throughout the afternoon with the latest for you as we go throughout the day. Thank you so much for joining me. And again, we'll leave some weather information up for you, and we'll be back here on our streaming platforms in a little while.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Jake Lambright. Want to talk a little bit about what's going on across the ArkLaTex right now. Of course, that wintry precipitation long gone. We're going to be keeping it dry here as we go through the next couple of days. And if you did miss it earlier, our winter storm warning and ice storm warning have been allowed to expire early. Temperatures across the ArkLaTex are very chilly right now. In fact, here's a look at your regional temperatures. 18 right now in Idabel, 19 to Queen, 25 in Shreveport, just 21 in Marshall, and 22 over in Carthage. As we go through the rest of this afternoon, you'll notice temperatures cooling down into the low 20s area-wide, especially for the Shreveport-Bossier Metro by 10 o'clock tonight. Over the next 3 days, we're talking about some very chilly temperatures overnight. In fact, we'll be reaching the teens overnight tonight and Monday night as well. A lot to unpack there. I'll be continuing this update over on our streaming platforms, the KSLA app on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. You can also watch along on your smartphone, again, to continue this update. All right, and as I mentioned, temperatures are going to be very, very chilly, especially tonight and Monday night. We're going to see a little bit of an improvement by Tuesday during the daytime hours and overnight as well, but still looking at a hard freeze for you as we head into Tuesday night. All right, let's talk about future track wind chills as we head into your Monday morning. Let me make that full screen. You'll notice just how much cooler those feels like temperatures will be compared to the air temperatures. Give me just one moment here. I'm going to leave that full for just a second, and then we'll take a quick look at your traffic around the region. All right, let's take a quick look at your traffic. Sorry about that. I'll pull that up here in just a second. We still have some closures across the Shreveport-Bossier area, one of those being I-49 from I-20 down to 3132, and also Benton Road from U.S. Highway 79 down to Old Minden Road. Looks like we might have another vehicle stalled there, so I'm going to pull up that information for you here real quick. Looks like this might be the same stalled vehicle, potentially blocking some westbound lanes there of Louisiana Highway 3132. I do also kind of want to give you at the First Alert, Mayor Tom Arsenault will be holding a press conference at 1 p.m. or a press briefing. And at 1 p.m., once that gets started, I will wrap this weather and road condition update up and send it over so we can catch that press conference once again. So once again, kind of switch over here to road conditions in just a moment. I'll actually put that current temperature map back on the screen for just a second while I do so. Again, apologies in advance. Of course, it's been a long couple of days, so doing some things on the fly and adjusting things, of course, to get ready to talk more about road conditions because there's still a lot of ice out there, of course, with temperatures not getting above freezing until potentially tomorrow afternoon. The roads are still kind of an icy and slushy mess. Let's start off with a look here. I haven't shown this camera yet, or haven't shown it in a while at least. Let's start off with I-20. This is at Industrial Avenue. Lots of ice there, especially on the overpasses. So if you absolutely have to be out there on the roads, again, encourage you to avoid travel if you can, but if you have to be on the roads, make sure to take it extra slow. Let's take a look at one of our I-220 cameras, see if I can pull this one. This is I-220 at Market Street. Looks like a good bit of traffic out there right now, and thankfully they're taking the roads very slow, or taking it slow on the roads. Can't tell if that's a tractor or maybe a snowplow. I think we do have a snowplow in Shreveport. Forgive me if I'm incorrect on that. But looks like something they're trying to clear the road right now. We'll try to, I don't know if Lakeview camera works. That might be the one that's down. Looks like Blanchard, I-220 at Blanchard there is down. So let's try the other side across Lake. This is, camera's also down. Here's I-220 at Jefferson Page Road. I mean, again, you can see a lot of ice still out there on the road right now. Hop on over. Looks like we'll have to wait till exactly 1 o'clock for that. We'll take a look here at some road conditions across Arkansas as well. This here courtesy of Arkansas DOT or iDrive Arkansas. Let me zoom in on this for you a little bit more. You'll notice some magenta there on the map out toward Texarkana and areas to the east and northeast. You'll also notice some purple. So the magenta are patches of ice on the road. The magenta is ice on the road. We'll go ahead and get some of our traffic cameras up in the Texarkana Metro. Lots of cameras there to pull in from on I-30. So we'll start with a look at mile marker 8. This is facing westbound on Interstate 30. Some clearing there on one side of the interstate. A lot of ice and slush there on the other. And that's not to say the side that looks clear may have some black ice, which is a little bit harder to see. Here's I-30 at State Line Avenue. See if I can get that camera to load up there. And again, I-30 at State Line Avenue has a lot more ice. In fact, this was a part of I-30 that was closed due to an accident just yesterday. We'll take another look at some cameras around the I-49, kind of Texarkana area. Here's a look at I-49 facing south. This is mile marker 30. Lots of ice and slush out there. So again, encourage you to take it extra slow on the roads this afternoon. Last but not least, we'll go ahead and get an update on your power outages, maybe take a look at a couple of viewer photos before we go to Mayor Tom Arsenault's press conference. We'll start things off. Sevier County dealing with about 1,000 power outages. That's in Arkansas. Caddo Parish coming in 9,500 outages. This is just SWEPCO. As we look toward Panola County, 2,800 outages, 4,200 in Rusk, 4,900 in DeSoto, 2,800 in Red River. Out toward Natchitoches, about 5,200 SWEPCO customers without power, 7,900 in Sabine. And then just outside of our area, 5,100 SWEPCO customers without power out over in Vernon Parish. All right, so let's take a quick check here. I'll make sure that the press conference hasn't started yet. We'll take a quick check here at viewer photos and videos. And again, if you would like to submit photos, you can go to KSLA.com, click that little 3-line menu, click the drop-down menu on KSLA News 12, and then click on Submit Photos and Videos. From there, you'll find this page, and you can click on Add Media there for the January 2026 ice storm. See some interesting photos. Haven't really looked much in the weather folder or shown much. There's a picture from KDG of Crestwell Avenue. Looks like a church there, covered in a good bit of sleet. Kia there having some fun out there. Pastor Q enjoyed the snow with his kids. There was a cool little video I saw just a moment ago. I wonder if I can find that once again. Of course, a lot of sleet accumulation. I'll try to go a little bit slower there. Oh, here's a good downtown shot from Atlanta, it looks like. Atlanta, Texas. Wow, look at all of that sleet accumulation there in Atlanta right now. Looks like maybe Atlanta High School's football field. Pretty cool sight to see. I want to see if I can pull up this photo or video of that pond. Oh, the lake has frozen over there. Not sure the location on this, but wow, look at those photos. And that, of course, is courtesy of Taylor Brown. So lots of photos. Again, we encourage you to share your photos with us for a chance to see them on our stream, maybe see them on air in our newscast later on today, or potentially on our Facebook pages. We are sharing some of our favorite photos and videos on Facebook as well to our pages, KSLA News 12 pages, of course, to some of our own as well. So if you would like to have your photos potentially featured on one of our pages, again, or on the air, on our streaming platforms, please submit your photos to our website. Oh, look at this. Looks like we've got a horse here from Lou Trosclair. And again, I'm sorry if I butchered that there. Oh, wow. Look at that. The horse pulling the sled. Oh, we got the puppy out there, too. It looks like the whole family is having fun. Thank you so much, Lou, for sending in this video. Desiree Potts there. It looks like she and her kids are having fun there in Marshall, Texas. The little snow day, having fun in the sleet. Nikia there, her grandson is out enjoying the snow. Look at him making a little sleet angel out there this afternoon. There's Jasmine Jackson. Jasmine Jackson looks like her whole family is out there having fun out there in the sleet today. Amber, looks like Amber's kid there having fun making sleet angels. It's Shreveport. Oh, look at all that ice there on that flower too. Looks like Allison and her kids are having fun doing cartwheels on the ice. Shelly and her son having fun out there in Shreveport. out there in the snow. Looks like Kayla's having a lot of fun out there in the winter storm. Oh, look at that. They're pulling a little sled there behind the four-wheeler. That is super cool. All right, so my time here is kind of running out on our live stream. Looks like they are counting it down. So I'm going to mute myself, and we will go to the press conference here again with Mayor Tom Arsenault. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up in 15 seconds. Of course, we'll have more weather and road coverage for you coming up a little bit later today.
Take the link, send it out so others on YouTube can be a part and share as well. While you're doing that, the numbers y'all are coming in, we appreciate you absolutely. While you're coming in, we just want to make sure because we're sending out updates, we're posting updates as relates to the storm and other things daily. There are updates going on within the city of Shreveport, and so we want to make sure that you're connected to us on these platforms. On Instagram at Love Shreveport, it's verified with a blue check. Of course, if you have Comcast cable, channel 6 is our channel. It's called Love Shreveport TV, channel 6. All right. Also, if you've got Threads at Love Shreveport, verified with a blue check, and then our website. If you've not gone to the website, there's a lot of information on the website. If you'll just go there, www.shreveportla.gov, peruse the website. You'll get access to a lot of information. Also on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Love Shreveport 1. And then, of course, on Facebook, City of Shreveport Government. Chief Clarence Reese is on. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Listen, we're getting ready to give the floor to our mayor. He is going to give us some information, some updates. And so while he's doing that, in the comment section, you can ask questions if you have any questions. If he does not already answer them, we'll try to get to as many questions at the end as possible. So in that comment section, you can ask your questions. But at this time, we are going to yield the stage and the floor to our mayor, Mayor Tom Arsenault.
Right. Thank you, Corey. I want to bring y'all up to date. We have been following this situation on a continuous basis since we had the forecast of the storm. I have been participating in daily meetings of the Central Command, which is Sheriff's Office, Caddo Parish Commission Office, the City of Shreveport, coordinated Caddo Parish, really coordinated Caddo Parish effort. And I can tell you that through all of the difficulties that we faced, when we've had storms, when we've had tornadoes, when we had the massive power outage in June of 23, we have managed to work very well together. And so I want to praise all the other elected officials and the people, because everybody would go into these meetings, everyone checks their ego at the door, and we make sure that we are only concentrating on what happens. We get regular emails. The National Weather Service briefs us. We had a briefing just at noon today, so I want to make sure that you are made aware of all the good things that are going on as we respond to this situation. Your city leadership, including council members as well as my administration, have been in touch with the folks to make sure that we are kept abreast. I'm just delighted. I want to thank my digital media team for making this possible so that I can talk to you on a live basis and give you an up-to-date. So let's start with the roads. The roads are in bad shape. If you look out your window, I'm sure you could see that. What we had is we had a layer of sleet primarily yesterday, and then that froze, and then we had primarily sleet last night. Now that's good news. It's good news because the sleet does not have as much impact on the power outages as freezing rain would have. So we're very pleased that Mother Nature took care of us there, and so I want to make sure that you're aware of that. The roads are really not passable. You may be able to drive on them, but it is really important that you stay put, that you not try and get out unless it's an absolute emergency. And if you do, make sure that you are driving carefully, that you're driving slowly. The chances are you're driving on ice, not on pavement. We do have snow plows, believe it or not. We have 2 snow plows that are operating, and they're trying to keep major thoroughfares as passable as possible. But those roads are not in good shape. For that reason, and because we anticipate very, very low temperatures tonight, we have decided to close city offices tomorrow. So only essential city employees will report for work. That means that we will not have garbage and trash pickup. The city offices Government Plaza will be closed, and you will not be able to do that. We don't want you to get out to do your city business, and we don't want to jeopardize our city employees who would then have to come to work. So my guess is that will also be true Tuesday, although we have not made a final decision about that. State highways and interstates are being monitored by DOTD, and so you can follow their updates. Their priority is the interstate system, and then they go to their primary roads, the major highways. But David North, the district engineer for DOTD, was on the command center call just a little while ago. he said it really is best that nobody get out on the road, that they're very, very dangerous. And as you know, if you're like me, you're not very much accustomed to driving in this kind of weather, so it's really best to stay off. My guess is we will not have trash pickup on Tuesday, but we have not made a final decision about that. Sportran is not operating. They will not be operating tomorrow. They will operate on a limited schedule, probably mostly on demand on Tuesday because the roads are simply too dangerous. It jeopardizes not only the equipment, but it jeopardizes the people who would be going out and riding the bus. It puts people in harm's way, and that just really is not a great idea. I think I've covered that. Let's talk about schools. Although we don't control the schools, the Caddo and Bossier school boards are having meetings at 3 o'clock this afternoon to decide. It's virtually certain there will be no school tomorrow. They will make an announcement at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So keep your eyes open for those announcements to make sure that you know whether school is going to be in. If I were placing bets today, I would say you're probably not going to have school either on Monday or Tuesday. That's not my call, and so take a look at that. I think you'll know the answer to that question around 4 o'clock this afternoon. I've already covered Sportran. They won't be operating today or tomorrow, but we'll have very limited operations, primarily the on-demand. Sportran uses its on-demand services to transport people to doctor's appointments and those kinds of things. We need to make sure we do that. Lyman McKellar just reminded us you could call 318-673-7600 for water and sewer emergencies. Our folks have been handling those, and that has been going exceptionally well. The main thing to do is to really stay informed about what is going on. We will continue to put out information on the city's website, on our Facebook page, on our YouTube channel, on our Instagram page. So if you want to stay plugged in, those devices that Corey put up on the screen are very, very important for us. And I think you can check on those to make sure what is going on. We'll try and keep you as informed as possible. Our priority is to keep you safe, and that means we're encouraging you. I can't encourage you enough to stay where you are. I just walked out in my backyard to go to a freezer that we keep in the garage, and I can tell you that there's no footprint left after I walked. It is just a solid sheet of ice. So make sure that you're very, very careful, even if you're walking, because that sidewalk or that mound of ice is going to be very, very, very slick. So don't slip down and break a bone trying to get out in this weather. It's really best that you stay put. I appreciate your patience. We will get to things as quickly as we can. SWEPCO is doing a very good job. They have set up a base camp at the fairgrounds. They are getting to power outages quickly because we had mostly sleet and not freezing rain. We don't have near the massive power outages that we thought might be possible for this, and we are going to be monitoring with SWEPCO to make sure that you are kept informed. Your best means of doing that is to download the SWEPCO app on your phone, and they will contact you about power outages in your area and when they will be restored. Most of the people that I have talked to that have lost power have now regained it. I want to specifically mention that there have been some reports about hospitals being without power. All of the hospitals have power. Our public works people have dedicated crews to make sure that your access to the hospitals is as good as we can get it, and SWEPCO has dedicated crews to make sure that the hospitals have power at all times. And they have generators for backup, but they are not operating on generators currently. That was one of the things that was brought up today. So that's what I have to update you about. If you have questions, I'll let Corey help me with those questions. The main thing I will ask you is, first of all, tell you thank you for staying off the roads. It is clear that you have been doing that, and that is a great thing. The second thing is thank you for your patience, and I'm going to thank you in advance for your patience. There are a lot of people affected by this storm, and we're going to be getting to people as quickly as we can, but it may not be instant. So we ask for your patience as we work our way through this. So that's pretty much what I have to say. Corey, have we got any questions?
Well, Mayor, I don't know if you're a prophet or not, but the questions that were coming in, you begin to answer them at the timely as they were coming in, and so there were questions about garbage that were answered, about the roads, and again, as same sentiments as the mayor, a lot of people were on just saying, hey, stay off the roads. If you do not have to go anywhere, just kind of stay in. And so again, if you have any questions really quickly, if you would like to just drop them in the comments section so that we can see if we can get them answered. But again, Mayor, this was a great update for the citizens of Shreveport. And again, from my understanding, is there a way, or where do they need to go to get that information from Caddo Parish Schools?
I think Caddo Parish Schools will be making an announcement on its website. I'm sure that that they have a Facebook page, but I'm sure that all the media outlets will be carrying it as well. Now I'll be on. I think I'm scheduled to be on channel 3 at about 4 p.m. this afternoon to give a further update. Sure. And you can tune in to KTBS. I've been on KSLA a couple of times already. So we're really doing our best to get this word out. And I thank everybody for sharing this so that other people could see where we were going. Please be assured that your city officials, myself, our chief administrative officer, all of our department heads are really staying on top of it. Our public works employees are just doing yeoman's work. They're out there, they're plowing, they're keeping things straight under the direction of Director Jarvis Morgan, who is doing an outstanding job in keeping track of this. I am very comfortable that our water and sewer system is in very good shape. We had a couple of power outages at some sewer stations. Those were quickly addressed. So your water system is holding up very well, and we expect that to continue. We'll have some issues as if you've had pipes. Now, here's one thing you can do. We're going to be very cold tonight, and we're going to be very cold tomorrow night. Best thing you can do is to open up your cabinets where you have plumbing fixtures, that you're plumbing behind those cabinets. Open up those cabinets and then drip your faucet. Don't let it run full steam, but drip your faucet so there's some small water flow. That will probably help you from having burst pipes and having frozen pipes, particularly. This is particularly important if, like me, you live at a house that's pier and beam. So we're elevated above, you have plumbing fixtures below. It's very important that you drip those pipes. Don't run them too fast, because if everybody does that, we won't have very good water pressure. But so far, everything seems to be holding up very well, and we have crews in place to address any emergency that arises, so you can feel confident that your water system is still going to be delivering. And I think you can feel confident that we're doing everything we can to keep your roads as safe as possible. They're not going to be safe until Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday, probably. So that's just the nature of what we're doing. We don't expect any additional precipitation, so we won't be getting any additional rain or sleet or freezing rain. So that's a very, very good thing. And that will give this a chance to dissipate. Tomorrow, we're supposed to have a few hours of sunshine, probably won't get over freezing. So we still will have a lot of ice, I think, on the roads and in front of your homes, even on Tuesday morning when you get up.
Absolutely. So at the bottom of your screen, also the website, we put it there because there's a lot of information that you can access on the website. Again, www.shreveportla.gov. Here in a moment, I'm going to be putting some flyers up here, kind of going over them, as we go into the night, as the temperatures are continuously dropping. There's some things that you need to do. The mayor has also hit on some of those things and shared. But we're going to show you some flyers here in a moment. Also, one thing just came in to remind everyone is to keep your generators away from your homes because of carbon monoxide. All right. So we want to take that into consideration, that you please keep those generators away from your home. And then, of course, again, that website that's on the screen will give you access to some more information. And of course, we're grateful for this opportunity. Again, thank you, Mayor. We thank you for this update. Of course, we're grateful for your time. And again, you'll be on the news tonight. Would you please share that? Because some citizens may want to tune in tonight to the news and watch you as you give some more information.
Yeah, I'll be on KTBS at about 4 o'clock and may well be on other stations as well. I have made myself available as much as possible to be able to get the word out about what we're doing and what the circumstances are. So I want to thank all of you citizens of Shreveport, particularly those who have tuned in right now. You have been patient. You have followed the instructions to make everybody safe, and that's a very, very good thing. Thank you very much.
And Chief Reese has made a little bit more specific. Of course, he's mentioned 20 feet away with the exhaust pointing away from doors and windows. This is for your generators. So keep your generators 20 feet away with the exhaust pointed away from your doors and your windows. Thank you, Chief Reese, for that information. Mayor, anything else? Any last minute things you'd like to share?
I'm good. I could go back to taking a nap or doing whatever it is you're doing. Get ready for the football games.
Absolutely.
Have a great. It's a great day to watch football. Seems to me.
Absolutely. One question, Mayor: have you been outside yet? Have you made a snowman? Have you?
Well, I don't. Our white stuff in our yard is so icy. I don't think there's a possibility of making a snowman. I have been out to test it out to see what it was like. I don't even leave a footprint, so it's pretty hard.
Absolutely. Well, Mayor, again, thank you for your time, and we appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Listen, those of you that are still on, I'm going to drop these flyers on here so that you can just gather this information really, really quickly. Of course, a few quick tips as temperatures will begin to drop even more tonight. As many of you have already experienced power loss, we have been saying prepare for the possible idea of power loss. Charge your mobile devices. Of course, check your flashlights and your batteries. Of course, we want to make sure, as we mentioned, the generators being 20 feet away, and check on your pets. If you've got pets, check on them. If they can't come inside, we just hope that they have some warm place outside for them. And we're hoping that you stay away from the roads and the bridges. And this is why do bridges freeze before roads? Bridges have no way to trap heat, so they will ice rapidly as soon as the temperature decreases to the freezing point. And so we want to make sure that if you can, stay away from the roads, stay in the house, please do so. And again, we are just grateful for all of you that have joined us today for this information from our mayor. And again, we appreciate I've got to say, this digital media team led by Dominique Washington, who has helped us get this together. Veronica Brown, yours truly, to help get information to you. So hats off to them. Hats off, of course. Also, we want to always acknowledge our Shreveport Police Department. They are out working in the midst of all of this. Our sheriff's office, fire department, all of those crews, water and sewer, they're out in the midst of this SWEPCO working to help make sure that everyone is safe, everyone is regaining power. And so we want to just keep them in our thoughts and our prayers as they are out in the midst of this, away from their families. So again, hats off to the Shreveport Police Department, Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, Water and Sewer Department. We appreciate you and we thank you for all that you do as you're out and about. Public Works as well. We want to say thank you, Public Works, for all that you are doing. We appreciate you. Shreveport coming together to make sure everyone is safe. So again, thank you for joining us on today on this live as we've heard some information and updates from our mayor, Mayor Tom Arsenault, as we just kind of interrupted your social media scroll with this information. And so again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Stay safe, stay warm, and we look forward to seeing you when everything gets back to normal. All right. So stay in as much as possible. Also, great big shout out and thank you to Sportran Transit as well. We just appreciate all of you, all of our workers, essential workers. We thank you and we appreciate you. All right. Thank you for your time. That's all we've got for you for today. If we've got any more updates, you'll be first to hear about it right here. And then, of course, I'll just drop this on the screen for you, just in case you're looking for all of the other social media handles. Again, they're there on the screen. We want to make sure that you are following us on these social media handles because we are updating, we're sending out things on these platforms. So until we can get the mayor back on, if that's possible, you'll be seeing updates on these platforms: Instagram, Love Shreveport TV, Channel 6 on Comcast, on Threads, on the website, on X, on Facebook, and on YouTube. So if you're following us, if you're not following us there, we want to make sure that you are following us on these platforms so that you don't miss out on any information. All right, that's all we got for today. Again, thank you for joining us and gathering this information. Have a great rest of your day.